Ian was the most powerful mage in the Empire, so powerful that even the Emperor feared his growing power and strength. The Emperor himself poisoned Ian, hoping to get rid of him forever. But our hero had a trump card up his sleeve, a dagger imbued with forbidden time magic. Ian used this last chance to go back in time. Gathering his last strength, he completed the spell, and everything plunged into darkness. A moment ago, he was a dying mage. Now he's just a boy on the street, though he still possesses the power and knowledge of an 8th-Circle mage. He quickly sits up and feels his chest, but there is no trace of the dagger, and he doesn't even feel any pain. Suddenly, a familiar gentle voice calls him, demanding to know if everything is all right. It is Ian's mother, Vanessa Page. Looking at her, Ian's eyes widened in shock, unsure of how to respond as his mother has been dead for years. Quickly, he grabs his mother's hand, the hand he hasn't held for years, to make sure if it is afterlife or the spell actually worked. Looking around, he tries to understand what is going on. There are all children who are lined up for the examination, and soldiers from the castle managing the crowds. He scans the surroundings. Realization hits him hard. He spots the flag of Ivory Tower waving at the corner. He gazes at his small hands, finally certain that he has gone back 30 years, to the past. A moment flashes in Ian's mind. Himself, standing with a man holding his staff during the mana reactions examination. It's a test all children of the Green River Empire undergo when they turn 12, a mandatory procedure designed to identify and nurture exceptional mages. First, they are assessed for mana brain, the factor responsible for manifesting magic. Then they are tested for a mana heart, which governs the production, circulation, and storage of mana. Any child found to possess both traits is immediately accepted into the Academy of Magic and granted noble-level authority upon graduation. Ian never expected to find himself time-traveling 30 years back. He thinks of his dagger, engraved with the language of dragons. He'd spent his life researching it, along with time magic, and had activated the spell just before his death. Ragnar was Ian's closest friend. Ian had done much to help Ragnar over the years, but in his loyalty, Ian had also killed thousands for Ragnar, and in the end, Ragnar repaid him by taking his life. Ian can't let that happen again. To prevent it, he needs to regain all the power and authority he once held as an 8th-class mage. With that in mind, Ian promises his mother that he'll return soon. Ian approaches a knight, introduces himself, and is instantly recognized as Vanessa's son. The knight permits him to pass. As Ian enters the tent, Marco, a mage, is sitting in his chair, exhausted. He sighs at Captain Aaron, questioning how many more children he has to assess. Captain Aaron responds that there's at least half a day's worth of children left. The moment Ian steps into the tent, Marco's tired expression shifts to a warm smile. He sends a wave of mana toward Ian's head, warning him that he might feel a little dizzy. When Ian hesitates, Marco informs him that he's detected a mana brain within him, and that he'll need to check for a mana heart as well. Ian, however, surprises the mage by saying he has something to show him. Marco, confused, allows him to proceed. Ian takes a deep breath, and within moments, a fiery orb appears in one hand. With a focused look, Ian combines the fire spell with a water spell. Marco's eyes widen in disbelief as he watches Ian effortlessly cast two opposing spells at once. After showing off his abilities, Ian casually mentions that he's been able to do this for a while now. The captain and the knights present are stunned. Marco, still in disbelief, asks if someone taught him this. Ian denies it, saying no one did. Suspicious, Marco presses again, using his interrogation magic, which checks a person's biological reactions, like their heartbeat, to determine if they're lying. Marco warns that if Ian's lying, he could be charged with treason. Despite the threat, Ian remains calm and assures Marco that he would never lie to a noble mage like him. Marco chuckles and uses his magic, which reveals Ian is telling the truth. This only increases Marco's curiosity, leaving him wondering just what kind of child Ian really is. Suddenly, a woman's scream cuts through the air. Ian's heart races as he looks outside the tent, only to be stunned by the scene before him. His mother is being roughly dragged by the same knight who had let Ian in. Vanessa pleads, clearly terrified, while the knight, in a cruel attempt to justify his actions, claims she was loitering where she shouldn't be, calling her a lowly peasant woman. The knights, including Captain Aaron and Marco, rush outside to investigate. The knight continues to lie, but Ian's fury ignites as he hears the words. Just as he's about to act, Marco gently taps his shoulder, calming him down. Marco steps forward, addressing the group. He elaborates that this child has just demonstrated that he possesses both the mana brain and mana heart, meaning he and his parents are of the same standing as nobles in their empire. Insulting a noble or mage is tantamount to challenging the authority of the imperial family and the Ivory Tower. The knight's actions, therefore, amount to treason, punishable by execution. The knight immediately drops to his knees, begging for mercy. Ian, however, turns to his mother and says the apology is for her, not him. He kneels before the knight, warning him that he will always keep a close eye on him. Later, Ian expresses his gratitude to Marco for intervening. Marco, with a knowing glance, instructs Captain Aaron to ensure that Ian and his mother are protected for the time being. Aaron leads them to an inn where the knights are staying. As they leave, Marco watches them go, his thoughts heavy. He realizes that Ian is far more talented and intelligent than any child he's encountered. He's certain the Ivory Tower and the Imperial family will be stunned by news of such a mage. That same night, the same knight who had misbehaved with Vanessa was walking down the street, still exuding arrogance. He had no shame, especially when he openly called Ian's mother a lowly peasant woman. But little did he know, a figure in a cloak was trailing him from behind, listening to every word he murmured. It was none other than Ian. With a focused thought, Ian cast his paralyze magic, freezing the knight in place. Ian then faced him, calmly reminding him that he would be keeping a watchful eye on him. The knight's breath quickened, fear starting to take hold of him. Ian added, with a cold tone, how the knight had been disgraced by the son of a lowly peasant woman. He then fabricated a story, claiming that the knight had gotten drunk and drowned. The moment the words left Ian's lips, he shoved the knight off the bridge, sending him tumbling into the rushing waters below. Ian stood there, watching him drown, reflecting on how the knight's fate had unraveled. He couldn't help but wonder about his own past, how he'd spent years researching draconian magic to turn back time, to fix his mistakes. But now, he realized that such a thing was impossible. To protect what mattered to him, Ian swore he would do whatever it took. He watched the knight struggle in the water and murmured to himself. He would resent him if need be, but forgiveness wasn't necessary. This was the same sentiment Ragnar had shared with him after poisoning Ian. At that moment, Ian finally began to understand why Ragnar had said those words. Back in the inn, Ian sat with his hand against his aching head. He hadn't realized that using so much mana would drain him. His focus then shifted to his mother, who was peacefully sleeping beside him. He knew what the future held. In his past life, when he had become a first-class mage, his mother had passed away from a disease that very same year. All Ian wanted now was a long and healthy life with her. In his previous life, he had lost everything, but this time, he vowed not to let that happen again. The next morning, inside the royal palace, Emperor Terry sought the advice of Master Herbert Leon. Herbert explained that mana was a natural energy, and once someone learned to control it, they were considered a mage. The methods to stimulate the mana brain and the techniques to manifest magic were usually taught by academy teachers. That's how most mages learned their craft. However, news had reached him that a boy named Ian had learned to control mana on his own, without a teacher. Herbert elaborated further, stating that Ian had even cast first-class magic, just like the primal mage, an ancient mage who had mastered magic in a time when no other mage existed. Terry listened intently, curious but skeptical, thinking Ian might be bluffing. But Herbert reassured him, stating that the tales of the primal mage were not just myths. If this boy truly had such abilities, he could be dangerously talented. Herbert felt he needed to see Ian for himself to confirm whether the rumors were true. As their conversation came to a close, Terry summoned Hayden Greenriver, the Crown Prince. Hayden approached and politely asked the reason for being called. Terry reminded him that it had been 5 years since Hayden had last left the Imperial Palace. Back then, he had gone out to inspect the famine's severity, but now it was time for him to go on another journey. Terry explained that he was granting Hayden command of the Knights of the Second Imperial Order, 300 soldiers, and 3 third-class mages. His mission was to travel to Mogrian and bring back the boy named Ian Page. Hayden hesitated, but after Terry suggested he assist someone else, Hayden nervously agreed to the task. Later, Herbert, eager to begin, asked for permission to leave as well. He needed to start venturing out now, for if he didn't persuade the right people soon, he feared he wouldn't even be able to select 3 mages to accompany the Crown Prince. Terry chuckled and gave him permission to go. The moment Herbert stepped out of the hall, a young slave approached him and asked if he was returning to the tower. Herbert's expression darkened, and he revealed that he had someplace else to go first. The next day, Ian waited, fully aware that both the Imperial family and the Ivory Tower must be on the move by now. A flashback of Marco crossed his mind. Considering that Marco had declared Ian a mage right after the examination, it seemed highly likely that he had immediately reported Ian's abilities to his superiors. But no matter who was involved, whether it was the Emperor, the Tower Master, or even some third party, he knew one thing for certain. This time, he would not be a disposable pawn. A few moments later, an announcement echoed outside Ian's house, calling for Ian Page to come forward and receive an order directly from His Majesty, the Emperor. Ian flinched at the sudden proclamation. When he looked out the window, he saw Marco standing there with his subordinates. Marco, noticing Ian, smiled and wasted no time getting to the point. He explained that His Majesty had sent an imperial decree for Ian. With that, Marco instructed Ian to kneel on his right knee and place his left hand over his chest. Ian followed the instructions without hesitation, though he couldn't help but feel something familiar about the gesture. Marco, ignoring his own odd sense of recognition, extended his hand, holding a crystal sphere. A command appeared within it, sent directly from the Emperor himself. The Emperor approved of Ian's talent and nominated him as a Mage of the Empire. The decree went on to grant Ian permission to have his name carved into the Ivory Tower's Hall of Mages. Terry, the Emperor, also informed Ian that his firstborn son would accompany him to the palace. The Emperor wished for Ian to have a safe and enjoyable journey with his son's company. As the decree concluded, Ian slowly stood, understanding that the Emperor's intentions were crystal clear. One of the knights, Arnold, approached Marco with a request to escort Ian to Lord Mogrian's castle. Marco granted permission with politeness, and soon after, Arnold stepped forward. He knelt slightly, announcing that he had been granted the honor of serving Ian while he was at Mogrian. The journey continued, and they eventually arrived at the Mogrian Empire, finally reaching Marcus Mogrian, the Lord of Mogrian's castle. As the carriage pulled up, Marcus immediately warned Lavi and Margaret to treat the noble mage with the utmost respect. The castle's inhabitants gathered outside, eagerly watching Ian dismount from the carriage, helping his mother as she stepped down beside him. As they approached, Marcus greeted them warmly. 15 days passed, and rumors began to spread among the servants. They claimed to have seen the young boy at the training hall, where he was reportedly casting fire from his hands. He hadn't left the hall for 15 straight days. Inside the training hall, Ian was still focused on his training. He cast another spell, watching as the ground froze beneath him, but it still wasn't enough. He was acutely aware that his body was still too young, and he needed to make up for his limited mana. Just as his mind began to wander, the butler hurried in, breathless and panicked. With urgency, he begged for Ian's help, revealing that Lord Mogrian had gone out to hunt goblins the previous day and hadn't returned since. They had searched for hours, but still, there was no sign of him. Ian found the situation strange. It wasn't time for Marcus to die yet. In his past life, Lord Mogrian had been assassinated by one of Green River's enemies just before the First Unification War, a war that wouldn't occur for several more years. His son, Lavi Mogrian, had fled when the war broke out and was later executed after its conclusion. Given the current circumstances, Ian reminded the butler of Marco, who was far more experienced than he was. However, the butler informed Ian that Marco had other duties to attend to and wasn't currently in Mogrian. Ian was now uncertain. Maybe his return had actually changed something, for mages assigned to specific domains rarely left their posts. Ian knew the advantage he held. He knew what would happen in the future. But if Lord Mogrian's untimely death changed the course of events, he could lose that advantage. These thoughts swirled in his mind as he considered the situation. But the butler's desperate plea for help pulled him back to reality. He knew he couldn't let such an event happen. He agreed to help, determined not to let this change the future he was striving to protect. Vanessa is filled with worry after hearing that Ian is heading into the mountains with the search party. Ian reassures her, though, promising that he'll be back soon. Meanwhile, Margaret rushes toward him, her eyes brimming with tears. She begs Ian to find her brother and father, offering him anything in return. As Ian listens, his gaze lands on the ring she's wearing, and he can sense mana emanating from it. Curious, Ian asks Margaret if she would lend him the ring, explaining that it will be crucial to his search. Without hesitation, she hands it over, and Ian quickly slips it onto his finger. The moment he does, it feels familiar, just like it did in his past life. The ring is the Mogrian ring, a low-ranking artifact known for boosting the wearer's mana. It seems that Lord Mogrian gave it to his daughter instead of his chosen successor. With the ring now in his possession, the group continues their search. They venture deeper into the forest, and one of the knights points out where they lost track of the missing people. Blood is splattered across the ground, and Ian asks if they've already disposed of the bodies. The knights tell him there were no bodies, and they fear that the monsters might have taken them. Ian takes a careful look at the scene. Dozens of goblins have been slain, indicating that there were likely hundreds more who attacked the group. It dawns on him that there's no time to waste. Without hesitation, Ian raises his hand and summons a wolf spirit. A magical array forms in the air, and a stream of energy radiates from it. The knights stare in awe as a loud howl echoes in the distance. Suddenly, a baby wolf materializes in front of them. Ian hadn't expected the wolf to be so small, but given his current mana, that was the best he could do. He commands the wolf to track the scent of the blood, instructing the knights to follow it. Despite their reluctance, they comply. As they journey further into the deepening forest, Marcus continues to fend off the goblins with his staff. His head is injured, and blood is trickling down his face. Surrounded by goblins, he knows they're all on the verge of being overwhelmed. With little choice, Marcus orders Lavi to go back to the castle and warn everyone. He tells Lavi to inform them that the goblin hordes have taken Mount Mogrian, and they're all in grave danger. Just as Lavi is about to leave, his body trembles with fear. His eyes widen when he spots a goblin leaping through the air, preparing to attack Marcus from behind. In a panicked voice, Lavi tries to warn his father, but before he can react, a loud thud echoes in the air. Ian and his subordinates have arrived just in time. With a swift motion, Ian casts his Frost Nova spell, freezing the goblin in place and preventing the attack. Footsteps draw closer to Marcus, and the last thing he sees is Ian's face before everything goes black. 2 days later, Marcus slowly opened his eyes, still in a daze, lying in bed. The haze in his mind made it hard to focus, but he could hear the faint sound of his daughter crying nearby. As his senses started to return, he sat up, still trying to process what had happened. His memories were foggy, and he couldn't quite recall everything from before. Margaret, seeing him awake, quickly rushed to his side, tears streaming down her face as she explained that Ian had rescued both him and Levi. She sobbed, relieved yet worried, sharing that both Marcus's father and brother had been bedridden for 2 days. Just then, Hogar burst into the room, his face filled with relief as he thanked God that Lord Mogrian had finally woken. Marcus, still weak, asked about the other knights and his sons, his voice tinged with concern. Hogar, his expression turning somber, explained that they had lost 12 men, including Sir Rothan. Hearing this, Marcus's heart sank, and he immediately asked to speak with Ian in person. Later, in the training hall, Ian could hear a familiar voice calling his name. It was Hogar, coming to inform him that Lord Mogrian had woken up. Hogar believed that Marcus had something important to discuss with Ian, and out of curiosity, Ian decided to leave his training session. As he walked toward his office, he unexpectedly ran into both Marcus and Lavi. Ian greeted them with a warm smile, asking about their condition. Lavi, filled with gratitude, thanked him profusely for saving both of them. Marcus, too, offered his heartfelt thanks on behalf of everyone. He then gestured to a box on a nearby table, explaining that after some thought, he believed this might be one way to repay Ian for everything. Without hesitation, Ian opened the box, his eyes widening in surprise. Inside was the same mana ring that he had once lent to Margaret. Marcus, looking a bit sheepish, admitted that Margaret had told him everything about it. He had thought it was just an old family heirloom, but now he asked Ian if it held any special power, and whether it might be of use to him. Ian nodded thoughtfully, revealing that the ring amplified the wearer's mana, a crucial tool for eliminating mountains. Marcus, pleased with this answer, handed the ring to Ian, saying it should serve as a token of his gratitude. Ian, puzzled by the word token, asked Marcus to explain further. Marcus, with a solemn tone, explained that the ring would symbolize an oath to Ian. From this moment on, Ian Page would be an honored guest of House Mogrian, and should Ian ever need their help, they would be at his service. He swore on the northernmost stream of the Emerald River that he and his descendants would uphold this vow for as long as Ian's line continued. With that, both Lavi and Marcus bowed slightly in respect. Later, as Ian and the knights made their way through the forest toward Lloyd Village, Ian's thoughts drifted back to a conversation he'd had earlier with Marcus. He had asked about any alchemists who might be able to create elixirs, to which Marcus had mentioned an alchemist named Ratheo. Ian had never heard of Ratheo before in his past life, but he hoped that this alchemist would be able to help him create an elixir to compensate for his lack of mana. Just as Ian was lost in thought, his attention was suddenly caught by the sight of Lloyd Village in the distance. The entire village was engulfed in flames, a horrible sight that sent a chill down his spine. As the knights drew closer, they realized that bandits had attacked the village. Not only had the homes been set on fire, but the villagers were being mercilessly slaughtered. One bandit, wielding an axe and clearly the leader, shouted orders to his men, urging them to hurry and grab the children, taking whatever they could. The bandits seized a young boy named Douglas, and when his father attempted to intervene, he was knocked to the ground. The leader of the bandits, seeing that the boy wasn't compliant, decided to make an example of his father. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon and approached the man lying on the ground, prepared to kill him. He promised the boy's father that Douglas would be sold off at a good price elsewhere. As the leader prepared to strike the final blow, Douglas screamed in terror, desperate to reach his father. But just as he did, something happened that left him in stunned silence, his screams of horror dying in his throat. Abruptly, a spike of ice shot through the bandit leader's body, killing him instantly. The remaining bandits screamed in terror, completely baffled by the origin of the ice. But as they realized where it had come from, panic set in, and they ran for their lives. However, Ian wasn't about to let them escape so easily. With a flick of his wrist, he sent sharp ice skates plummeting downwards toward the fleeing bandits. No matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun the cold, and one by one, they all met their end. Ian's eyes shifted toward the ring on his finger, his thoughts briefly interrupted by the sight. The ring was doing its job well. With it, his mana now rivaled that of a third-class mage. The fire had been extinguished, and people were visibly relieved. Still, Ian's mind lingered on a darker thought. He felt deeply saddened by the tragedy that had unfolded here. Just then, Captain Arnold spotted him and made his way over. Ian asked if any soldiers had been hurt, to which Arnold let out a relieved sigh. All of them were unscathed. Ian allowed himself a small sense of satisfaction at this, but his relief was fleeting. His thoughts returned to the man he had come here for, wondering if he had survived. Before he could dwell on it further, a voice rang out, calling, "Ratheo!" It was the name of the man Ian had been searching for, the father of Douglas. Ratheo had been knocked out by the bandits and was now in critical condition. Douglas stood at his side, crying and calling out for his father's name. Ian hurried over, gently reassuring Douglas that he would take a look at Ratheo. As Ian examined him, he could immediately tell something was off. Ratheo's skin had turned unnaturally pale, his hair stark white. The signs pointed to one thing: mana poisoning. It was clear that Rathio couldn't have injected mana into his body on his own, meaning a mage with ill intentions had done this to him. His condition was dire, and Ian knew that time was running out. Without wasting another moment, Ian placed 2 fingers on Rathio's forehead, focusing his mana into him. The process was delicate, but it worked instantly. The man's breathing steadied, and color returned to his skin. As Ian moved to step away, Douglas grabbed hold of Ian's cloak, stopping him. He demanded to know how his father was doing. Ian didn't sugarcoat it. He told Douglas that Rathio would be okay for now, but the mana Ian had given him wouldn't last forever. Eventually, the mana residue would build up again, and Rathio would have to make a choice: either continue receiving mana injections for the rest of his life, or die. The truth hit Douglas hard. Tears welled in his eyes, and he sobbed uncontrollably. He vowed to find the Landinor flower to cure his father. Ian's mind clicked into place as he remembered the name of one of Green River's most brilliant alchemists, Douglas Heyman, the Imperial Alchemist. In his past life, Douglas had despised and doubted mages, which now made sense. Ian pieced the situation together: an alchemist poisoned by a mage, a rare herb sought in the north, and a poison designed to neutralize mana. His memories fell into place like puzzle pieces. Before he could process it further, Ian turned to Douglas. It was clear that the boy would do something reckless if left to his own devices. Ian used his magic to put Douglas to sleep, gently easing him into unconsciousness. Once Douglas was resting, Ian carried him to a nearby tree and set him down carefully. As Ian observed the boy, a strange feeling came over him. Douglas looked exactly as he had in his past life, though this time, without the hostile aura. Despite knowing that Douglas was the one responsible for the poison Ian had drunk, Ian couldn't bring himself to simply end his life now. This boy would become the greatest alchemist in history. Perhaps making him an ally was the right choice, but there was no guarantee that he wouldn't betray Ian at some point. Before Ian could fully consider his next move, Arnold appeared, catching up to him. He had seen Ian run off and wanted to make sure he was okay. Arnold's gaze shifted to the unconscious boy lying against the tree. Ian sighed and explained that the boy was from the village, and he had put him to sleep for his own safety. Ian then suggested Arnold take Douglas back while he took care of some business elsewhere. Arnold gave a reluctant nod, clearly wanting to ask more but trusting Ian's judgment. He moved to lift Douglas, preparing to carry him back. Meanwhile, Ian turned away, his mind racing with the events that had just unfolded and the uncertain future ahead. The night has fallen, and Rathio, upon waking up, immediately comes to sit beside Douglas's bed, asking him if he is asleep. Not even moving a bit, Douglas lets him know not yet. When Rathio notices Douglas's cold behavior, he tries talking to him, informing him that Barton told him that some mage came to their village to save them. In addition to that, he also said that Douglas almost got himself in trouble. Not able to face his father, he tiredly explains, he was just trying to find the flower. Upon hearing this, his father scolds him, demanding to know what he was thinking, as he could have gotten himself kidnapped by bandits. Douglas couldn't control his anger anymore, so he jumped up, questioning Rathio what he was even supposed to do then. That mage said that Rathio was going to be sick for the rest of his life. Rathio narrows his eyes, assuring his son that he is absolutely fine, but they just have to find the Landor flower. The tears Douglas was trying to control are now falling out of his eyes. He sobs for his dying father. They have been searching for over a year, and they still haven't found it. Douglas now even doubts its existence. Suddenly outside from Rathio's house, a voice breaks in, assuring them it does exist. Both Rathio and Douglas are stunned because of the sudden voice. Scared, Rathio calls out towards the door, confirming who it is. It is none other than Ian. He has returned, admitting he has overheard them looking for Landior flowers. Upon hearing Ian's words, Rathio ends up opening the door. He is surprised to see a young boy visiting their house. Ian greets them and takes permission to come in. As he steps inside, lowering his cloak, Douglas is in shock seeing the mage from earlier. Though Rathio has no idea about it, Ian introduces himself while placing a crystal on a nearby table. Rathio examines the crystal, realizing it is the Landior flower. Ian promises to give him this flower only if he answers Ian's question. Without hesitating, he begins to question him without waiting for Rathio's response. How does Rathio know what this herb can do? There are only a few people who know about this flower's medicinal uses. Rathio hesitates a bit, but reveals he read about it in a guidebook. Rathio shows Ian that guidebook, elaborating that his father handed this medicinal herb guidebook down to him. Flipping through a few pages, Rathio points to Ian on a page. The book contained notes about the Landior flower, describing that it restores mana equilibrium and is only found in the northern part of the continent. 12 petals, all a dark violet color, and the blue leaves and stem are poisonous. The plant withers the moment it leaves the place it's rooted. Out of curiosity, after reading it, Ian questions Rathio if his father studied alchemy too, so he gets to know it was a family business, meaning this guidebook is a family heirloom. Ian reminds him that if he knows that this flower can neutralize mana, then he must also be aware of what this does to mages who possess a mana heart and a mana brain. It can be used as a deadly poison. Rathio flinches. Hearing this, he understands where Ian is getting at, but he assures Ian that alchemists from his family would never make an elixir to harm a person. He can swear that on the name of Haman. As those words settle in his mind, Ian glances at Douglas and thanks Rathio for answering and apologizes at the same time while picking up the crystalline flower. He begins to remove the ice magic, allowing the flower to return to its original form, but he couldn't save it either. The best he could do was keep it from wilting by freezing it. Seeing this, Rathio suspects him of tricking them, but Ian simply clarifies that he is trying to show that he can help him find the Landior flower at any time. In that case, he needs to make a deal. Ian will regularly inject mana into his body so that he won't lose his life from mana poisoning. He also offers to help him with his research on Landior so that Rathio can use it for medicine. In return, he would like Rathio to come to the capital with Ian. Ian is clever enough to offer him this, as he will be able to find the records of the poison Ragnar and Douglas used in his past life. Hearing the favor, Rathio doesn't understand his purpose of going back to the capital, so to elaborate further, he explains he would like Rathio to manufacture mana elixirs that can replenish a mage's mana and create medicine for his frail mother. Before interrupting, Rathio apologizes but suggests Ian assist with a more well-known alchemist. After all, he is the mage of the Empire. However, Ian confesses what he is looking for is someone to stay with him and manufacture custom-made elixirs. He reminds Rathio that his son ran into the dangerous forest without a moment's hesitation to find the herb to heal his disease, so for the sake of his safety and well-being, Ian hopes that Rathio will make the right choice. Rathio is now aware that this child is no ordinary mage and asks for some time. Ian gives him some time and looks at Rathio talking to his son, promising to himself, in this life, Douglas will not lose his father. He also won't have to become a slave, and most importantly, Ian will never let him fall into Ragnar's hands. Waiting outside Rathio's house, Captain Arnold approaches Ian, informing him about finishing the preparations for their journey back to the castle. Upon receiving this information, Ian glances at Rathio's house, sighing sadly, assuming Rathio hasn't made up his mind still, and decides to head on back. Unexpectedly, the door of Rathio's house creaks open. Rathio and his son step out of the house carrying their luggage. Meanwhile, Douglas is startled to see a mage waiting for them outside their house. Immediately, Ian approaches them to confirm if he has come to a decision. Rathio scratches his head, admitting it is not like he has a choice in the first place, as he has a disease to beat, so he hopes Ian will keep his end of the bargain. Ian assures him, but they both are interrupted when Douglas confirms from Ian if he can really make his dad's disease go away. Ian's promise fills Douglas with excitement, and he eagerly seeks permission to address him as captain. It confuses Ian, but he allows it, though a picture of older Douglas comes in his mind, which makes him a little uneasy, wondering if this is what Douglas was like as a child. Suddenly, a horse galloped towards where they were standing. A knight quickly informed Ian about the need for his immediate presence at Lord Mogrian's castle. Not being aware of the problem, Ian demands to know the reason. The knight explains with urgency, the Crown Prince has crossed the Gamus River. This is confusing. They received the message just this morning, so why didn't they inform them earlier? Ian then requests the knight to lend the horse to him. Using his taming skill, he instructs the horse to go to Mogrian Castle with him. The horse immediately obeys and kneels down. Sitting on the horse, Ian guides Arnold to escort Rathio to the castle, though both Rathio and Arnold look at the horse's behavior in astonishment. Back to 2 days earlier when the escort of Prince Hayden had just crossed the Gamus River. Inside the carriage, Prince Hayden glances out the window. His mind wanders with thoughts. He recalls the conversation he had with his father, Terry, before this journey. Terry called Hayden in his office. He wanted to tell Hayden something before he went. He heard that Master Herbert has been seeing the Fifth Prince quite often these days. Many nobles have a tendency to follow the Ivory Tower's lead. Thus, the person whose side the Tower Master takes will gain the support of those nobles, and now, Herbert has made it clear that he is supporting the Fifth Prince. Moreover, Ragnar the Fifth Prince is a very clever child. Terry is sure Ragnar will use the Tower Master to make many people his allies. That is why Hayden must do everything he can to make Ian Page swear his loyalty to him. Terry insists his son make Ian his ally and build a foundation for himself before the Ivory Tower intervenes. Hayden felt pressurized. He was troubled by the task ahead. Mage or not, he is still only a child. He wondered, what good will Ian be? There are dozens of mages in the Ivory Tower, and yet none of them are at Hayden's side. Years later, Ian calls out to their daughter, Johanna, asking her to come to them. Johanna smiles brightly, running to them and calling Ian, Papa. Rage fills his eyes, thinking, how dare they support the Fifth Prince instead of him? He is the Crown Prince. He vowed to himself silently, on the day he becomes emperor, he will get rid of all those treacherous fools. As Hayden was lost in his thoughts, captain of the Second Imperial Order of Knights, Oliver Raywood called out to him from outside, acknowledging it was a bit late, but suggesting they let Lord Mogrian know where they were. Hayden seems uninterested, reminding him that they have already discussed this. Oliver politely advises that they will need time to prepare for Hayden's arrival, and begs him to be more understanding. Out of curiosity, he questions Oliver if his family is one of Mogrian's vassals, and how much time remains until they reach Mogrian. Oliver confirms that his family serves as a vassal and informs him that they have 2 days left. That being said, Hayden thinks and is sure that 2 days will suffice and allows him to let them know he is coming. He smirks, looking down on them, and wants to see how those who call themselves the Guardians of the North and the Empire's Shield prepare themselves to greet a member of the Imperial family in that short period of time. Although Oliver doesn't really like this attitude of Hayden, obviously he couldn't really do much about it and obeys his command. As soon as news of His Highness's arrival reached the Mogrian castle, Marcus was thrown into a frenzy of activity. He was both worried and drained, having not received a single word, which led him to believe the prince would arrive later than expected. Spotting Hogar, he urgently inquired whether the other families had arrived yet. Hogar quickly reported that all the families were present, except for House McFarden and House Raywood. He then asked about Ian's whereabouts. Hogar hesitated and then lowered his head, shaking it in denial. Marcus let out a weary sigh, fully aware that the situation was spiraling into chaos. A few moments later, a knight made an announcement about the arrival of the Crown Prince. As Prince Hayden was about to enter the castle, a nobleman asked Marcus about Ian's whereabouts. Just then, the sound of horse hooves grew louder in the distance. Ian appeared, panting and exhausted, nearly collapsed over the horse's saddle. He immediately apologized for being late. Marcus rushed to lift Ian down from the horse, assuring him it was fine and that he had arrived just in time. The nobles stood in shock, staring at the young mage who could barely maintain his balance. Marcus draped an arm around Ian's shoulder and explained that it was customary for those who had received an imperial order to take the place of honor and stand at the front. As he finished speaking, Ian and Marcus faced Hayden. It had been a long time since Ian had seen Prince Hayden, and the 3 magesses who accompanied him stood close. One of them, Cecilia, smiled at Ian, and he smiled back, though he knew well enough she was a spy from the Coldwood Empire. Later that evening, a grand banquet was held at the castle in honor of Prince Hayden's arrival. Oliver advised Hayden to avoid drinking too much, but Hayden coldly retorted that the wine was the only thing that actually tasted good here. He hated the banquet just as much as he disliked Ian. He urged Marcus to return soon and get some rest. Meanwhile, Cecilia, holding a glass of wine, wasn't focused on drinking. She couldn't understand why the Coldwood Empire would be interested in someone like Ian. Recently, she had received 2 orders from the Empire. First, to determine whether the rumors about Ian Page were true, and second, if they were, she was to take both Ian and his mother alive and return to Coldwood immediately. So, Cecilia set off in search of Ian and eventually found him alone outside the training ground at Marcus's castle. To test his abilities, she silently approached him and cast countless sharp magic missiles at him. The spells struck the ground, but Ian remained unharmed. Cecilia stood frozen in place, stunned. Ian turned to face her, demanding to know who she was. Cecilia raised an eyebrow, asking if he couldn't tell, and introduced herself as a senior mage from the Ivory Tower. She added that her attack was just a greeting and mocked him for having such a temper. Before she could say more, Ian's expression darkened, and he addressed her by her full name, Cecilia Coldwalker. Cecilia flinched, taken aback by the mention of her full name, unable to comprehend how he knew it. Ian smirked, revealing that he knew exactly who she was. In his past life, it was his duty to seek out and eliminate all Coldwalkers hiding in the Empire. He challenged her to name her other comrades. She urged him to stop, but Ian took a step forward, naming several spies. Yol, the stablekeeper on Mullion Avenue. Robin, the Imperial Secretary. Ario, from the Border Defense Squad, 9th Infantry. And Isabel, the head maid of the Imperial Villa. He then challenged her to guess what these people had in common, though he already knew the answer. Cecilia narrowed her eyes, conjuring a fireball in her hand and hurling it at Ian. The fireball exploded on impact, but to Cecilia's surprise, the flames were extinguished by some unknown force. Ian's suspicions were confirmed. Cecilia was indeed a Coldwalker. Before she could react, Ian calmly explained that he had come here because he had predicted she would seek him out. No sooner had the words left his mouth than dozens of ice shards shot towards Cecilia. Her eyes widened in horror as they came closer. Ian Page moved his hand, casting an ice spear spell, causing Cecilia to tense up. Quickly, she summoned a mana barrier in front of her for protection. She could feel the pressure building, sweat starting to form on her brow as she gritted her teeth. Ian curled his fingers, conjuring a pyroblast ball, then hurled it directly at her. Cecilia realized she couldn't move with her mana barrier up, and the overwhelming force of the blast meant she was likely going to die. The barrier began to crack under the intensity of the pyroblast, icy fragments from the attack slicing across her skin. Panic set in as she tried to run, only to be knocked off balance by the massive explosion. As she lay on the ground, she reassured herself that she was still alive. She thought to herself that since Ian had used up his mana with the pyroblast, he must be exhausted. She also realized that help would be coming soon, but there was no concrete evidence linking her to being a spy. The others wouldn't suspect her, especially not because of a child like Ian. As long as she healed herself first, she could deal with him later, and the magicians of the tower would trust her too. Ian approached with a smirk, revealing his plan. He intended to make a name for himself by selling her. Cecilia smirked back, asking if he really thought that would work. Ian's grin widened, confirming her suspicion. He then added that he had proof that neither she nor the Cold Walkers were aware of. Annoyed, Cecilia demanded to know what he was talking about. Just then, Captain Oliver Raywood arrived, flanked by others, and asked what had happened. Two men rushed toward Cecilia, one of them kneeling to check on her wounds. Ian casually replied that he'd been the one who did it. Captain Oliver Raywood, now looking to understand the situation, asked Ian to explain himself. Ian claimed that he had seen Cecilia talking to someone wearing a mask, and then, out of nowhere, she had tried to kill him. Cecilia, her voice filled with anger, yelled at Ian, demanding to know what he was saying. Ian, unfazed, informed them that it was because of that encounter that he had attacked her in self-defense. Captain Oliver Raywood, not easily convinced, asked Ian if that was truly the reason for his actions. Ian nodded, reaffirming that it was a matter of survival. Raywood then asked Ian to prove his claim. Ian explained that he had seen Cecilia and the masked figure searching their bodies and marking them. Raywood immediately ordered his guards to search Cecilia. Panic gripped Cecilia as the men who had accompanied her stepped forward to intervene. One of them protested, reminding Captain Raywood that Cecilia was a magician from the Ivory Tower and questioning the necessity of searching her body. Raywood unsheathed his sword, holding it in front of the men as a warning. He declared that Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver was present, and everything that had happened was witnessed in his presence. Whether or not the Tower magicians were involved, they all had a duty to uncover the truth. The protesting man raised his hands in surrender, pleading with Captain Raywood to allow them to heal Cecilia first before proceeding with the investigation. Raywood, without hesitation, turned away, stating that the healing could come after the examination. His female guards then took charge, examining Cecilia's body. Once the examination was complete, Captain Raywood asked his female guards if they had found anything suspicious on Cecilia. The guards reported that there was nothing out of the ordinary. The two men accompanying Cecilia, still agitated, yelled at Captain Raywood, demanding to know how he could suspect her. They insisted she needed to be healed immediately. Raywood, however, turned his attention to Ian and asked if he had been lying. Ian shook his head, denying the accusation. Then, with a smirk, he approached Cecilia, apologizing, and placed his glowing fingers on the back of her neck. The group watched in shock as a mana seal mark appeared on Cecilia's nape. Furious, Cecilia glared at Ian, demanding to know what he had done. Ian smirked again, revealing that he had been curious about what she was doing with the masked figure. Now it seemed like they had been checking for this very mark. Ian's mind briefly wandered back to the past, recalling how Cold Walkers were sent to training schools with such marks, which they weren't aware of. Only their managers knew about them. Ian himself had only learned the truth after a year of interrogating a manager. Back in the present, Captain Raywood, turning to the group, asked if anyone knew what the mark meant. One man replied that it was his first time seeing it. Captain Raywood asked Ian the same question, and Ian answered, admitting it was the first time he had seen such a mark as well. Captain Raywood, though, didn't let the uncertainty of its meaning deter him. He recognized that the mark itself was still a form of evidence. He ordered Cecilia to be healed first and promised that they would interrogate her afterward. He instructed his men to prepare a mana prison, and they acknowledged his order. Turning to Ian, Captain Raywood added that if everything turned out to be true, the Emperor would reward him. Sitting on the sofa, Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver asked Captain Oliver Raywood to confirm whether a child like Ian had really defeated a third-class magician from the Ivory Tower. Oliver Raywood confirmed the question. Hayden laughed, surprised by the news, saying that he never expected a child to possess such skill. He then asked Oliver what he thought about Ian. Captain Oliver Raywood replied that according to the magicians who had been dispatched, it seemed true. Ian's behavior and speech were far beyond that of a typical child. Hayden Greenriver, intrigued, told Oliver that he believed he should meet Ian and speak with him personally before forming any conclusions. He then ordered Oliver to bring Ian to him. After some time, Ian stood before Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver. He bowed his head respectfully and asked why he had been called. Hayden rose from the sofa, looking down at Ian. He explained that, from what he had heard, one of the magicians sent by the Ivory Tower was actually a spy from Coldwood, and that she was quite a skilled magician. Hayden praised Ian, telling him that he believed his achievement in capturing Cecilia was significant. Ian, flattered, replied humbly. Hayden continued, saying he would like to reward Ian for his efforts, and asked what Ian wanted. Ian realized that Hayden was trying to gauge his true desires with this question. He hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should share his wishes. Ultimately, he decided to be open. Ian looked up at Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver and said that, if it was possible, he would like to visit the site of the old Ivory Tower on the path to the Imperial Castle. Hayden raised an eyebrow, asking why Ian would want to go there, since there wasn't much to see. Ian replied that he had only heard stories about the place and had always wanted to see it for himself. Hayden assumed Ian simply wanted to visit a historical site, dismissing it as a childish desire. He thought to himself that Ian was still just a kid. After a moment he agreed, telling Ian that he would take him there. Ian smirked internally, realizing he could get what he wanted far sooner than expected. He recalled the old ivory tower site and the item hidden deep beneath it from his past life. It was the dragon language book, which had been crucial to time magic research. He remembered finding it just a few years before his death, only managing to comprehend a small portion of it. Ian wondered how much more he could understand in this life. Later, on their way to the site of the old ivory tower, Lady Page looked out of the carriage window with excitement before turning to Ian and saying that this was her first time venturing out this far. Ian smiled and agreed. Rathio, seated nearby, told Lady Page that once they reached the capital, he would serve as their guide, revealing that, despite his appearance, he had been living in the capital for a long time, making a living through alchemy. Lady Page smiled and thanked him. Ian looked at Rathio with confusion, not quite understanding his intentions. Just then, Vice Captain Paul, the second Imperial Knight, knocked on the carriage window to inform Ian that they had arrived. He told them that they would be staying for 2 days, per Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver's orders, and that they were free to explore the area during that time. Paul then invited everyone to follow him as he would guide them to their lodging. As they walked through the village, the locals greeted Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver warmly. One man stepped forward, saying it was an honor to have Hayden visit such a humble village, and that it would be remembered for tens of thousands of generations. Hayden chuckled lightly, downplaying the honor, saying it wasn't a big deal. Ian observed Hayden carefully and realized that the prince treated the common citizens with genuine kindness. He remembered that, in his past life, Hayden always wore a dark and hostile expression, especially when Ragnar was by his side. Now Ian saw Hayden smiling, and he understood that Hayden made those cold expressions only toward those outside the nobility. He began to understand why the Emperor favored the first prince. As they walked, Douglas called out to Ian, asking when they would be going to the old ivory tower. Ian asked him why he was so curious. Douglas explained that he wanted to visit as well. Ian, after a brief pause, decided that he would visit the underground areas at dawn. He told Douglas that they would go together tomorrow, when they had the time. Douglas, visibly excited, thanked Ian profusely. Seeing the two of them talking, Rathio noticed how much Douglas seemed to have taken a liking to Ian. He turned to Lady Page and asked if Ian had always been this mature, as he found it hard to believe that Ian was only 12. Lady Page responded that Ian had matured far earlier than most children, because he was naturally caring and kind, much like his father. She added that although Ian never said it, she knew he was trying to fill the void left by his father's absence, and she felt sorry for him. Rathio nodded, understanding that Ian was a lot like his father. He then asked Lady Page if her husband had been a magician as well. She shook her head and explained that Fran, her husband, was not a magician, but an ordinary man. She continued, telling Rathio that Fran had gone missing before Ian was born after leaving for work one day. His belongings were returned home 5 years later, but Fran himself never returned. Lady Page began to say something about Ian, but then stopped abruptly, brushing it off as nothing. Ian walked across the yellow grass, his mind drifting back to his past life, a journey carried by the wind and the road of stars. It had felt like an endless path after the Unification War, far removed from the Ivory Tower and the Emperor. At first, he had wondered if his entry into the Ivory Tower back then had been nothing more than a coincidence. But soon he realized it was not mere chance. Something had guided him toward that fate. As he glanced at the familiar castle before him, the same one he had seen in his past life, he noticed that it still looked the same, unchanged by the years. He recalled the great war that had occurred 300 years ago between the magicians of the Ivory Tower and the Dragonians, descendants of dragons. The Gargoyle army, along with the dark magic of the Dragonians, had been powerful enough to obliterate the empire. Yet it was the Imperial Prince, Mitchell Greenriver, a high-class magician, who had led the other magicians to victory, defeating the Dragonians and wiping out the Gargoyles, thereby preserving the Empire's peace. After the war, Mitchell Greenriver, who had guided them to victory, refused the position of Emperor and instead became the tower owner, building a new tower in the capital, Green River Diem. Ian now understood how this place had become a ruin, abandoned by the people over time. Approaching a certain spot, Ian wondered if this was the place. He placed his fingers on the stone, and as his fingertips made contact, they began to glow. Suddenly, a staircase appeared before him. Slowly, he descended, summoning a light spell into his palm. The light illuminated the head of a gargoyle statue. Ian's gaze fixed on the statue as he remembered the surprise he had felt when he had first seen it. Then, without warning, the gargoyle broke free from its stone form with a deafening roar, groaning as it locked its eyes on Ian. Ian gritted his teeth, stunned that a gargoyle, thought to have been extinct for 300 years, was hiding here. The gargoyle roared again and leapt at him. Instinctively, Ian formed an ice ball and hurled it at the creature. The ice struck the gargoyle with force, sending it crashing into the wall. Ian realized that in his past life, he could have easily killed the gargoyle, but now, in his current state, he had to exert more effort. The gargoyle groaned as it leapt toward Ian once again. Without hesitation, Ian cast an ice spear spell, sending sharp ice fragments flying toward the gargoyle's body. He then raised his fingers, summoning a powerful lightning spell. The explosion of electricity finally finished off the gargoyle. Ian stood over the lifeless body, muttering to himself that he has taken care of the gargoyle, so now he awaits for the passage to appear. As if on cue, the ground in front of him shifted, revealing a hidden path. Ian looked down and smiled, recognizing it as the same passage from his past life. He picked up his fallen cloak, wrapped it around his shoulders, and carefully stepped forward. Soon, he came upon a table where a dragon language book rested. Smiling, he remarked to himself that he had found it much sooner than he had expected. Approaching the book, he wondered whether it had been hidden here by a dragon, or if it was the work of the first magician. He reached for it, remembering how mysterious the dragon language had been. Even in his past life, he had been unable to fully comprehend it. If only he could understand it now, he thought. But when he opened the book, he was shocked to find it empty. Confused, he wondered what had happened. But then it dawned on him. It might be because he had already used the book in his past life. Ian closed the book, feeling a pang of disappointment. He longed to reread the dragon's language, to decipher the secrets it held. He tried to speak, but no sound escaped his lips. Realizing this, Ian stared at the book and understood. The dragon's language wasn't merely spoken with the voice. It was a magical language that drew its power from mana. In that moment, Ian realized that without the dragon's language, which had now disappeared, he could no longer use time magic. Without it, he couldn't return to the past. A heavy sigh escaped him as he closed his eyes in disappointment. He had been hoping to have the ability to endlessly turn back time, but now, he understood how dangerous it could have been if he hadn't discovered this limitation. His second life had just become a lot more difficult to navigate. The carriage rolls through the bustling streets of the city, drawing closer to the horizon. Ian is informed that they will soon reach the capital of Green River Diam. He glances out the window, realizing that they are finally entering the capital and that he needs to stay alert. He can't shake the thought that if Cecilia were to flee and meet up with another Coldwalker, the Coldwood Empire would start keeping a closer eye on him. He knows Cecilia will undoubtedly speak about him, causing complications in numerous ways. His thoughts shift when a group of magicians blocks their path. Captain Oliver Raywood dismounts from his horse and demands to know by whose authority they stop Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver. The leading magician responds that it's by the order of Emperor Terry Greenriver. He explains that a command paper has been issued, transferring all authority over Cecilia and related matters to the Ivory Tower. Oliver retorts that the magician must have been in a rush to receive the command even before the spy had arrived. The magician smiles, closes his eyes, and says that urgent matters should be addressed quickly. He then informs Oliver that the Ivory Tower will take full responsibility from here on out. Oliver clenches his jaw and insists the magician hand over the sinner to the tower leader. The magician glares back, saying that Cecilia isn't a sinner yet, as the truth is still unknown. He reminds Oliver that Cecilia is still a magician of the Ivory Tower and warns him to choose his words carefully. Oliver grits his teeth and turns away. Meanwhile, the other guards mutter angrily, complaining about how the magicians are swooping in to take Cecilia, even though it was they who risked everything to capture her. One guard grumbles that it's unfair, and he won't accept it, even if it's an order from the Emperor. Ian understands their frustration. He knows the magicians aren't trying to protect Cecilia, they simply don't want knights questioning one of their own. He realizes they plan to lock her away in the deepest, most secure part of the Ivory Tower's prison, and smooth things over behind closed doors. Even if Cecilia were a spy for Coldwood, there's no way she'll escape from that prison. Lady Page peers out from the carriage, curious about what's going on. Ian reassures her, telling her not to worry. But as his thoughts turn, a messenger interrupts, informing him that Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver wishes to make a brief stop before heading to the Imperial Palace. As the carriage arrives at a mansion, Ian steps out and looks up at the building. A wave of recognition hits him. It's the same mansion he received from Ragnar after reaching the 5th class rank in his past life. Hayden Greenriver asks Ian if he likes it and explains that this mansion was personally granted to him by Emperor Terry Greenriver. Ian bows his head in gratitude, replying that he is immeasurably indebted. Hayden chuckles and tells Ian not to be so formal. Ian recalls that in his past life, he was 26 when he received this mansion, but this time, he's received it 14 years earlier. He responds, complimenting the mansion. Hayden then mentions that for now, his family will stay here, but Ian must accompany him to the Imperial Palace to greet Emperor Terry Greenriver, as they are now in the capital. Ian politely asks Hayden if he might take a moment to look around the mansion with his mother first. Hayden grants him permission with a smile, and Ian thanks him warmly. Ian walks through the mansion with his mother, Lady Page. He asks if she likes it, telling her that this will be their new home. Lady Page, stunned, asks again to confirm if this is truly their house. Ian smiles and reassures her. He remembers that in his past life, his mother had already passed away by the time he received this mansion. Lady Page gazes around in awe, commenting that the place is even more impressive than the Lord's castle. Ian thinks back, realizing that no matter how powerful he had become in his past life, he could never bring his mother back from the dead. He responds that the mansion was intended for royalty. As he looks around, Ian feels a sense of satisfaction. Everything he once wished to do for his mother and with her is now within reach. He turns to Lady Page, asking what she thinks of the mansion, hoping that this time he'll be able to see her happy, something he never got to witness in his past life. Lady Page, in awe, remarks on the grandeur of the place, but then her expression shifts to concern as she asks how they'll manage to clean such a large space. Ian sighs and, with a resolute smile, promises himself that from now on, his mother won't have to lift a finger for housework. Later, at the Imperial Palace of Green River Diem, Ian prepares to greet Emperor Terry Greenriver. He adjusts his sleeve nervously, thinking that in his past life, he never had the chance to meet the Emperor in person. By the time he graduated from the academy, the Emperor was already on his deathbed. Ian recalls that Emperor Terry was celebrated for his wisdom and decisiveness, and hopes he can learn something from him, if possible. As he walks through the palace, Ian glances out the window at the prince's palace and notices the fifth prince, Ragnar, the son of a concubine. He wonders what Ragnar is up to at this moment. Ian knows that while Ragnar resembles the Emperor more than any of the other princes, he inherited his father's cold-heartedness rather than his benevolence. Ian clenches his fist, thinking of Ragnar as both his old friend and his worst enemy. He wonders what approach he should take when he meets Ragnar in this life. As Ian reaches the golden doors, an attendant informs him that Emperor Terry Greenriver is waiting inside. Ian steps into the room and kneels before Emperor Terry Greenriver, touching the ground with deep respect. The Emperor commands him to raise his head, referring to him as the hero of the North. With a warm tone, Terry Greenriver praises Ian for his remarkable achievements in such a short time. Ian bows in gratitude, offering his thanks. The Emperor gestures for him to stand, telling him not to be so formal, remarking that Ian probably wasn't taught proper manners. Ian rises, recalling that the Emperor's words mirror something Ragnar once said to him in the past, that he shouldn't try so hard because he hadn't learned manners. Terry Greenriver observes that Ian has come a long way, and asks if he likes the mansion he has been given, referring to it as one of his royal homes. Ian glances at Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver, who waves at him with a smile. Ian quietly wonders why Hayden is present with the Emperor. He smiles at the Emperor, his eyes closed, and responds, saying that the mansion is so grand he could never have imagined it. The Emperor, not satisfied with just that, asks him again whether he likes it or not. Ian replies, affirming that he does, adding that his mother is also happy with it. The Emperor, leaning back with crossed arms, asks if Ian knows why he sent Hayden to bring him to the palace, and gave him a mansion as soon as he arrived. Ian contemplates whether to be direct in his answer. After all, Ragnar, who resembled the Emperor in many ways, preferred to speak plainly. Ian considers speaking honestly, but ultimately decides against it, reminding himself that he is still just 12 years old and should act like a child. Ian responds politely, telling the Emperor that it's because he is a bit more talented than others, and that, according to rumors, his magic is superior to most. The Emperor raises an eyebrow, asking if Ian truly believes he's the only one who thinks he's more talented. Hearing this, Hayden Greenriver looks at the Emperor and refrains from questioning a child like that. Terry Greenriver turns his gaze to Hayden, noting that this is the first time he's seen his son protect someone. Understanding that supporting Hayden is wise, the Emperor shifts his focus back to Ian and confirms that he did indeed summon him here because of his talent. The Emperor goes on to mention that even knights and magicians have been praising Ian's abilities. He also acknowledges Ian's role in uncovering the spy and states that since a citizen of the Empire has made such an accomplishment, it is only right they are rewarded. He then asks Ian if there's anything he wants. Ian realizes this is a prime opportunity to secure the Emperor's support, something he's been contemplating for some time. However, he reminds himself to ask for something suitable for a child, not an adult. He looks up at the Emperor and shyly says that he would like to explore the palace. The Emperor, intrigued, asks him what he means by explore. Ian explains that he wants to roam freely through the palace, showing his mother all the beautiful things within. Hayden, noticing Ian's curiosity, steps in and informs the Emperor that Ian's real wish is to see the old ivory tower. He explains that Ian, like any child, is full of curiosity, so it would be best to allow him to explore. Ian smiles at Hayden's words, and the Emperor, amused, agrees to grant Ian's request. He orders an attendant to present Ian with a seal. The attendant hands Ian the seal, and the Emperor explains that as long as Ian is in the palace, he can use it to access almost any area. If Ian needs help, he can show the seal to anyone for guidance. The Emperor then asks if there's anything else Ian desires. Ian holds the seal carefully, thanking the Emperor, and humbly replies that he doesn't know what more he could wish for. The Emperor smiles, clearly pleased, and announces that he will personally reward Ian. He gestures to his servants, who bring a large box of gold coins along with several maids. The Emperor explains that the gold is a token of his reward, and the maids will be sent to Ian's mansion to ensure his comfort. Ian looks at the maids and realizes that his mother no longer has to worry about cleaning, a burden he's happy to see lifted from her shoulders. He thanks the Emperor once more and exits the throne room. As Ian steps outside, he ponders whether the Emperor is truly different from others. Instead of warmth, Ian senses a deep suspicion directed toward him, a feeling that reminds him of Ragnar. Looking down at the seal in his hand, Ian understands that the Emperor likely acts this way with everyone, much like Ragnar. He recalls Ragnar's favorite saying, that suspicion is fundamental for ruling and governing. Determined to focus on what truly matters, Ian decides not to dwell on this feeling. There isn't much time after all. He approaches a nearby guard and asks where the garden is located. The guard eyes him suspiciously, but Ian presents the seal, explaining that the Emperor had told him to show it to anyone. Upon seeing the seal, the guard nods and tells him to follow, offering to guide him. Ian decides that he will pretend to explore the famous locations of the palace before heading to his true destination. After a while, he reaches the Empire's sanctuary. As he looks around, Ian recalls moments from his past life with Ragnar. Ragnar had once confessed that he loved this place, but was never allowed to enter because it was reserved for the Emperor and Empress. Ragnar, only a prince at the time, had been forbidden from entering, but he vowed that one day he would. Shaking off the memories, Ian enters the sanctuary carefully. There, he finds a guard dozing off in a chair. Taking a moment to ensure he isn't disturbed, Ian casts a sleeping spell on the guard, just in case. Using a light spell, he scans the room, his gaze fixed on the first Emperor's coffin. As he approaches the coffin, Ian's eyes widen. He has found it. Ian is collecting stoneheart mushrooms when he senses someone nearby. He quickly hides behind a wall, thinking there are only 3 descendants around, and that it can't possibly be Ragnar. He peeks around the corner and sees a girl talking to a man. She mentions that not many people visit this place, so sound doesn't escape from the room. As the princess, she is responsible for managing the sanctuary. Ian realizes that the girl is the first prince's blood-related younger sister, Harry Greenriver. Kevin asks Harry why she doesn't inform the Ivory Tower about it. Harry growls at him, clearly frustrated, and reminds him that he already knows how dangerous the Ivory Tower can be. She presses her palms together with a smile, assuring him that the ancestors will understand her decision, since it's for the sake of the Emperor and her older brother. Kevin smiles, closing his eyes, and says he will support her until the end. He then asks if she's memorized the basic spells he taught her last time. Harry replies that she has. Kevin asks her to demonstrate the light spell first. She suggests showing him the mana flow instead, and a small ball of light appears. Ian raises an eyebrow, surprised to see Princess Harry using magic. Harry complains, asking Kevin why her light ball is so small. Kevin smiles and reassures her, saying it's just because she's only recently started practicing magic. Watching them, Ian recalls Harry Greenriver from his past life. He remembers how she lived her entire life like a caged bird. When Ragnar rose to power and the eldest prince was executed, she followed her brother and quietly ended her own life. Ian looks at Harry, wondering why she's hiding the fact that she's also a magician. He knows that in the Green River Empire, hiding one's magical potential is considered a sin. The same rule applies to private magic education outside of the Ivory Tower or the Academy. Ian is certain that the magician is aware of this fact. Princess Harry Greenriver requests that Kevin teach her attack magic next time, something like Volcano. Kevin apologizes, saying he can't even use that spell himself. Harry chuckles, teasing him, and says she was just kidding. Suddenly, Harry turns around, confused, claiming she heard a noise. Kevin tells her to wrap it up for today, noting that it would be bad if someone saw them. She smiles, reassuring him that only royalty can enter this place. Ian leaves the sanctuary and looks up at it from outside, realizing he's uncovered many surprising things today. He concludes that the reason Harry Greenriver is risking the sin of hiding her magic from the Ivory Tower is likely because she's wary of the tower, which supports Ragnar. Ian decides it's time to leave, as he's already spent quite a bit of time there. He walks towards the exit, and a guard asks if he's explored enough. Ian replies that he's satisfied, thinking to himself that he's explored more than enough. Ian reaches his mansion and walks inside. He looks at Rathio and asks where his mother and the others are. Rathio informs Ian that Lady Page is chatting with servants sent from the Imperial Palace, while Douglas is taking a look around the mansion. Ian remarks that it's great and asks Mr. Rathio if they could have a chat for a moment. Rathio looks at him in confusion, but agrees to speak with him. Ian tells Mr. Rathio that he needs him to create a secret potion for him. Mr. Rathio asks what kind of potion Ian has in mind. Ian shows him the Stoneheart mushrooms, explaining that they're poisonous, paralyze the body, and stop the heart. Mr. Rathio asks Ian if he wants him to make a secret potion with such a dangerous mushroom. He acknowledges that a poison potion might be possible, but a secret potion would be difficult. Ian asks if Mr. Rathio has heard of interrogation magic. Mr. Rathio replies that he has. Ian explains that he needs a secret potion to protect himself from that magic and asks if it's possible. Mr. Rathio says that he'd need to experiment first unless it's urgent. Ian replies that it's urgent. As they're about to discuss it further, there's a knock on the door, and a maid enters with a letter. She informs Ian that the ivory tower has sent him a message. Ian picks up the letter from the ivory tower and begins reading it. He realizes that they're calling him in because, like royalty, they cannot wait to meet him. Although it would be proper for them to wait until the official enrollment day at the academy, it would be difficult to teach such a talented magician alongside beginners. The letter states they want him to come in 1 week. Ian turns to Mr. Rathio and asks if it will be difficult. Mr. Rathio reassures him that it won't be a problem in 1 week, though he'll have to sacrifice his sleep. Ian apologizes for the inconvenience, saying he will entrust the task to him. A week had passed, and Ian sat inside the moving horse-drawn carriage, holding the bottle of medicine that Rathio had made using stoneheart mushrooms. He believed drinking it would stabilize his heartbeat for 2 hours. As he gazed out of the window, he realized he was back in the place where he had let go of everything and left. He spoke to himself, almost in disbelief, that he was back. Upon arriving at the ivory tower, someone informed Ian that they had reached their destination. A girl with glasses approached him, welcomed him, and offered to guide him to the owner. She led him to the first floor, explaining that it was the entrance hall. As Ian looked around, he realized the place looked exactly as it had before. The girl with glasses pointed out a golden plate and asked if he saw it. Ian confirmed he did, and she explained that the golden plate was called the Mana Elevator, a device that allowed people to travel between different floors of the tower. She added that the golden plates were reserved for high-tier magicians, enabling them to reach the highest floors directly. She instructed Ian to step onto the plate, mentioning that high-tier magicians were waiting for him on the highest floor in the owner's room. After bidding him farewell, the Mana Elevator began lifting Ian upwards. Once the elevator reached the highest floor, Ian stood before a door. As it opened, he entered the room and saw the owner. The owner greeted him, expressing gratitude for accepting the invitation to the tower. Ian glanced around at the other high-tier magicians, feeling confused. The owner noticed his unease and reassured him, inviting him to take a seat. The owner acknowledged that Ian might be surprised but assured him there was no need to be scared. This was a standard requirement for all magicians joining the tower. Ian took a seat, sensing an underlying tension in the room, as though they were waiting to see how he would respond. Luminous text appeared above the owner's hand. The owner began explaining that while they knew much about Ian's talents, he was impressive even without considering them. He mentioned that they had some suspicions about Ian and needed to clear them up. Ian listened attentively, asking if they were planning to torture him. The owner laughed and clarified that barbaric methods were not used in the tower. They only wanted to ask him a few questions, and he was expected to answer them. The owner started reading from the glowing text, detailing Ian's background, his birth year, zodiac sign, his father, Fran Page, a wandering explorer, and his mother, Vanessa Page, who had once been a servant in the castle. He then asked Ian if any of this information was incorrect. Ian confirmed that it was all true. A bald man then inquired about Ian's relationship with the alchemist Ratheo. Ian explained that his mother had been very weak, and he had sought an alchemist to provide medicine. The Lord had recommended Ratheo to him. A woman with short hair then asked why Ian had truly come to the ivory tower. Ian explained that he had read about it in books and always wanted to see it for himself. Another man asked if Ian remembered Cecilia. Ian confirmed he did. The man then demanded that Ian swear he had seen Cecilia communicating with someone wearing a mask, and that when Cecilia had been caught, she had tried to kill him. Ian swore it was true, adding that he truly thought he was going to die. A gray-haired woman then asked Ian to swear that no one had taught him magic. Ian swore that no one had ever taught him magic. However, the woman pressed further, asking how Ian knew so many spells, like Fireball, Spirit Summoning, and Frost Nova. She demanded a plausible explanation, not just a random excuse. Ian replied that he had simply imagined the magic, starting with fire in his palm, and one day, it had become a reality. To prove it, he conjured a fireball in his palm. A man in the room shouted in disbelief, questioning how such a thing was possible. The room buzzed with murmurs and speculation about Ian's claim. The owner of the ivory tower, observing that even the tower's most powerful interrogation magic had failed to disprove Ian's story, began to consider other possibilities. He wondered if Ian could be the reincarnation of the legendary first magician. Another possibility was that Ian had such a high-class magic ability that interrogation magic simply couldn't affect him. The owner studied Ian with growing intrigue, realizing that it didn't make sense for such a young child to possess so much mana. He was left wondering what Ian's true intentions were. Just then, a girl named Helene stepped forward, her eyes filled with fury. She approached Ian with an air of hostility, growling at the others to stop wasting time with pointless questions. She demanded that they ask the real question, glaring at Ian as she did so. The others tried to intervene, urging Helene to calm down. They reminded her that the owner and the others were here to ask Ian questions, but Helene ignored them all. Her attention was solely focused on Ian, and with an intense glare, she demanded to know what he truly was. Helene demanded that Ian tell them what he truly was, questioning why he was spouting nothing but nonsense. Ian, silently staring at her, recalled that before arriving, she had been the youngest fourth-class magician, known for her aggressive nature, earning the nickname Lady of Fire. He asked her if she didn't already know. Helene, now even more furious, demanded to know what he was talking about. Ian pointed at the luminous text and calmly explained that it clearly stated he was born in 488 and his zodiac sign was a red goat. He asked if she hadn't read it. Helene, her fists clenched in rage, yelled at Ian, furious that he dared to speak to her in such a way. The owner, observing the escalating tension, ordered them to stop. He declared it was enough and turned his attention to Ian, stating that he had one last question to ask. The owner mentioned hearing about an accident when Ian underwent his mana reaction test. He referred to the soldier Jonathan, who had disrespected Ian and his mother, and was found dead the next day, with small traces of mana found on him. The owner asked if Ian had any connection to Jonathan's death. Ian immediately realized that the tower owner was not in his position without reason. The owner's approach was methodical, always considering a third possibility instead of relying solely on magic. Ian understood that a normal person would have panicked and become frightened when faced with such an accusation, but if his heart rate remained steady, it would only raise more suspicion. He wondered if he should end the effect of the medicine now, or simply tell them what they wanted to hear, since the owner had stated this was the last question. Ian looked at the owner and replied that he knew nothing about Jonathan's death. Everyone in the room eyed him with suspicion. The owner asked again, pressing if Ian truly had no connection to it. Ian confirmed his innocence. The tower owner closed his eyes, seemingly satisfied, and said that he had known all along that Ian could not have been responsible for Jonathan's death. He thanked Ian for his honest answer to such a difficult question. Then, the owner revealed that the entire story about the traces of mana on Jonathan's body had been fabricated. In reality, Jonathan had simply tripped on a bridge and died. Ian, angered, glared at him. The owner, unfazed, commented that he would love to wrap things up and get something to eat but still had business to attend to. He asked Ian to be understanding, explaining that since Ian's talents had never been seen before, even in the tower, they needed to consider his current limits and potential for growth. The tower owner then showed Ian a device, explaining that it was a mana battery, an essential component that powered most of the tower. The battery, he explained, currently held very little mana, which is why it appeared blank. As more mana was added, its color would change to blue. The owner then asked Ian to add mana into it. Ian, confused, asked if he was supposed to add all of his mana. The owner confirmed, stating that since they were trying to gauge Ian's limits, he was expected to give his full amount. Ian stood up from his seat and walked toward the mana battery, contemplating its capacity. He considered that it could hold mana equivalent to that of a third-class master, but he decided that adding an amount similar to that of a second-class master would be the best approach. As Ian placed his head against the mana battery, he reminded himself that if he showed the expected amount of mana, he could avoid suspicion and be placed in a decent class. But then, a thought crossed his mind. He questioned why he was doing this at all. He reminded himself that he was just an 8th-class magician, not a philosopher or someone who would go down in history. Yet he knew that magic was the only thing he understood, the only thing he could rely on. Ian continued adding mana into the battery, more forcefully than before, reminding himself that he had always lived strategically, calculating every move. He could give up power, authority, and glory, but magic was all that mattered. He poured everything he had into the mana battery, pushing his power beyond anything expected. Suddenly, the mana battery shattered, unable to contain the overwhelming mana Ian had channeled. Everyone, including the tower owner, stared in shock at the broken device. Ian, panting heavily, stood there, his energy having far exceeded that of a third-class master. Helene, in disbelief, picked up a broken piece of the mana battery, knowing it was only designed to hold up to a third-class master's mana. She looked at Ian, her mind racing, unable to comprehend how a child like him could surpass even a third-class master. As the realization settled in, Ian, still breathing heavily, walked away slowly from the scene. The sun gently touched the tower's balcony. One of the magicians slammed his fist on the table in frustration, declaring that all the rumors about Ian Page were true. Not only was he a fourth-class magician, but that meant he was on par with all of them, except for the owner. He added that Ian's reaction when asked about Jonathan's death was the unmistakable behavior of someone lying. The magician, voice rising, demanded to know what everyone thought that meant. He argued that before Ian became an even greater threat, they needed to act fast and put a leash on him. He proposed that they cancel Ian's graduation from the academy and his 5 years of service, urging them to tame him immediately. The tower owner crossed his arms, acknowledging that it would be a tough task, but agreeing that Ian's time at the academy would only be a waste. He was too dangerous for the other students. The owner raised the question of how the newcomers and young magicians would feel about having a fourth-class magician as their classmate. He believed that Ian had either killed Jonathan or played a role in preventing his death. While he didn't see that as a major issue, he noted that the real concern was that, despite the success of the interrogation magic, they could never be sure whether Ian's lies would fool them. The owner emphasized that their top priority was the tower's reputation. The stronger the magicians they held, the higher the tower's standing would rise. He suggested that, rather than eliminating Ian, they should accept him as the 12th high-class magician and officially announce the arrival of a 4th-class magician. However, given Ian's talent and age, it would be best for him to receive specialized education from a high-class magician. Everyone nodded in agreement with the tower owner. Smiling, feeling satisfied with their consensus, he asked who would take charge of Ian Page's education. One of the magicians raised their hand, offering to take on the responsibility. Outside the ivory tower, Ian looked up at it, surprised that he had been recognized as a high-class magician so quickly. A girl with glasses caught his attention. Ian looked up at her and remarked that they had met again. She informed him that she had heard the news about Ian being a 4th-class magician. Ian smiled and confirmed, stating that it was true. The girl praised him, impressed that a high-class magician of his caliber was only 12 years old, and mentioned that all the rumors she had heard about him seemed to be true. Ian gave an awkward smile and asked what kind of rumors were circulating about him. She replied that he had probably heard them, and then informed him that she had been appointed as his supporting magician for the year. Ian smiled and said that he was in her care, then added that she should feel free to speak more casually with him, since she was his senior. The girl, maintaining a formal demeanor, agreed that as his senior, she would take responsibility and guide him through the ivory tower. Ian thanked her, and she began to lead him inside. The girl showed Ian the ivory tower's magic academy and explained that he was supposed to be enrolled today, but instead, he would be receiving special training from the high-class magicians. Ian quickly realized that they were just trying to turn him into a loyal dog under the guise of special training. He sighed, already having expected this from Herbert. As they walked, Ian glanced at his old academy friends. He remembered standing there with them, but they had all been assassinated by a Coldwood spy during the First Unification War. He never thought he would see them again. Ian smiled softly at the memory, thinking that while it might be hard to become best friends with them again, he should go and say hello to them soon. The girl led Ian to a door and explained that it was his personal laboratory. She mentioned that she had heard he would be using it, so she had cleaned it with magic. As Ian stepped inside, he realized that it was the same room from his past life. The girl looked at him with a smile and explained that when the tower was first built 300 years ago, there were 24 high-class magicians, but now there were less than half of that. So many rooms were left unused. She told him that the tower owner wanted him to use this room for his personal needs. She then asked him to wait, as she would go and fetch the magician in charge of him. As she left and closed the door, Ian touched the furniture and reflected that it had been a long time since he had entered this room. He realized that he had obtained this room 7 years earlier than in his past life. With his new status as a high-class magician, Ian understood that he needed to build a new force within the ivory tower. He had 6 years before Ragnar would begin moving under the tower owner's protection. Ian knew that he would need a powerful force to counter Ragnar, who would be protected by Herbert. Ian understood that power in the tower was based on loyalty to the owner, so if he rose above the owner in rank, there would come a time when he could seize control of the tower entirely. For now, Ian decided it was best to act like a well-behaved child. He knew he couldn't even surpass 5th class in his current form. Suddenly, Ian sensed someone's presence in the room. He turned to see Helene entering and smirked, realizing they had sent her. She entered with an air of arrogance, greeting him and calling him an arrogant brat. Helene places her hand on her waist and again calls Ian an arrogant brat, reflecting that it's been a while since they met each other. Ian looks up at her and wonders if she is the one who took care of the broken battery. Helene smirks and informs that she can see that arrogance is just an understatement for him. She approaches Ian and states that he has probably heard about the standard manners, the tower's history, magic theory, and all the stuff he should learn from the academy. Helene informs him that the owner wants to teach him inside the tower because he does not want other kids to lose their confidence if a monster like Ian joins them. Ian continues to listen to her silently. Helene picks up the books from the shelf and throws them, asking what use all of this would be. She says that boring crap like this is not her forte, and that the old hags can teach it better than her. Helene leans down closer to Ian and asks if he has defeated Cecilia. She states that she had high expectations for Cecilia because Cecilia had quite a name in the magic combat field, but she turned out to be a spy. Helene looks at Ian and says that he was able to defeat Cecilia. She tells him that since she is his teacher, so she wants to teach him something. Helene explains that there are different types of magicians, like a magician trained for combat, a magician trained to support others, and a magician who spends all his life studying spells, while all the others are just leftovers. Helene looks at Ian and asks what he thinks, what type of magician she is. Ian replies that he thinks she is the first one. She turns around properly with a proud smile and confirms it, saying that she bets no one can beat her in that field. Helene tells Ian that she is different from the other magicians who only care about the gracefulness of a high-class magician. She states that she is going to teach him her way and commands him to follow her, declaring that he has no right to refuse. Ian follows Helene to the garden. She looks at Ian and asks if he understands what he has to do here. Helene asks Ian to come at her and make her want to teach him. Ian realizes that she is no different from his past life. Ian recalls that even back then, she annoyed him by challenging him. He decides that this time, he will not let Helene start and cuts her off. The kids watch them and murmurs that it is a bit dangerous challenge for Ian to fight Helene. Helene glances at the kids with a smirk and says there seem to be enough spectators. She places her hand on her waist and asks Ian to go first, stating that she will wait for him since she is his teacher. Ian removes his fall cloak and asks Helene if she is sure about it. She smirks at him, asking who is worried for who. Ian smiles and closes his eyes, saying he will not refuse then. Looking at the blue smoke behind Ian, Helene asks if he is planning to set a barrier first, because it looks like he has seen stuff. As Helene's side also begins to fill with red smoke, she grins and claims that whatever barrier it is, she will break it in an instant. Squirt. Ian sees the huge fireballs behind Helene and immediately uses his ice block spell, completely shielding himself inside the ice block. Shocked, Helene yells at Ian, asking if he is joking with her. She touches the ice block and says the most he could think of is an ice block. Helene asks him if he is planning to sleep there until he is out of mana. Ian does not move inside the ice block because the ice block is the strongest defensive magic that protects the user, but while it is active, the user falls asleep, so they cannot use other magic. Helene sighs in annoyance, saying that she does not know what Ian is thinking, and that she is the dumb one for having hopes in that. Suddenly everyone hears a shattering sound. The kids wonder what kind of sound it is. Helene looks at the ice block in disbelief when she witnesses Ian staring at her from inside. She wonders how Ian can still move inside the ice block. Helene begins to approach him but suddenly freezes and looks up at the growing stems in front of her. She curses the situation. As Helene tries to run and dodge the attacks, she quickly realizes her efforts are futile. Her strikes aren't landing, and if she doesn't think of something fast, Ian will reach her. Panic sets in as she wonders how to get him out of the ice block. It's nearly impossible to fight him while he's casting spells from within and moving at the same time. Unbeknownst to her, Ian quietly sneaks up behind and catches her off guard. Helene's struggles prove useless as he quickly ties her down, and she can't deny it any longer. He's every bit as skilled as the primal mage they'd warned about. Desperate, she demands to be released, but Ian shows no interest in granting her request. Helene pales as Ian raises his hand, and with a flick of his fingers, the sky above begins to rumble ominously. Fear overtakes her as she realizes what's about to happen, and she begs him to stop. The sky flashes, and a bolt of lightning cracks down at Ian's command, leaving everyone around them speechless. Helene, somehow still alive, lets out a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. Trembling, she watches as Ian turns away, walking past the crowd without acknowledging their hushed whispers. Days later, the Tower Master learns that Helene hasn't eaten in days. He's appalled, finding it shameful that she'd picked a fight with a 12-year-old and lost. Instead of teaching him a lesson, it was Helene who learned one. The Tower Master believes Ian is a wolf, not a dog that can be trained with ease, and it will take time before he can be molded into something useful. The Tower Master then approaches the Crown Prince, who inquires about the mysterious boy mage, Ian Page. As Douglas prepares for his first day at school, Ian realizes that Douglas has the potential to become a great alchemist. Meanwhile, Ian himself has already mastered everything he's learning from his private lessons at the Ivory Tower. Bored, he sets his book aside and stands up, thinking that he hasn't had a single day of rest since he returned to the past. Although Ragnar seems to be quiet for now, Ian knows he can't afford to stay idle. He'll need to use this time to strengthen his body and regain his power, but he wonders whether it's okay to spend his time this way. Lost in thought, Ian is interrupted when the housemaid brings him an invitation from the royal palace, which makes him wonder who would want to invite him. Ian picks up the letter and immediately recognizes the Crown Prince's seal. However, Ian doesn't understand the Crown Prince's intentions. It's an unspoken rule that mages of humble background like Ian are rarely invited to such events. Furthermore, the Crown Prince, who despises parties, has gone out of his way to host one. This passivity is the very reason the Crown Prince missed his chance to engage in politics, which led all the aristocrats to turn their backs on him. Unlike his brother Ragnar, the fifth prince, who was socially active and cultivated strong connections with the nobility, the Crown Prince had little interest in such matters, making it easier for Ragnar to take the throne instead of him. Beyond politics, the Crown Prince was also known for his laziness and tendency to ignore his father's advice, even though the Emperor was the only person on his side. Ian can't quite make sense of the Crown Prince's actions, but hopes it's for the best. However, since he's never attended such events, even in his past life, Ian decides it's best to stay quiet and head out as soon as possible. Upon entering the palace, Ian is taken aback by the grandeur of the decorations and the aristocrats mingling with each other. As expected, he feels incredibly uncomfortable in such a setting. The royal servant announces the crown prince's arrival, prompting everyone to bow in respect. But instead of delivering the usual speech, the crown prince decides to introduce someone first. He looks toward Ian, and Ian immediately thinks it must be him. But the crown prince surprises everyone by welcoming Ian Page as the special guest, the youngest 4th-class high mage the tower has ever seen. The crown prince explains that the party was organized to introduce Ian to the nobles. Ian wonders if this is just a way for the crown prince to show the aristocrats which side he's on. However, this doesn't seem like something the crown prince would do, especially not after all his previous passive behavior. The crown prince continues by praising Ian's debut at the Ivory Tower, highlighting how Ian became a high mage on his very first day. He admits that when he first saw Ian in Mogrian, he couldn't understand why he had to go through so much trouble for a country boy, but now he's proud of how incredible Ian turned out to be. Even though it was his father who ordered him to bring Ian to the capital, the crown prince now feels a sense of pride in having done so. He then gestures to Ian, leading him to introduce him to someone else. What Ian sees next leaves him utterly speechless. The crown prince introduces his younger sister, Haley, to Ian. She mentions that she has heard a lot about him, but since they don't have much time to chat, she invites him to join her for the next luncheon to hear more of his stories. Ian politely thanks her for the invitation, but humbly suggests that his tales of magic and monsters might be boring. However, Haley expresses great interest in both magic and monsters, assuring Ian that she'll send him a letter so they can talk more. After bidding him farewell, she leaves, and Ian can't help but notice how different she seems from the last time he saw her at the Memorial Hall. While watching her leave, Ian notices the crown prince, who is fulfilling his duties as a host despite his evident nervousness. Ian decides it's better to leave now before he draws any more attention to himself. Stepping out onto the balcony, he spots Sir Oliver and compliments him on his uniform. The brief moment of awkward silence makes Ian realize the balcony might not have been the best place to retreat to. Sir Oliver then strikes up a conversation, mentioning he heard about Ian's duel with Helene. Ian realizes that the crown prince had also mentioned the same thing about his fight with Helene, and comments on how strange it is that such rumors spread so quickly, especially considering most of what happens in the Ivory Tower is supposed to be classified. Oliver responds that a knight wouldn't survive if he didn't know how to gather information, especially in times like these. Ian agrees, understanding the weight of the situation. Times like these, he mutters, referring to the way a handful of mages have dominated the Empire's military power, leaving knights to become mere ornaments with little real influence. Oliver continues, saying he's impressed by Ian, not just for becoming the youngest 4th-class high mage, but also for defeating Helene, the Lady of Fire. He adds that it's obvious the crown prince is backing Ian, as everyone knows how much the prince dislikes these social events, yet he went to the trouble of hosting one for Ian. Concerned, Oliver then asks where Ian's allegiance lies. It's widely known that the mages of the Ivory Tower support the 5th prince, so Oliver wonders if Ian might be aligned with him. Ian dismisses the question, saying it's impossible to give a clear answer in these circumstances. However, Oliver, as the crown prince's knight, insists on knowing if Ian is an ally or an enemy. Oliver Raywood is a loyal knight who stood by the crown prince until his last breath, and trusting in that loyalty, Ian decides to be honest with him. He admits that he's not sure yet where he stands, but he's certain of one thing: he'll never be in favor of the 5th prince. Oliver looks around, checking if anyone overheard their conversation, but Ian reassures him by casting a spell to make sure no one else can hear them. Oliver then asks if Ian would be willing to be his training partner until he makes up his mind. Ian declines, pointing out 2 reasons. First, he worries that Oliver might come after him once he learns how to fight a mage. Second, there's nothing in it for him. Although Oliver can't promise he won't come after Ian later, he offers him a necklace. He explains that the queen gave it to him on the day he was appointed as the crown prince's knight. The queen had told him that it was enchanted with a spell that could clear his mind. Ian recognizes the necklace as one of the treasures that was never found in his past life, with its last known owner being the queen. Oliver offers the necklace to Ian, telling him that it would be of much more use to Ian than to a knight like himself. He explains that the queen gave it to him as a token of his duty to protect the crown prince at all costs, and by giving it to Ian, he feels it would be the best way to honor her, certain that she would understand his decision. Ian accepts the necklace, but just as he does, a sudden blast diverts their attention. Upon hearing the explosions erupting around the royal palace, Ian and Oliver rush inside. Concerned for the safety of the crown prince, Oliver begins searching for him. He approaches the crown prince and his sister Haley and checks if they are unharmed. After confirming the crown prince is fine, Oliver turns to the royal guards to inquire about the situation outside. The guards inform him that the explosions are originating from inside the palace, and the emergency communications network has been activated. All forces are currently investigating the cause. The mention of the emergency communications network catches Ian's attention. The royal palace's emergency network connects all the orders of knights, the Imperial Army's headquarters, and the Ivory Tower. It's the only system capable of gathering all forces when the palace is in danger. If the emergency network has been activated, that means every Imperial soldier and mage will soon converge on the royal palace. Ian wonders if that's what the explosions were meant to accomplish. Struck by a sudden realization, he casts a mana barrier around Haley and the Crown Prince. He then asks Haley if she knows how to inject mana into the barrier, explaining that her help would be useful. Ian moves on to the maids, asking if anyone by the name of Isabel is around. One maid confirms Isabel was assigned to the Queen's castle but wanted to see the party, which confirms Ian's suspicion. It's not Isabel they're after, it's Cecilia. The explosions were just a distraction, meant to divert attention while they move in on her, especially now that the Ivory Tower's guard is down. Ian couldn't care less about what happens to Cecilia, but he knows he must prevent anyone from learning what she knows about him. Meanwhile, a hooded man approaches the cell where Cecilia is being held. He's surprised to find her still alive. Cecilia doesn't recognize him, but the man reveals his identity and expresses disappointment in her, saying he thought she'd be better than this. As he removes his hood, Cecilia recognizes him immediately and desperately rushes towards him, begging him to get her out. But Daniel, for that's who it is, has other plans. Cecilia tells him she didn't say anything. It was Ian Page who knew everything about the Cold Walkers, and even the mana engraving she herself didn't know existed. She adds that Ian also knew about the mana engraving, which was a secret even she wasn't aware of. Daniel responds that this is information most Cold Walkers didn't know, and it wasn't until things spiraled out of control that the higher-ups revealed it. He asks if she has anything else to say. Cecilia pleads for her life and insists on her innocence, begging him to let her go. Daniel opens the cell, and as Cecilia steps out, her eyes widen in shock when he suddenly stabs her. She collapses to her knees, blood pouring from her wound. He tells her she was locked up because she didn't know what she was doing, and that it caused quite a disturbance. He adds that a third-class mage like her is rare, and there were talks of rescuing her. As Cecilia lies on the floor, coughing and bleeding out, he bids her farewell. But then, another voice from behind interrupts him. Surprised, Daniel quickly turns and throws a dagger at Ian, but Ian easily dodges it with a slight tilt of his head. Daniel doesn't recognize Ian at all. As Ian glances at Cecilia's lifeless body on the floor, he feels no remorse. In his mind, it's one less problem to worry about. Before Daniel can make a move or respond, Ian freezes his leg with ice, rendering him immobile. Ian steps closer and declares that he'd wanted to kill Daniel with his own hands. Daniel tries to negotiate for his life, but Ian interrupts him, saying he's finally able to avenge his friends. Daniel hadn't killed any of Ian's friends, at least not yet, and maybe not even 10 years from now. The ice continues to creep over Daniel's body, encasing him completely. Ian calmly announces that he's already made up his mind to set things right. With a tap of his finger, the ice shatters, and Daniel's cold, lifeless body collapses to the ground. Ian steps up to the dead body and examines the mana engravings on the back of Daniel's neck. They should be enough to get the answers he needs. While Ian stands over Daniel's body, he hears footsteps approaching. The Tower Master finds Ian standing over the bodies, but he has no idea what transpired. As Ian and the Tower Master face each other, the mana engraving on the back of Daniel's neck begins to glow. Meanwhile, His Majesty, the Emperor, is furious with the Tower Master for his ignorance of the threats lurking inside the palace. First, a maid, and now the secretary of the family. The Emperor had granted the Tower Master full investigative rights to get to the heart of the problem, but seeing the Tower Master's incompetence, the Emperor loses faith in the Ivory Tower. He announces that he is revoking all investigative rights granted to the organization. The Emperor demands the Tower Master disclose any findings he has gathered to the royal family, the Order of the Knights, and the Imperial Army, before dismissing him with little more than a curt command to leave. After the Tower Master bows respectfully and exits, a royal servant steps forward to invite Ian to approach and pay his respects to the Emperor. Ian Page steps before the Emperor, who thanks him for protecting the Empire from external threats. The Emperor remarks that, if not for Ian, they might have unwittingly handed critical information to unknown enemies. Without Ian's intervention, the royal family and the Empire would have been the subject of ridicule among the other kingdoms. As a token of gratitude for his contributions to the Empire's safety, the Emperor personally rewards Ian. He offers him the robe once belonging to Mitchell Greenriver, the Emperor's ancestor and the only mage in the Imperial family. According to his will, the robe was originally meant for royals only, but the Emperor chooses to give it to Ian as a lease, with the agreement that it will expire when Ian either dies or no longer wishes to possess it. Ian recalls the stories of Mitchell Greenriver, a hero of the Empire who was even appointed as the Tower Master for his exceptional magical abilities. Even in his past life, Ian had never had the chance to see this robe. As it is a robe, Ian does not need to undress to try it on, and the Emperor encourages him to put it on. When Ian wears it, however, the Emperor notices that it is a little too large for him, suggesting that Ian will grow into it over time. but Ian quickly senses that the robe is enchanted with magic. He declares that he can make it fit him perfectly. Using his magic, he adjusts the robe to his size, leaving everyone around him astounded. The Emperor praises how well the robe suits Ian, especially its blue color, and Ian bows respectfully, thanking His Majesty. Later, Ian meets Lady Haley outside, who hesitates before speaking. She mentions that she wishes to discuss what happened the last time they interacted. Ian apologizes, admitting that his actions were out of line due to the extreme circumstances at the time. He reassures her that what she fears will not happen again. As they converse, someone approaches from behind Ian and comments that what Ian did was incredibly honorable and brought peace to the Empire. Ian turns around to see a boy dressed like a prince. Like the Emperor, the boy praises Ian's role in the royal palace. Ian's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the boy. This is the prince walking toward him. The prince introduces himself as Ragnar Greenriver, the fifth heir to the Emperor. A sudden flashback grips Ian's attention, showing a glass of wine spilled on the floor beside a much older Ian. Ragnar stands above him, telling Ian that he should never forgive him. As Ragnar congratulates Ian on his appointment to the High Mage of the Ivory Tower, one thought runs through Ian's mind. This is too early. Now is not the time to meet him yet. Ragnar invites Ian to the day's luncheon, but Ian's fist clenches in anger. Before he can respond, Haley interrupts, informing Ragnar that Ian has already promised to join her. Ragnar suggests meeting the next day, but Ian refuses again, prompting Ragnar to suggest rescheduling for another time before walking away. This encounter is happening 2 years earlier than when Ian originally met Ragnar. Ragnar is still a young prince, hiding his ambitions beneath a facade. Ian decides that he will interfere in every possible way to prevent Ragnar from expanding his influence and ultimately ensure his downfall. This time, Ian will be the mastermind behind Ragnar's eventual demise. Fast forward to 5 years later, the Crown Prince is annoyed and frustrated over the overly complicated book. He complains about the difficulty of the book. The teacher tells him the book is called The Principle of Sovereignty, written by the first emperor himself. It covers the virtues a future king should have, as well as effective methods for ruling a kingdom. The Crown Prince looks at the pile of books about the kingdom's history, philosophy, economy, politics, and etiquette, and decides he's done for the day. The teacher tells him his father will scold him if he skips another class, but he shows no care. Since it's Sir Oliver's last training session with Ian, the Crown Prince decides to go watch that instead. Meanwhile, at the knight's main training field, Sir Oliver stands holding his sword firmly and thinks to himself, this is his last chance to defeat Ian in training. He clenches his sword tight in his grip and takes a look around. Ice spears rain from above. As he dodges the ice attack, the ground around him lifts up. Oliver runs through and jumps out the walls of mud. He then takes a look around to see what's next, and in that moment, a huge fire blast comes his way. Oliver thinks quickly, raises his sword, and splits the pyroblast with the swing of his sword. He finds Ian standing on the other side of the pyroblast. Oliver is determined to get him this time. He runs forward, with a sword in his hands, and finally, he places the sword directly at Ian's heart. However, Ian suddenly disappears and taps Oliver from behind and tells him he did good. Oliver does not seem all too happy with his performance. All that training and he couldn't even leave a scratch on Ian. However, Ian assures him that he aimed directly for the heart, and if could get hurt, he would have died. After a successful final training session, they shake hands, and Oliver thanks Ian and says what he learned was worth much more than the necklace he gave him. Ian tells Oliver he has improved greatly in the last 5 years, and even he didn't know a steel sword could split a pyroblast in two. Oliver asks Ian what level he is on. Ian, embarrassed to tell the truth, just says it's not as high as he might think. Right now, Ian is a 5th class master, and it wasn't until he was 26 in his past life that he reached 5th class. He's making quick progress, but his goal is to become a 6th class master at least. Unfortunately, Ian couldn't speed up the growth of his body or mana heart, so 5th class master was the best he could do. Now he's just waiting for his body to be fully grown. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince claps for Ian and Oliver's fabulous performance and says they both are the best knight and mage in the kingdom. Because it is the last day of training, the Crown Prince suggests the three of them have breakfast together, and he will have the best meal prepared to celebrate the strength of his left and right-hand men. However, Ian declines because today is also the day he finishes Ivory Tower's curriculum and receives his first duty as High Mage, so he needs to go meet the Tower Master right away. This disappoints the prince at first, but he tells Ian to leave now. They'll have time to dine together soon. Ian says he'll save some time for him and lifts up in the sky. As he says his goodbye and flies away, the prince looks up and says the fact that the robe his father gave Ian was enchanted with a flying spell makes him a little jealous. The Crown Prince asks Oliver if he's ready to take on a mage now because he saw him neck and neck with Ian just now. But Oliver says that he can't even leave a scratch on Ian and that gap is only going to grow with time. However, if he were to go against other mages, he's quite sure he could take them. Back at the Ivory Tower, seeing Ian grow from a boy to a man made the Tower Master feel old. As he reviewed Ian's reports, he found nothing but praise throughout. It was no surprise the young mages held Ian in such high regard. He was the closest thing to a perfect mage the Tower Master had ever seen. He informed Ian that today marked his final day as an apprentice. If Ian had been a student at the academy, he would have been sent off to other lands after graduation, but for Ian, the situation was different. All that remained on his last day as an apprentice was a conversation with the Tower Master. Ian politely accepted the opportunity to chat. The Tower Master congratulated Ian on officially becoming the High Mage of the Empire and handed him a tablet. The tablet would allow Ian to summon soldiers or workers from any city within the Empire, something he would need in the future. When Ian asked if there was a particular place he should focus on, the Tower Master mentioned several locations. High mages were rare these days, even more so after Helene's disappearance, and they desperately needed Ian's abilities. Ian was considered the best battle force the Ivory Tower possessed, which came with immense responsibility. However, the Tower Master left the final decision up to Ian, as it was his first mission. Ian recognized some of the places on the list. There was Rodmier, home to the largest port city in the Empire; Benson, known for producing the most steel on the continent; and Fierig, to the east of the capital, where Ian had been sent in his past life after the previous mage there had died in an accident. Ian found Fierig particularly intriguing. The Tower Master explained that Fierig had the most urgent request. Despite sending 2 third-class mages and even the Imperial Army, the monster herd from the grasslands had still caused widespread destruction. Ian was given a page detailing the situation and asked to provide his answer by the end of the day. If he declined, the Tower Master would simply find another candidate, but Ian agreed to go. At home, Douglas was surprised to hear Ian was heading to Fierig, given its reputation for dangerous monsters. Ian glared at Douglas, and his mother, concerned, asked if it was truly as perilous as they said. Ian reassured her that it wasn't dangerous, and that his position was temporary. He'd be back in a few months if all went well. His mother mentioned the mansion would feel lonesome without him, but Ian promised he'd return soon. Douglas, eager to help, asked Ian to take a look at his elixir, thinking it might be useful in Fierig. Meanwhile, Douglas's father suggested that he change the way he addressed Ian. In confusion, Douglas proposed calling Ian brother, which left everyone in the room stunned. Ian's mother, delighted by the suggestion, seemed pleased to have a new son. She even imagined that Ian must be happy as well. As Douglas and his father continued to bicker about how to address Ian, he took a moment to observe his family. Their little quarrels, his mother's giggling, and the warmth of the moment made him realize that maybe this wasn't so bad after all. However, he firmly insisted that Douglas refrain from calling him brother. Ian stands outside, preparing to say his goodbyes, but first he plans to stop by the Ivory Tower to bid farewell to the Tower Master. Before leaving, he takes a moment to brief Mr. Heyman on the mana traps he's installed at the mansions. Mr. Heyman assures Ian that he knows the traps inside and out and promises to protect Mrs. Page with his life. Douglas, noticing Ian's irritation, addresses him as brother, but quickly corrects himself to captain. He hands Ian a bottle of elixir, similar to the ones his father makes. Leaning in, Douglas whispers that his version is much better. Although Douglas still has 3 years to go before graduating from the Imperial Academy of Alchemy, Ian has no doubt that he's already proven himself to be the next Imperial alchemist. He's certain Douglas's elixir will be highly effective. When asked, Ian tells him that he plans to take a wagon to the capital's outskirts first, as he doesn't want to attract too much attention by flying. Meanwhile, Ian's mother comes by to offer him some snacks for his journey. She reminds him to finish the contents of the first container by the end of the day, as the other containers have jerky and dried fruit that will last longer. She's also packed his favorite red bean pies. Ian hugs her, assuring her that he'll take care of himself and will return before she knows it. As he leaves, Ian comes to terms with the fact that he needs to have faith in her safety, even when he's not around. The mansion is under the protection of the royal family, and the city's public security is solid. Plus, there's the mana trap, the last resort, which can only be activated by his mother, Rotheo, or Douglas. He's installed enough of them to ensure that any intruders can be dealt with in his absence, so he's confident Mrs. Page will be fine. As Ian heads off, he reflects that it's been 25 years since he last set foot in Fierig. Meanwhile, in Fierig, an army of monsters attacks a camp. The army captain shouts orders to his soldiers, warning them not to die before they bring him the heads of 100 monsters. As the soldiers fight, another one arrives with news that the supply unit in the rear has been attacked by orcs who crossed the mountain. This surprises the captain since orcs typically fight on the front lines, making their appearance at the rear unexpected. He quickly orders mages and squads 2 and 3 to hold the fort while squad 1 accompanies him to the rear. The captain mounts his horse, unsheathes his sword, and leads the squad to intercept the orcs. He commands them to eliminate any orc they see. Despite the orcs' lack of intelligence, their strength lies in their unity. The supply unit, inexperienced and unprepared, is no match for the orcs. The captain fears he might be too late as he spurts his horse on, racing toward the rear. Suddenly, it begins to snow. The canyon ahead is blocked by an ice wall, and the monsters freeze solid. The unexpected change in weather confuses the captain. but then he spots someone standing atop the ice wall. With everything frozen around him, the man steps down. The soldiers quickly surround him, spears pointed at him, demanding that he reveal himself. The man, calm and composed, says he was told they were desperate for support, and introduces himself as Ian Page, a high mage sent by the Ivory Tower, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The captain, clearly impressed, praises Ian's great victory against the goblin army of Mogrian Mountain and extends a hand to him. Lord Kalian Pierrick, intrigued, asks if Ian might spare a moment of his time because there's much to discuss. Lord Kalian explains that while the attack was expected, the scale of it was not. The monsters seem determined to destroy them, which leads him to believe that something is wrong in the Great Plains. He goes on to explain that he made 2 requests to the palace and the Ivory Tower. The first was for soldiers and supplies to continue holding off the monsters, and the second was for a capable high mage who could end this threat once and for all. Lord Kalian expresses his admiration for Ian's power, particularly the ice wall and the great force with which he destroyed the goblin army. While Ian's actions have bought them some time by blocking up the canyon, Lord Kalian points out that this is only a temporary solution. The Empire is at war with monsters from across the Great Plains. After years of continuous fighting, the soldiers are weary, and supplies are running low. Had the soldiers and supplies Lord Kalian requested arrived, they could have kept up the fight, but it seems the Empire has turned down his plea. Now that Ian has come instead of a full army, Lord Kalian suggests finding a more sustainable solution. Ian reassures him that the ice wall will last for about 10 days, during which time they can monitor the mountains for any monsters that may attempt to cross. In those 10 days, Ian plans to investigate the Great Plains to uncover the cause of the problem and, if possible, find a solution. Lord Kalian is impressed by Ian's confidence, but points out that even the numerous soldiers he sent over the past few months have returned with no results. All they've discovered is that the monsters, once divided, have now joined forces and are only attacking humans, rather than each other. He gestures to the map and explains that the monsters are not just attacking the Green River Empire, but also the Coldwood Empire to the north and the Principality of Ro to the west. While some nations are less affected due to fewer access points, the majority of the attacks are concentrated on the Pierrick estate, thanks to the Great Serpent's Gorge, which allows the monsters to attack in larger numbers. What confounds Lord Kalian, however, is that the Aboriginal clan on the southern border has not been attacked by the monsters. It's as though something is keeping the monsters at bay there. While they suspect the cause of the recent turmoil lies in the south, the waves of monsters have been too overwhelming to allow them to break through and reach the lands of the native tribes. Ian realizes that the situation in the Great Plains is unlike anything he's witnessed in his past life. While there were small waves of monsters invading the Empire before, this level of invasion is unprecedented. He tells Lord Kalian that he should personally visit the southern border to meet with the Aboriginal clan. Lord Kalian acknowledges that if the clan's leader is the Shaman King, then he may know something crucial about the issue. Meanwhile, Ian gazes up at the beautiful night sky over the Great Plains, lost in thought. He believes that the artifact, the Staff of the Great Plains, should still be in place. The staff, once given to the leader of the natives, the Shaman King, had always fascinated Ian. He had always had a particular fondness for it, as birch tree staffs are quite rare. In 3 years, the Green River Empire, the Coldwood Empire, and the Principality of Ro will unite to form a joint army to eradicate the monsters from the Great Plains. The monsters will be largely banished, and each nation will claim a portion of the plains and its resources. During that time, the Shaman King will disappear, and the natives will be enslaved. However, something that never happened in Ian's previous life has occurred, and his return might just be the catalyst for that change. Ian tells Lord Kalian that the ice wall will begin to thaw and break after 10 days. In the meantime, he plans to investigate the cause of the recent changes and figure out a way to resolve it. However, should he not return within those 10 days, Ian expresses his confidence in Lord Kalian to manage the situation. Ian flies through the Great Plains and lands at a mountain marking the start of the Aboriginals' territory. To his surprise, the area is eerily quiet. While the north is overrun by thousands of monsters, Ian hasn't encountered a single one on his journey south, which leads him to think that perhaps Lord Kalian was right. The cause of the change must lie somewhere within these lands. As Ian walks deeper into the area, the natives immediately take notice of his presence, standing alert. Ian calmly introduces himself, explaining that he is a mage from the Green River Empire and that he comes in peace. The natives, intrigued, ask him where he learned their language. Ian dismisses their question, saying it's not important, and demands to meet the Shaman King, leaving the natives in shock. To the natives, the Shaman King is the equivalent of a tower master, but instead of being trained as a magician, the Shaman King is born with both a mana heart and a mana brain, and is raised as a shaman. The King of Shamans, therefore, is the rightful ruler of the tribe, Ian presses further, stating that he wishes to discuss the monster invasions in the north and that the Shaman King should be aware of the strange occurrences. The natives are offended by Ian's bold request to see their king and raise their spears against him. They warn him to leave or face being sacrificed to the spirits of the Great Plains. Frustrated with the lack of civility, Ian refuses to back down. He calmly tells them he won't leave just because they tell him to. One of the natives attacks him with a spear, but Ian swiftly blocks it with his own ice spear, slicing the weapon in half. He threatens the natives, telling them that if they don't bring the Shaman King, the next thing to fly off will be their leader's head. At that moment, the Shaman King appears and asks why someone from the Empire would seek him out. Ian turns to face him, and at a glance his eyes fall on the staff the Shaman King holds. He immediately recognizes the leader and begins explaining the situation. The monsters of the Great Plains are attacking the borders of the 3 neighboring nations. However, despite traveling through the region, Ian hasn't encountered a single monster headed south. He asks the Shaman King if he knows why the monsters are only invading the northern lands. The Shaman King answers dismissively, stating that monster invasions of human territories are not unusual, and the natives have no knowledge of why this is happening. Ian, however, can see through the Shaman King's words and demands that he tell the truth. The accusation offends the Shaman King's people, but he motions for them to stop. The Shaman King reveals that he has heard of the Empire's lie-detecting magic, and although he is impressed to see it in action, he agrees to tell Ian the truth. He recounts a prophecy foretelling that the Great Plains will one day be consumed by an ocean of flames, with its light painting the land red. The natives, who have lived in the region for thousands of years, will be torn apart and enslaved. Although they know they can do nothing to stop such a war, they can't just sit idly by, waiting and hoping the prophecy will turn out to be false. Then one day, a woman came to them, shared her power, and inscribed some magic onto the staff. Before disappearing, she told them that if a stranger ever arrived in their lands, they could not let him leave. With a thundering strike, the Shaman King slams his staff onto the ground, and suddenly, a ring of fire surrounds them. The clanspeople begin transforming into monstrous creatures, and the Shaman King turns to Ian, declaring that he must die here. Ian immediately recognizes the dark magic at play. He thought black magic had been eradicated and forbidden 3 centuries ago, but now it seems that history has taken a turn for the worse. The natives, underestimating Ian, believe they have the upper hand. But Ian is no ordinary mage. He isn't about to die without a fight. With steely determination, he resolves to take the staff, now tainted with black magic, from the Shaman King, even if he must use force to do so. The Shaman King, unflinching, dares him to try, confident that Ian will not succeed. Lord Pierrick stood anxiously, his mind swirling with worry as he thought about Ian. It had been 10 long days since the magician had ventured into the Great Plains, and the ice wall blocking the canyon entrance was about to melt any moment now. Pierrick couldn't shake the uneasy feeling gnawing at him, wondering what could have happened to Ian and what would unfold if this situation continued. But forcing himself to refocus, Lord Pierrick called for Ardal. When Ardal responded, Lord Pierrick instructed him to follow the plan, setting up an outpost at the canyon. He told Ardal to gather all available troops from their territory, station them in the canyon, and even bring the catapult, along with the subjugation squad guarding the mountain paths. Ardal bowed deeply, placing his hand over his heart, and promised to return to his squad. Once Ardal left, Lord Pierrick closed his eyes, concentrating hard, willing himself to draw on his inner strength. He reminded himself that he and his men only needed to defend their land. Vowing to protect his territory and people, he resolved to become the Empire's strongest, most steadfast shield. With that determination in his heart, he opened his eyes, now filled with a sense of immense responsibility. When all his men and the catapult had been stationed, Lord Pierrick stood at the front, sword in hand, instructing his troops to prepare the catapult. Just as he shouted for them to be ready, a figure emerged from the fog. As Lord Pierrick focused on the figure, his eyes widened in shock. There, walking toward them, panting heavily and clutching something in one hand while holding a staff in the other, was none other than Ian Page. The magician, breathless and disheveled, had a cloud of black smoke swirling around his head. Lord Pierrick shouted for Ian, but before he could grasp the situation, Ian, with great effort, forbade them to touch the staff under any circumstances. Then, without warning, Ian collapsed unconscious. Pierrick, frantic with worry, shouted his name in desperation. When Ian regained consciousness, he found himself lying shirtless in a strange room. His torso was bandaged, and he could sense the dull ache of his body. At first, he wondered if he had made it back to the Lord's castle. Carefully, he sat up, a wave of dizziness hitting him, and he realized that he had indeed returned. He decided to focus on settling the staff first. Before Ian could fully orient himself, Lord Pierrick and Ardal barged into his room without knocking, both speaking urgently. They'd been waiting for him to wake up. Seeing them, Ian asked how long he had been unconscious, to which Lord Pierrick replied that he had been out for days. He asked Ian how he was feeling, mentioning that the doctor had said he shouldn't be moving yet. Before Lord Pierrick could continue with the doctor's advice, Ian swung his legs off the bed, declaring that he was fine. When Ian asked about the staff he had brought back, Lord Pierrick pointed to a box and explained that the staff was inside, guarded by other magicians. He added that the box was specially made with magic similar to mana hell, designed to protect it. Ian walked over to the box and, after inspecting it, nodded in approval, thanking Lord Pierrick for handling it so well. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Lord Pierrick asked Ian a question he had been reluctant to voice. He mentioned that when Ian had arrived, he was in a state where both his mana and stamina were drained, and if he had arrived even a little later, his life could have been in danger. Lord Pierrick, while trying to tread carefully, admitted that it might be rude to ask so soon after Ian's recovery, but he couldn't help himself. What had put Ian in such a perilous condition? There was a long, uncomfortable silence after Pierrick's question, leaving him anxious about what had happened in the Great Pains. Finally, Ian spoke up. Slowly, he retrieved the staff from the box, revealing that the staff was the cause of the strange events in the Great Pains. The revelation left both Lord Pierrick and Ardal stunned. Ian went on to explain that the staff was imbued with black magic, and a shaman had used it to control the monsters in the area, wielding both black magic and illusionary magic. At the mention of black magic, Pierrick's mind went blank. He immediately asked Ian if he was suggesting that black magic, thought to have perished 300 years ago, was still in existence. Ian confirmed that the Shaman King had received the black magic from an unknown source. Unfortunately, Ian, who had investigated the matter, had been unable to trace the culprit. Ian continued, saying that after the Shaman King's death, the black and illusionary magic had dissipated, and the monsters in the Great Pains had begun attacking the new owner of the staff. He suspected it was some sort of curse placed to destroy the evidence. He couldn't help but sarcastically thank whoever was responsible, saying it had been incredibly difficult for him to return with the staff in hand. Still trying to process the situation, Lord Pierrick asked why Ian hadn't simply destroyed the staff or thrown it away, if it was so dangerous. Surprisingly, Ian responded that he actually liked the staff, continuing to work on it with his own magic. Pierrick, perplexed, asked if Ian truly liked it just for that reason. Ian nodded and declared that the magic in the staff had been fully cleansed. Just as Ian spoke those words, he suddenly winced, clutching his chest in pain. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, especially his legs. The pain intensified and Ian groaned, his confusion deepening. Pierrick's face filled with concern as he called out Ian's name, asking if he was okay. Ian, still unable to understand what was happening to him, feared it might be connected to his mana heart. Then, without warning, he coughed up blood, staining his hands and chest. As Ian continues to cough up blood, Callion grows increasingly worried, and in a panic, asks if he's all right. He urgently orders Ardal to go get a doctor immediately. However, just as Ardal is about to leave, Ian reassures Lord Pierrick that he's fine, casually stating that he's simply shedding. Lord Pierrick looks at him, confused, and repeats the word shedding in a questioning tone. Ian explains that it's a process that happens when a mana heart that hasn't fully developed yet breaks through to a new class, so there's no need to worry. Still visibly concerned, Lord Pierrick asks Ian once more if he's truly all right. Ian reassures him again, confirming that he's fine. As the blood staining his hands and torso disappears into thin air, Ian reflects that if he's right, he's just advanced from a 5th-class master to a 6th-class magician. Looking at his hands, he realizes that he now feels a massive surge of mana, which is distinctly different from what he's felt before. Lord Pierrick sighs in relief but, still cautious, insists on getting a doctor to check on Ian. Ian thanks him for his concern. Lord Pierrick then mentions that he might be taking up a lot of Ian's time, but he has something to give him. He explains that 3 days after Ian left for the Great Plains, the Ivory Tower sent him a letter. He presents Ian with a box containing a crystal ball, saying that they were instructed to give it to him once his mission was complete. However, since Ian had lost consciousness, they are only able to deliver it now. As Lord Pierrick extends his hand to give the box to Ian, Ian takes the crystal ball, confused about why the Ivory Tower would send him a letter. Just as he's about to open it, Lord Pierrick asks him to wait, saying there's one more thing they were told to give Ian. He pulls out a letter from his pocket and hands it to Ian, explaining that it came directly from the Emperor by way of a horseman, with strict instructions to deliver it to Ian personally. The mention of a horseman catches Ian off guard, and Lord Pierrick confirms it. Ian realizes that the Emperor didn't send this letter through the Ivory Tower, but rather used a more direct and unreliable method, sending a paper letter through a horseman, which could potentially be delayed or not reach him at all. He wonders if the Emperor's message contains something the Ivory Tower can't know about, so he decides to read the Ivory Tower's letter first. Ian opens the letter contained in the crystal ball and reads it aloud. As the contents of this letter might affect your current mission, we have asked for it to be given to you only after it has ended. It was an inevitable decision, and we hope you understand our situation. There has been a slight commotion within our household. An unknown suspicious person invaded your mansion, but we were able to protect your family and assets by mobilizing the Imperial troops. The mention of a suspicious person shocks Ian, and his growing panic is visible to Lord Pierrick. The letter continues, Currently, the Imperial family and the Ivory Tower are providing the best protection possible for your family. We would like to assure you that there is no need for concern. After finishing the letter, Ian clenches his fist in anger, his thoughts racing. He wonders what Tower Master Herbert is up to, calling it a worrying letter. He then resolves to read the Emperor's letter. The letter from the Emperor reads, "If this letter reaches you safely, then it means that both my son and I are not out of luck yet. We thank the goddess of luck. I have a request. You, being a high-rank magician currently on a mission, may not have heard the news yet, but the treaty regarding the subjugation of monsters in the eastern part of the Great Plains will take place in the free city of Demadera." Ian's eyes widen in shock. He had been under the impression that the subjugation treaty wouldn't take place for another 3 years. The letter continues. "The Crown Prince, Hayden Greenriver, the 5th Prince, Ragnar Greenriver, the Ivory Tower Master, Herbert Leon, and our Empire's great general, Duncan Mitose, have been selected to be part of the delegation. By the time you are reading this, the delegation should already be on their way to Demadera. Notably, there is no one in the delegation who is aligned with the Crown Prince. Therefore, I am requesting that you, Ian Page, a friend of the Crown Prince, head to Demadera and offer him your support. I will also invite your family into the Imperial Palace and guarantee them the highest level of protection." Ian closes his eyes as he thinks over the contents of the letter. He reflects that the Demadera Treaty marks the beginning of Ragnar's political campaign for the throne, and it's the moment when the Crown Prince's shortcomings are exposed. Ragnar's diplomatic skill during this treaty gives the Green River Empire a significant advantage, causing both the nobles and commoners to take notice of his abilities. This marks the start of the Crown Prince's fall from grace, as his incompetence becomes public knowledge. Ian wonders whether all of this is part of Tower Master Herbert's plan, considering the recent events and his own memories from his previous life. The sudden changes in the eastern Great Plains, the Sorcerer King who received black magic from an unknown woman, and the early treaty between the 3 countries, it all seems to be connected to the Tower Master somehow. The suspicious people who invaded his mansion likely play a role in trying to hold him back. While Ian acknowledges that this is still just a theory, he feels that they might have figured him out. Despite everything, Ian considers ignoring the Emperor's request and heading back immediately. However, something unexpected occurs. Magic. Unlike anything even the Tower Master could have foreseen. A level of magic that isn't recorded anywhere in the world. A 6th-class magic that only a 6th-class magician can wield. Hesitant, Ian calls out to Lord Pierrick, who reassures him that he's free to speak. Ian then asks Lord Pierrick if he can do him a favor. Demadera, known by many names, freedom, neutrality, commerce, port, was a place of many faces and even more significance. With his arms crossed in concern, Heidi, the Crown Prince, nervously asks if they can just summon Ian now. Oliver, ever composed, tells him to calm down, reminding him that he's representing their empire in this meeting. He assures Hayden that no one here would dare harm him as the Crown Prince. Still uneasy, Hayden admits he knows that but can't shake the feeling of discomfort. Hayden tries to explain to Oliver that he might already be aware of this, but most of their empire's delegations, including the Tower Master, are leaning toward Ragnar's side. He doesn't like how things are unfolding and wishes Ian were by his side in times like this. Upon hearing Hayden's concerns, Oliver is left speechless. Meanwhile, Herbert, who stands among the gathered crowd, silently acknowledges that the time is ripe. He reflects on how they've been planning for this moment for a long time. He knows that Kiddo is probably rushing back to the capital now. Confident in his understanding of Ian's behavior, he predicts that Ian would willingly become a traitor to protect his family, as they are his top priority. Herbert is jolted out of his thoughts when he hears the people around him pointing toward the sky, murmuring in confusion about what they see. One person asks if it's a bird, but to everyone's shock, including Hayden's, it's none other than Ian himself. As Ian lands smoothly on the ground, he bows to Hayden, apologizing for his tardiness. Ragnar and his men seethe with anger at Ian's unexpected arrival, having believed he wouldn't make it. Herbert, too, is stunned. He can hardly believe that Ian chose to stand with the Crown Prince over his own family. Back at the Green River Diem Imperial Palace, Douglas sighs in boredom. He lounges on the couch, lamenting that he's stuck here because of the suspicious intruder and unable to visit the academy or meet his friends. This, he grumbles, is making him incredibly restless. Ratheo, standing nearby, tells him to bear with it a little longer, adding that they should be grateful to even be in the Imperial Palace during this time. He acknowledges that it was a relief the Imperial Knights managed to capture the intruder before Ian's mana trap could be triggered, noting that if the trap had gone off, the intruder would have been reduced to dust. Noticing Vanessa's silence, Ratheo reassures her not to worry too much, pointing out that they are in the Emperor's residence, the safest place on Earth. However, Vanessa remains lost in thought, clearly anxious for her son's safety. Ratheo begins to wonder if the Ivory Tower sent a letter to Ian. As he tries to comfort everyone, saying Ian would surely arrive soon, the door suddenly opens. Ian steps in, his calm demeanor confirming his arrival. He casually asks if he's late, leaving everyone in awe. They quickly rise to meet him, and Ian takes Vanessa's hand, acknowledging their worry. He assures them that they can rest easy now, as he will protect them all. The night before, at Lord Pierric's castle, Ian speaks to Lord Pierric, making a request. Lord Pierric, eager to repay Ian for his previous help, reminds Ian of how he saved him and his territory. He promises to grant Ian any request, no matter the nature. When Ian finally shares his request, it surprises Lord Pierric. He asks for protection. Lord Pierric, puzzled, asks what kind of protection Ian means. Ian explains that the magic he plans to use will put him in a trance-like state. If something were to go wrong, Ian needs Lord Pierric to send magicians to inject mana into his brain so that he can wake up. Ian elaborates that, because no one has ever reached the 6th class, records on such magic are scarce. He recalls how, in his past life, he had to piece together spells from ancient, unknown texts once he reached the 6th class. Ian steps forward and announces that he's about to perform the magic, extending his arm. As he channels his mana, a series of magical patterns form a circle on the floor. Then, 2 clones of Ian materialize inside the circle, while Ian's real body collapses. Lord Pierric rushes to catch Ian before he hits the ground. In awe, he watches the 2 clones of Ian, unsure how such magic is even possible. This is puppet play, a rare spell only usable by magicians of the 6th class or higher. The caster enters a trance and becomes a puppeteer, while the clones, puppets, can move freely and even cast powerful 5th class magic. The 2 puppets walk toward the door, and just before leaving, one turns to Lord Pierric, still cradling Ian's real body. The puppet states that it is leaving, but reassures Lord Pierric that Ian's true body is safe in his hands. Hayden is on cloud 9, overjoyed to see Ian. He happily sings about how Ian came for him and rushes over to him, grabbing his hands with emotion, telling him that their hearts must be aligned because he truly missed him. Herbert, holding his staff, steps closer to them, curious about who arrived. Spotting Ian, he addresses him directly, commenting that it's Ian. He then mentions he heard from Lord Pierric that Ian had succeeded in his mission, though it was so tough that Ian even fainted. He praises Ian for achieving such a great accomplishment for the Empire. Ian bows his head slightly and humbly responds that he is merely doing his duty as a high-ranking magician. Herbert, clearly wanting to know more, asks Ian what has been on his mind since he first saw him. He inquires why Ian is here, since Herbert was certain he told him to go to the Ivory Tower and rest. As Herbert starts to ask if Ian hasn't heard what's been happening with his family, Ian calmly explains that he did receive a letter from the Ivory Tower. However, after completing his mission, he was given an imperial order to join the delegation and assist the Crown Prince immediately. Ian pulls out a rolled-up letter to show Herbert, asking if he can read it for a moment. Ian agrees, handing the letter over. After reading it, Herbert, deep in thought, reflects on how he assumed they'd try everything to keep Ian out, but never expected him to give up his family and rush here. Herbert rolls the letter back up and comments that he recognizes the Emperor's imperial order, but asserts that it would be impossible for Ian to join the delegation. Hayden, taken aback and furious, yells at Herbert, asking if he's ridiculing the Emperor's direct order. Calmly, Herbert responds that this is a matter of trust between the 3 countries involved. The number of people and bodyguards in the delegation has already been set, and changing that number isn't an option. This was agreed upon in the negotiations, he explains, and mutual trust between the diplomats is essential. How then can they just add someone, especially a high-ranking magician, into the delegation at this stage? Herbert states that he believes the Emperor would understand why he can't allow Ian in. Ian, though, realizes that Herbert's argument is sound. While the countries may not be at war, their shared history of conflict means that safety and careful planning are paramount. The treaty in place has been built on these principles. He further analyzes that there are already 3 high-ranking magicians in the delegation, including Herbert himself. Adding another, especially one as powerful as Ian, could throw the entire treaty into disarray. Ian remarks that diplomacy is based on trust and reasonable explanations, and thus he understands the Tower Master's concerns. Herbert turns to leave, telling Ian that if he understands the situation, he should return. He adds that Ian being here in the city could cause problems for their diplomatic efforts. While he sympathizes with Ian for coming all this way after completing his mission, he insists that there's nothing more he can do. He'll explain things to the Emperor separately. Before Herbert can finish, Ian speaks up, proposing a possibility. He asks that if one of the high-ranking magicians gives up their spot in the delegation, could he then replace them and join? He reasons that since this is about a direct order, there should be some flexibility. Herbert turns slightly, preparing to answer, but Ian cuts him off before he can ask who would give up their spot. The person to interrupt him is Ronan. Stepping forward, Ronan raises his hand and boldly claims that he will give up his spot in the delegation. The room goes silent as everyone, including Hayden and Herbert, stares at him in disbelief. Herbert asks Ronan if he's serious. Ronan confidently affirms his decision, asking if they are not all citizens of the Empire. He goes on to say that no citizen would defy imperial orders. Even if it complicates diplomacy, the delegation's mission is to represent the Empire, and that is an honorable duty. However, If by stepping down he can help balance both the Emperor's orders and diplomatic relations, he will gladly make that sacrifice. Ronan then bows to Hayden, stating that he will now hand over his sacred mission to Ian Page and requests that Hayden grant Ian the chance to take his place. Hayden, still processing the situation, agrees to Ronan's request, expressing his admiration for Ronan's loyalty to the Empire. He orders Ronan to prepare himself to return to the capital safely. Ronan bows again, thanking Hayden for his grace. Ronan then turns to Ian, telling him that he is entrusting his mission to him. He asks Ian to ensure that he fulfills the task without fail. Ian, genuinely grateful, thanks Ronan for his trust. Ronan is a high-ranking magician, and based on Ian's memories from his past life, he was one of the few decent magicians. While Ronan is known for his uncompromising nature, his loyalty isn't to the Tower Master or the Ivory Tower. It's rooted in his own belief in the power of magic. Ian reflects that, in exchange for teaching Ronan a few powerful spells that even Herbert doesn't know, Ronan has easily switched his allegiance to Ian's side. Finally, Ronan bows one last time, stating that since a high-ranking magician not in the delegation is in the city, as Herbert said, it could cause diplomatic issues. Herbert, seething with anger, thinks to himself how he had initially underestimated Ian, assuming he was just some clueless kid. But now, it's clear Ian has already established himself in the Ivory Tower. Herbert glares at Ian, who is pointedly ignoring him, and silently swears that he won't let someone like Ian spoil his long-held plans to turn the Empire into the Ivory Tower's empire. Meanwhile, the crowd is abuzz with chatter, and Ragnar, who's been quietly observing, continues to fix his gaze on Ian, possibly already plotting his next move. Demodera is a city known for its neutrality and independence, not aligning with any specific nation. Recognized as the diplomatic bridge between three powerful countries, it has stood as a symbol of freedom and neutrality for over a century. As the delegations begin arriving for the three-country treaty discussions, the 19th mayor, N'Golo Neville, warmly greets them. Hayden, curious about the arrangements, asks where the other delegates are staying. N'Golo informs him that each delegation has its own designated VIP mansion, pointing to a lavish building where the Green River delegates will be housed. He also gestures to another impressive mansion, explaining that it has been set aside for the Crown Prince, a private space for the most important guests. Hayden, surveying the grand mansions, remarks on their magnificence. Turning to the Tower Master, he inquires if there are any other events scheduled for the day. The Tower Master responds that there is nothing planned until the treaty discussion itself. Hayden, pleased with the situation, orders everyone to go rest and then directs Ian to follow him, as he plans to go out. Ragnar, watching the interaction, calls the Tower Master aside once Hayden moves to his mansion. Ragnar leads the Tower Master to his room and begins speaking. He assures the Tower Master that he won't hold him accountable for the events that transpired recently, but expresses concern about the magician, Ian, who has been sticking close to his brother. He admits feeling uneasy about this. The Tower Master listens intently before replying, saying that while Ian Page is indeed powerful in magic, the upcoming treaty discussions require diplomacy, not magic. He reassures Ragnar that Ian will not be able to contribute much to the meeting, as he would not even have the chance to speak, even if he had something important to say. The high-ranking magicians, he states, are nothing more than accessories in such a diplomatic event. The Tower Master goes on to assure Ragnar that, as planned, he will be the one leading the treaty discussions. This calms Ragnar slightly, and he sighs, acknowledging that there is little he can do about Ian, even if he bothers him. He admits to the Tower Master that he has tried repeatedly to win Ian over as an ally, but has failed each time. However, Ragnar warns that leaving Ian to his own devices will only lead to bigger problems in the future. He gives the Tower Master a firm order, hoping he will take care of Ian as soon as possible. The Tower Master bows respectfully, promising that everything will unfold according to the Fifth Prince's wishes. Meanwhile, Hayden sits in his room, admiring the artifacts around him. He casually mentions how he heard the night streets of Demodera have great performances, and how there will be plenty to see and enjoy. He turns to Ian and Oliver, suggesting that since they need to sneak out, they should buy a few clothes to blend in. He orders Oliver to run a few errands, but Ian interrupts him. Hayden, surprised by Ian's sudden seriousness, asks what's wrong. Ian stares at him for a moment and sighs, asking if Hayden is aware of the situation he is in. He reminds Hayden that he is not just the Crown Prince of the Green River Empire, but also the key figure in the treaty negotiations. He sternly tells Hayden that he's not here to play around and should abandon any thoughts of going out. Hayden, trying to downplay the seriousness, weakly replies that there's still plenty of time before the treaty discussion. Ian, frustrated, counters that preparation should begin now. Hayden looks to Oliver, who nervously averts his gaze. Ian continues, explaining that the first speaker from their delegation will be Hayden, and if he is unable to speak, the Fifth Prince will take his place. Hayden mutters that his father had mentioned this, and Ian reassures him that if that happens, the Fifth Prince will take control of the discussions. Hayden, shaking his head, insists he doesn't want that to happen, but admits he feels unprepared. He confesses that the topics, military strength, commodities, land, and slave distribution, are far outside his realm of expertise. He feels he has no one to support him, and no one would want to help him either. Looking up at Ian, Hayden asks if it would not be better to remain silent than risk humiliating himself. Ian, seeing that Hayden is giving up, reminds him that this is exactly the attitude that will allow Ragnar to win. He emphasizes that Hayden is the only piece on the board capable of delivering the greatest blow to Ragnar's plans. Ian assures him that it is vital that Hayden takes the lead in the discussions, as it's his chance to prove himself. With a snap of his fingers, hundreds of papers filled with crucial notes begin to swirl around the room. Ian walks toward Hayden, stating that the Emperor has specifically instructed him to help and support the Crown Prince. This is Hayden's opportunity to achieve something on his own. Ian continues, explaining that his orders are to ensure the 5th Prince does not steal this opportunity from Hayden. He intends to help him take control of the treaty discussions by preparing him thoroughly. With another snap, the doors of the room lock automatically, and Ian makes it clear that from this moment until the treaty discussion, Hayden must memorize everything. 1 week later, in Demidera, as the day for the 3-country treaty discussion approaches, delegations begin arriving at the main hall. Ragnar, without turning, casually asks the Tower Master if it is true that his older brother has been staying inside the mansion for the entire week without coming out, and whether anything has happened to him. The Tower Master replies that this had been troubling him as well, so he had placed surveillance on the mansion where the Crown Prince is staying, but nothing unusual occurred. He adds that Hayden is only seen occasionally in the garden, looking extremely tired. At that moment, Hayden, along with Ian and Oliver, approaches from the opposite end of the hall. Ragnar greets him with a smile, asking if he had a good rest the previous night. Hayden weakly replies that he did. Ragnar, smiling again, says he's glad to hear that. When Hayden doesn't respond, Ragnar, still smiling, mentions that he'll head to the conference room with the delegation first, and moves past them. Ian looks at him for a moment before turning to Hayden, who remains standing with a tense expression. Ian reassures him not to worry, reminding him that he has already done everything he could over the past week to prepare for the treaty discussion, and that Hayden will be the one to take the lead. Hayden listens to him, and after a brief pause he looks up with a determined expression and offers Ian a smile. In the conference room, the mayor, N'Golo Neville, introduces himself as the one tasked with arbitrating the treaty discussion. He states that he is the 19th mayor of Demidera and will oversee the proceedings, ensuring that all details of the discussion are recorded. The delegations take their seats around a round table, and N'Golo continues, urging them to keep his words in mind as the meeting begins. The first to speak is Maxwell Benet, the successor of the Duke Benet family and the authority figure representing the Principality of Ro. He mentions the difficulty in procuring troops and supplies due to the narrow and dangerous roads leading to their principality. He continues, stating that they are requesting magicians and elite knights instead of foot soldiers, and money in place of commodities, an arrangement they have already agreed upon with the Coldwood Empire. He quickly clarifies that if the Green River Empire has any objections, they are prepared to restart the discussion. Ian reflects on the fact that the first topic being addressed is the subjugation force. He glances at Hayden and encourages him to speak as they practiced. Just as the 5th Prince is about to begin his speech, Hayden interrupts, announcing that the person in charge of military matters will be their empire's general and undefeated commander, Sir Duncan Miltos. He entrusts the matter to Sir Duncan. Maxwell wonders if the 5th Prince is the one in charge, but Hayden reassures everyone that with an expert like Sir Duncan present, there is no need for further discussion on the matter. He turns towards Sir Duncan and directly asks for his opinion. Sir Duncan meekly agrees to take on the responsibility and shares his thoughts on the Principality of Ro's request. Ian observes the exchange and thinks that this is a good strategy, and as long as they continue in this manner, the discussion will go smoothly. The conversation progresses as each delegation presents their opinions and young leaders continue their negotiations. As the discussion nears its end, Crown Prince Hector Coldwood of the Coldwood Empire speaks up. He states that splitting the land into 3 parts without any careful planning, especially with borders so close to each other, is hindering the fair division of the land. He points out that the quality of natural resources and land varies across the vast territory, and while some nations may strike a jackpot, others could end up with worthless land. He explains that some countries will inevitably face losses, which could lead to serious conflicts. He suggests that while feeling bad is a mild way of putting it, in reality, it could potentially spark a war. Ian observes the passive expressions around the conference table and reflects on how this is the most critical point of the treaty discussion, the division of lands and natural resources after the subjugation. Hector concludes by saying that the Coldwood Empire does not seek conflict and is content as long as peace can be maintained for the next 1,000 or even 10,000 years. He urges anyone with a good proposal to speak up, suggesting they should enjoy their shared resources without harboring ill feelings. Ragnar looks toward the Tower Master and nods, prompting him to speak. However, Hayden interrupts once more, confidently declaring that he knows of a method. All eyes turn toward him as he smirks, asserting that his solution is foolproof. Hayden announces that he has a method, and after a brief silence, the mayor asks him to share what he has in mind. Hayden begins by mentioning the Empire's ivory tower, but quickly corrects himself, saying that it's actually their new magic tower that has developed a new magic. This magic allows them to detect and roughly quantify the minerals buried beneath a specific area. This revelation shocks both Ragnar and the Tower Master, who stare at Hayden in disbelief. The Tower Master is stunned, wondering how Hayden could possibly know about this. Maxwell quickly asks if it's true and Hayden confirms it. He then explains that they must have heard rumors about the magician behind this magic and introduces the Empire's youngest high-ranking magician, Sir Ian Page, the creator of this magic. As the room fills with questions, the Tower Master wonders if Hayden had the same insight he did, that the magic for detecting minerals would be crucial to the treaty discussion. He looks at Ian, trying to understand how he could have seen through the core of the discussion. Hayden continues by explaining that they plan to use this magic to create a resource map. Since they need to determine the value of the land, the completed map will allow them to divide the Great Plains into plots for the countries, based on specific requirements. While the boundaries may not be perfect, this land is intended to be cultivated and mined for generations. Ragnar glares at the Crown Prince, but the mayor asserts that there is no better solution than this. Hayden concludes his explanation, stating that this is all he has to offer and then sits back down. Outside, Oliver waits as Hayden calls him over, with Ian following behind. Hayden excitedly tells Oliver that he should have seen how he completely turned the meeting upside down. He laughs about how Ragnar and the Tower Master's faces were priceless, expressing regret that Oliver wasn't there to witness it. Hayden sighs and says he'll fill Oliver in on the details later, but for now, they should grab a drink and tour the city. He turns to Ian, asking if he will join them, noting that he won't get many chances like this again. Ian weakly nods, causing Hayden to smile brightly, as he had likely expected Ian to decline. He pats Ian's shoulder, encouraging him to accept the drinks Hayden is offering now that he's almost an adult. Hayden assures Ian that he will personally teach him how to drink. At that moment, Ragnar approaches and calls out to the Crown Prince. He bows slightly, complimenting Hayden for his impressive performance and saying that he learned a lot from him. Hayden hesitates, then smiles weakly, expressing his gladness at hearing that. He adds that he too had hoped to learn much from the treaty discussion and encourages Ragnar to keep improving. He even offers to give him advice whenever needed. Ragnar clenches his teeth and walks away. Hayden turns back to Ian with a bright smile, declaring that today is truly the best day of his life. He suggests they make up for the restraint of the past week and go all out today. He tells Oliver to be casual as well. As he looks at Ian for confirmation, something catches his eye. His expression quickly shifts as he urgently asks Ian what is happening to his hands. Everyone turns to Ian, who looks down to see his hands slowly disappearing. Ian calmly explains that his limit has been reached. Hayden orders Ian to explain in a way he can understand, but Ian simply apologizes and says he will have to accept Hayden's drinks at the Imperial Castle instead, as his body continues to fade. Hayden reaches out to him, but Ian tells him that he will explain everything at the Imperial Castle. Then Ian vanishes entirely, leaving everyone in shock. The Tower Master clenches his fists, realizing that it was a clone all along. He is baffled, thinking to himself that clones aren't supposed to exist, yet Ian managed to accomplish everything with one. They had all been completely deceived by Ian Page. One of Sir Ian's servants brings him his food while he's still sleeping. Lord Fearig tells the servant to set the food aside since Sir Ian is resting. It had been several days since it was mentioned that Ian had slowed his metabolism with his magic, and it was becoming clear that he was growing weaker. Lord Fearig felt the need to call for a mage to wake him, but before he could do so, Sir Ian stirs and tells him there's no need for that. Lord Fearig then asks him how he's feeling, whether he's well or not. Sir Ian, being honest, admits that he doesn't feel well at all. He has a headache and can barely move. Lord Fearig grows concerned and suggests calling a doctor for him, but Sir Ian refuses, saying he only wants food because he's extremely hungry. As Sir Ian prepares to leave, Lord Fearig asks him if he's sure he doesn't want to stay for one more night, even though he understands Ian must be busy. Sir Ian refuses, telling him that he should be the one grateful, as he didn't do anything more than his duty as a High Mage, just as any other High Mage would have done. But Lord Fearig disagrees. While it's true that other High Mages would have driven out the monsters, they would have simply done that and then left. Nothing more. Lord Fearig reflects on the first time he met Sir Ian, admitting that he had his doubts about what a young boy could possibly do against such a massive army of monsters. But Ian proved him wrong. In just 10 days, Ian accomplished what Lord Fearig himself couldn't do in years. He solved the problem. That alone showed that Ian possessed something that no one else had. Finally, Lord Fearig mentions the oath, telling Ian that he's heard Lord Morgan of the North swore the oath of the honored guest to him 5 years ago. Now he wishes to have the East swear that same oath to Ian as well. Ian is caught off guard by Lord Fearig's casual approach to the matter, but Lord Fearig's faith and affection for him are clear. Lord Fearig asks for Ian's permission, hoping he's okay with the idea. He wants to name Ian as his honored guest, not out of a desire to return a favor, but because it's something Lord Fearig truly wants. Ian, the only 6th-class mage in the Empire, would be the honored guest on Lord Feyrig's lands, a gesture born out of Lord Feyrig's own will, not because he expects anything in return. He's confident that neither he nor Ian will regret it. Ian, however, isn't sure if swearing an oath meant to last 1,000 years should be something done so spontaneously. Still, he has no intention of turning it down. Lord Feyrig moves forward with the formalities for the oath of 1,000 years, reassuring Ian that it won't take long. His family will always welcome Ian, no matter when he visits, and they swear to always be at his service if he ever needs help from the East. He wishes that the oath will last for generations on both sides, and with a little embarrassment, he swears it by the easternmost stream of the Emerald River. Ian can't help but think how simple and nice it would be if they could just say, "Their oath is sworn," and be done with it. But as it stands, he looks forward to a brighter future alongside Lord Feyrig. Lord Feyrig asks Ian to let him know whenever he plans to visit, as he wants to show him what a proper feast from the East looks like. Ian agrees, feeling the weight of how much has happened in such a short time. Afterwards, Ian reflects on the unexpected gift he's received and the next steps ahead. He needs to track down the person who enchanted the staff and figure out how they managed to bring back black magic after 300 years, all while knowing there are plenty of questions awaiting him back in the capital. Ian returned to his place, and as soon as he stepped inside, his mother rushed to him, visibly concerned. She asked where he had gone, as he had disappeared without a word, which made her worry. Her shock deepened when she saw how weak and thin Ian had become, and she immediately became even more worried. She questioned him, asking what in the world he had put himself through. She even thought that Lord Feyrig didn't know how to take care of someone who had traveled such a long way to help him. Her heart broke seeing him in such a state. Ian reassured her, telling her that it was a long story, but he would soon be better. He handed her a telesphere, crafted from mana crystals, which he had stopped by the workshop to have made on his way back. This device would allow her to communicate with him any time, even if he was in the city. He also apologized for scaring her, and promised not to disappear like that again. Douglas, who had been watching, asked about the magic Ian had just shown. He explained that he had learned many kinds of magic at the academy, but had never seen anything like this. He was curious how Ian could be in Demethera and at the castle at the same time, wondering if it was some kind of mirror trick or a life-size doll. Ian, smiling, asked Douglas to take things one question at a time. He explained that it was one of the perks of being a 6th-class mage, which left Douglas confused. If Ian was a 6th-class mage, did that mean his class was higher than any other mage in the Empire? Ian reassured him to relax, saying he was still the same Ian Page they all knew. Douglas, undeterred, told Ian that he was going to try a potion he had made earlier that morning and invited Ian to join him. Ian declined, explaining that while he would have loved to, he had another invitation. He made his way to the location, feeling a bit unsure as he took in the unfamiliar environment. However, as soon as he arrived, people began welcoming him warmly, telling him that the celebration had been prepared just for him. They asked him to take a seat and handed him a drink, congratulating him on becoming a 6th-class mage. They proudly mentioned that they had the finest wine in the royal castle just for this occasion. Ian, who rarely drank wine in the past, decided to give it a try. He took a glass, drank it all in one go, and surprisingly, he liked it. The group, noticing, mentioned that His Highness should hear about what had happened in Demethera. Sir Oliver poured him another glass and advised him to slow down, joking that if he drank too much, he might accidentally blow the whole building away with a magic missile. Ian was surprised to see His Highness so informal with his knights, and asked Sir Oliver if that was really appropriate. Sir Oliver smiled and explained that every man in that room had sworn loyalty to His Highness, the Crown Prince, and could therefore be trusted. Ian seemed a little confused, prompting Sir Oliver to observe that Ian probably didn't have many friends, given his cautious demeanor. He then recalled their first conversation at Mogrian's castle when Ian had captured Lady Cecilia, who turned out to be a spy. Sir Oliver also remembered that, despite Ian having just fought a 3rd-class mage, Ian didn't appear exhausted. It made him realize that Ian was very skilled at hiding his feelings, almost like a veteran trained for years not to show any emotion. It made him think, how insidious that boy is. Sir Oliver then noted that Ian probably didn't have any friends to talk to. He chuckled, saying he had an eye for character. Ian, hearing this, felt a pang of sadness. He agreed, but also mentioned that there was someone he once considered a friend, though their ending wasn't quite as impressive. Sir Oliver, intrigued, tried to figure out what kind of person Ian's friend had been. He reflected on his 5 years of training with Ian, and said that whenever they talked like this, it felt like speaking to a middle-aged man, not someone his age. Ian smiled and acknowledged Sir Oliver's sharp eye for character. He then joked that he was actually turning 48 that year and had been using magic to maintain his youthful appearance, laughing at the absurdity of it. He reminded Sir Oliver of his earlier remark about him being an insidious little boy who sometimes got too serious with his jokes. Ian asked for forgiveness, and Sir Oliver, with a grin, forgave him as the bigger man. They both laughed, and Ian found it very kind of Sir Oliver. Ian stepped outside to get some fresh air, his head feeling heavy from the alcohol, He wasn't used to drinking so much. It was then that the vice captain appeared. Ian, a little surprised, asked what he was doing out there. The vice captain explained that he was hiding to get some air, as he wasn't a great drinker. In fact, his face turned red even from a single glass of wine. Ian nodded, mentioning that he was out there for the same reason. He admitted that feasts like those weren't really his thing. The vice captain then shared a story about Paul Lance, the vice captain of the Second Imperial Order of Knights. In his past life, Paul had been the second best swordsman in the Empire. He came from humble beginnings, but his swordsmanship and loyalty had earned him his current position, gaining the trust of the Crown Prince and the captain. The vice captain shifted the conversation and asked Ian about his first time drinking. Ian shrugged, noting that it wasn't too bad and that he'd actually enjoyed it for the first time in a while. The vice captain smiled and thanked Ian, saying his presence had managed to turn the stern old captain into a bit of a chatterbox. He also mentioned that he hadn't seen His Highness that happy in years. Ian appreciated the compliment but replied modestly, saying he was destined to become a great leader. All he was doing for the vice captain was offering a little nudge in the right direction. Seeing the captain happy made Ian feel a little closer to him. Just then, the vice captain received a call from inside. It was His Highness, complaining that if the vice captain didn't let him pour a drink, he'd be getting rid of him. The vice captain excused himself, saying he had to go back inside. Left alone, Ian stood there thinking about how the memories of his past life would no longer be of any help. The choices he had made had brought about significant changes, and those changes would eventually lead to a new ending for his story. At that moment, he realized that there was no way to predict how things would turn out, and all he could do was protect the ones he loved. Inside, the Highness questioned the Tower Master about the plan. The Tower Master reminded him that their goal was to eliminate Ian, and the usual answer was, "Please wait until I turn him into a useful weapon for us." The Highness was growing frustrated, feeling that Ian was always standing in their way. The Tower Master apologized, explaining that perhaps he'd been too careful. Who would have thought the young boy would rise to such prominence so quickly? He promised that there would be no more delays, and today would be the last time His Highness would have to wait. The Tower Master then presented Helene, asking her to show respect to her prince. The Highness confirmed that she was the High Mage who had disappeared some years ago. Helene uncovered her face and expressed how honored she was to finally meet him. The Tower Master reassured His Highness not to be alarmed, emphasizing that she was human and above all loyal. She would give her life at the snap of a finger if that was what His Highness desired. The Tower Master then explained that Helene practiced the forbidden art of black magic. He was confident that it wouldn't be long before Ian Page would fall to his knees before them. The Tower Master assured His Highness that there was nothing to worry about anymore. The only thing left was for him to claim his rightful place on the throne. Herbert Leon called out for Marco, and when Marco entered, he seemed confused, as if something was wrong. But the Tower Master wasn't concerned with that. Instead, he was remembering the first time he saw Marco more than 20 years ago. Back then, Marco had been nothing more than a tiny baby, so it's likely that he wouldn't even remember the moment. However, Herbert remembered it clearly, an abandoned baby, wrapped in rags, smiling up at him. He watched Marco turn over and get up on his own 2 feet for the first time, and seeing him grow over the years filled him with joy. Herbert even admitted that watching Marco grow had been so fulfilling that sometimes he forgot his own duties. He marveled at the fact that the baby, not only possessing innate talent, had the determination to become a successful wizard. It amazed him. The Tower Master wanted Marco to know just how proud he was of him. Marco, humbled, thanked him, attributing all his success to Herbert's generous support. Herbert, wanting to repay Marco in some way, was prepared to do anything Marco asked. However, he had called him there that day for a favor. If Marco had no plans that night, Herbert asked if he would visit him at his manor. Marco agreed. Ardal welcomed Ian Page, the youngest High Mage of the Ivory Tower, with a certain warmth. Ian, however, was confused about how Ardal knew who he was. In their line of work, there wasn't a soul who didn't know Ian's name. Ardal thanked Ian for visiting his humble residence, but quickly got to the point, questioning what had brought him there. Ian, reassuring him not to worry, explained that he was simply another client looking to buy information. Specifically, Ian wanted everything Ardal had on black magic. Ardal, a bit surprised, remarked that he'd thought someone like Ian would already know more about black magic than they did. Ian clarified that he was after something that might seem petty or preposterous. Ardal understood exactly what Ian was seeking. What Ian wanted was related to something they'd recently been investigating, and it seemed like he had arrived at just the right time. Ardal then asked Ian if he was familiar with the Order of Dragons. Ian confessed that he knew about them, one of the many cults in the Empire that worshipped dragons as deities. While no one knew for certain how old the cult was, it was clear that they had existed for over 100 years. The Order of Dragons had originally started as a religious group in a small village. According to a grave robber who had claimed to have met the last descendants of dragons, the group was led by a lord who wanted to spread the new truth with superhuman powers. At first, no one believed him, thinking he was a fraud. But as time passed, more and more people came to believe in the order, and now, no one knew exactly how many followers or leaders there were. Everything about them was shrouded in secrecy, and while rumors had circulated, including claims of bringing the dead back to life or brainwashing people, nothing concrete had ever been revealed. Ardal wasn't sure if the descendants of dragons actually existed, but considering the rumors and the bits of information they had gathered, one possibility seemed most likely. He was quite certain that the Order of Dragons was affiliated with black magic. Recently, some of the Empire's most renowned families had been found to have connections with the Order. This suggested that their black magic needed resources beyond mana or non-human entities, and the Order had the connections to procure those resources. The Order was highly exclusive, with only a select few chosen to join, which made identifying all of its members difficult. But who would be more interested in controlling people through brainwashing than those in power? This was all the information Ardal could give Ian for now, as their investigation was still ongoing. However, he promised to send Ian a letter if they discovered anything useful. Ian thanked him and urged him to continue the investigation. Later, Ian reflected on what he had learned. He'd never heard of the Order of Dragons in his past life, and if they had been around for over 100 years, surely he should have known their name. His thoughts wandered to the shaman king he had met on the Great Plains, who had used a staff imbued with black magic. Ian didn't have any physical evidence to support his hunch, but he felt that Tower Master Herbert must know that the changes on the Great Plains were connected to black magic, or perhaps even that Herbert was directly involved with the Order of Dragons. Ian also wondered if the changes in history had already existed before his rebirth. The discrepancies between his past life and his current one were growing more apparent. He couldn't help but wonder whether it was due to his use of Dragnian, the language of dragons, or if it was because he had turned back time. He felt as though he had opened a box of secrets he wasn't supposed to, and with everything that was happening, he realized how much was still unknown to him. That meant he had to be prepared for anything. Tower Master Herbert felt bad about calling Marco at such an odd time, but it wasn't really a problem for Marco. Instead, he was more curious about the favor Herbert wanted from him. The Tower Master insisted it must remain a secret and asked Marco to follow him somewhere. Herbert grabbed a book, and when he opened it, a hollow space appeared, offering a passage for them to step through. He urged Marco to go first, and the Tower Master followed behind him. As they stepped inside, they found themselves in a massive cage, resembling a prison, where several people were kept. The Tower Master referred to them as raw materials, which angered Marco. No matter what they were used for, they were still people, right? Marco's eyes landed on Chris, someone who had died during one of his practice sessions. Herbert explained that many of the wizards in the cage had similar experiences, having died during their duties, either in accidents or from diseases. There were also wizards from outside the Empire, and the non-wizards had been picked from the backstreets, chosen to fail. Herbert went on to tell Marco that he had saved these people from mockery and embarrassment by transforming them into something useful. They were ingredients for a greater cause, the Empire of the Ivory Tower. He reassured Marco that he wouldn't end up like them because Marco was like a son to him. Marco, under the influence of Herbert's hypnotic power, was asked who he thought Herbert resembled. He replied that the Tower Master of the Green River Empire, Master Herbert Leon, and introduced himself as Marco, the second-class mage of the Ivory Tower, also an assistant mage to the Tower Master. Herbert then ordered Marco to cut off one of his little fingers with a dagger. Marco did as instructed and blood splattered everywhere. The Tower Master, relieved, finally felt that he could call Marco his son. Later, 3 people were discussing Master Herbert's situation. They noted that he was becoming increasingly busy and dealing with Ian, the youngest 6th-class mage, which must have put a lot of pressure on him. The blue-dressed girl told the others that, moving forward, the Tower Master would serve the 5th Prince, while Sir Ian would serve the Crown Prince. The 2 of them would become the 2 pillars holding up the tower, each serving different royals. The 3 continued to discuss which of them they should serve, understanding that it was all about receiving orders and following them. Marco knocked on the door and entered Ian's room, bringing him what he needed. Marco handed the books to Ian. Ian glanced at him, then asked about Tower Master's health. Marco replied casually, saying that he was just feeling under the weather. But as Ian's eyes drifted to Marco's hand, he couldn't help but notice something odd. When he asked about it, Marco lied, claiming he had a small accident during his practice sessions, and insisted it was a minor injury, so Ian shouldn't worry. But something felt off. Marco, who had always been frank and open when they were alone, was now acting distant. Ian couldn't shake the feeling that Marco was behaving like a completely different person. Perhaps Marco was trying to keep a distance because of how he now resembled his old self and was speaking with his voice. It was all happening since the Tower Master went on vacation. Trying to piece things together, Ian reminded Marco of their past in Mogrian, where they had first met. Ian had been stationed there, and if it weren't for Marco's help in wiping out the goblins that attacked Lord Mogrian, Ian would have been badly injured. Marco agreed, saying he remembered that, but seemed eager to leave. Seeing his odd behavior, Ian stopped him, questioning why Marco was acting so strangely. Marco insisted that he was just remembering the past differently, claiming that their encounter during the goblin battle in Mogrian was something he hadn't been part of. He said it was actually when Ian underwent his mana reaction examination that Marco helped him. Ian's confusion grew, and his suspicion was now undeniable. He demanded an explanation. Determined to get to the bottom of it, Ian used some of his powers to bring Marco back to his senses. When Marco woke up, he appeared completely zoned out. Ian asked how he was feeling, and Marco seemed disconnected from reality. Ian informed him that he had cast an anti-magic spell, one that cancelled all other active spells, because Marco had been puppeteered by black magic. Slowly, Marco came back to his true self, and with a troubled look, he urged Ian to stop Tower Master Herbert from whatever dark plans he was carrying out. Desperate for answers, Ian demanded to know every detail of what had happened. Ian soon found himself facing Tower Master Herbert Leon. Herbert's plan had worked. Ian had taken the bait. The Tower Master had placed black magic on Marco, knowing that someone like Ian, an excellent mage, would recognize the signs of such an obvious spell. Now that Ian was here, Tower Master's preparations were complete. While some of the raw materials were no longer usable, Herbert saw it as a fair investment to tame a 6th-class mage. Herbert felt honored that a 6th-class high mage like Ian had come to visit him, especially while he was ill. Ian, ever the respectful mage, wished him a quick recovery, as it was only natural to visit the respected leader of one's organization when they were unwell. The Tower Master thanked Ian for his kind words, then invited him to sit and have tea. As they spoke, Tower Master mentioned that he had met Marco earlier, noting that Marco seemed a bit under the weather. He mused that perhaps he had passed his illness on to Marco, but Ian disagreed, saying that what he saw in Marco wasn't simply an illness. Tower Master praised Marco for his hard work, admitting that his passion often took a toll on his health. Ian then revealed something disturbing. He told Herbert that Marco had shared an incredible story with him. Somewhere in the mansion was a portal leading to a secret laboratory where Tower Master was conducting black magic experiments using unethical methods. Tower Master immediately denied it, dismissing the claim as absurd and suggesting that Marco must have imagined it due to his illness. Anger rising, Ian confronted the Tower Master. He confessed that Marco had been controlled by black magic, and it was Herbert himself who had cast the spell on him. He added that Marco was the one who had sent Ian here to stop Tower Master from continuing whatever dark experiments he was undertaking. Herbert continued to deny everything. He insisted that he had no part in what Ian was accusing him of. Instead, he confirmed there was indeed a portal to his laboratory, but it wasn't a result of any black magic. It was simply a perk from an artifact he had come across, one that made travel to his laboratory convenient for an old mage like him. Black magic, he claimed, was not something he dealt with. To prove his innocence, Herbert offered Ian the chance to accompany him to his laboratory, assuring him that a first-hand look would leave no room for doubt. Tower Master takes Ian with him to his laboratory, explaining that, as the master of the Ivory Tower, he cannot allow rumors of him practicing black magic to spread. It would be disgraceful. He then demonstrates the power of an artifact, showing Ian how injecting a small amount of mana into a book allows anyone to use a portal spell, an ability that normally only an 8th-class mage could cast. He insists that Ian follow him, which Ian does without hesitation. As they walk, Ian's mind keeps returning to his past life, where he remembers Herbert Leon as one of the greatest Tower Masters in history. Herbert was a legendary mage who laid the foundation for the unification of the continent. Once humble and dignified, he had been benevolent to all, and with his help, the prince he served rose to become the Prince of the Empire. The reputation of the Ivory Tower reached its peak during Herbert's time, and Ian, who had also served that same prince as a mage, held great respect for the Tower Master's noble personality. But now, Tower Master claims that once, he dreamt of being a hero, of becoming a mage who could protect the Empire with immense power and bring peace to the grieving hearts of the people. However, over time, he came to realize that there was nothing he could change on his own. The only real power capable of making him a hero existed somewhere else. Herbert then hypnotizes Ian, implanting in his mind the idea that the true power to command countless talents and keep the Empire and its people safe comes from authority. He asks Ian to join him in obtaining this power, promising that together they could protect the Empire and save countless lives. Though they are different, Tower Master argues, both of them only want to be heroes. He commands Ian to stand up, and Ian does, though his mind is troubled. Herbert then asks Ian the same question he once asked Marco, that who he is. Ian responds that he is the master of the Ivory Tower, Herbert Leon, and a lunatic too. Tower Master is taken aback, clearly shocked by Ian's words. But before Herbert can react, Ian punches him in the face. Ian reminds Herbert of what the Tower Master himself had said earlier, that this wasn't black magic. But, despite all the black magic he might have learned, Herbert is still bound by the limits of a 5th-class mage. Ian questions whether the Tower Master really believed he could deceive him into thinking otherwise. He mocks Herbert, calling him desperate. As mana drains from the Tower Master, Ian notes how much of it he's already taken from him. Given his age, it will take Herbert a long time to recover, and Ian warns him that he won't be able to move easily. Ian surveyed all the property the Tower Master had amassed, and couldn't help but wonder what he planned to do with it all. especially since he didn't even have a family. Taunting the Tower Master, Ian remarked that it seemed like all his wealth was hidden away in a cave, never once contributing a single coin to the Empire. He also questioned how far the Tower Master intended to take it all, asking if he planned to take it all the way to the river Styx. As Ian looked around at the people in the cave, he noticed they didn't look in great shape, but some of them appeared to still be alive. He told them to hang on just a little longer, assuring them that he was going to get them out of there so they could receive proper care. The Tower Master, laughing darkly, asked Ian if he really believed that Marco was the only one he could tame. There were many others, each one more useful than Marco, ready to serve him. Then, with a menacing tone, the Tower Master threatened that his people would be arriving soon, and they wouldn't stop until they received the signal. This was how the spell had been initiated in the first place, ensuring those two things above all else were carried out. Ian felt the weight of the situation and became visibly stressed. Still, the Tower Master offered him a deal. If Ian forgot everything that had happened and didn't expose the portal, he'd have no evidence against him. He claimed he had no idea what Ian's true motives were, but warned that crossing his path would be a mistake Ian would regret. Despite the offer, Ian refused. The Tower Master's expression darkened. He threatened Ian, saying that he would slaughter his mother and the Crown Prince. Ian, however, wanted to see what the Tower Master was truly capable of. Meanwhile, Mrs. Page anxiously waited for Ian's return. Rathio Hemon suggested she go inside as the wind was getting colder, but she was tense. Something felt wrong. She couldn't reach Ian through his orb, and he always made sure to inform her if he would be late. Ratheo tried to reassure her, reminding her that Ian was a 6th-class mage in the Empire. Not even a soldier or platoon would dare cross him, so there was nothing to worry about. Still, Mrs. Page was worried. To her, Ian was still a boy. Rathio, sensing her distress, excused himself and apologized for his earlier comments. He admitted that he had a young son himself and understood her concern. He then assured her that Ian likely felt the weight of his responsibilities and carried burdens alone, but being a family, they were meant to share those burdens. Mrs. Page, however, felt helpless, knowing that Ian never asked for help from anyone. It hurt her to see him take everything on his own shoulders, especially when she wanted to be the one he could rely on. Yet, all she could do was wait for him to return. Ratheo, sensing her frustration, urged her not to be so hard on herself. He was certain that Ian drew strength from knowing that he had a family waiting for his return. He reflected on a time when he himself had been suffering from mana poisoning, and having his son by his side was the greatest comfort he could have asked for. That was the power of family, he explained. Even when we think we aren't helping, just being there for each other provides a sense of security. He then asked if he could stay with her until Ian returned. As they sat in silence, the atmosphere was calm, but something felt off to Ratheo. Suddenly, he urged Mrs. Page to go inside, sensing something was wrong. Two people approached, their heads covered. Ratheo called for them to stop, but when he saw the weapons in their hands, he immediately moved to protect Mrs. Page, holding her close as he prepared for whatever danger they might bring. Arnold and His Majesty were both startled by the thunder and lightning. Arnold urged His Majesty to leave immediately, suggesting they head back to their place since the weather seemed unstable. However, His Majesty, determined to learn more about the people's lives, insisted on staying, having worked hard to convince Father to let him venture out in disguise. He was not about to turn back so soon. Arnold, concerned but intrigued, questioned His Majesty if he could teach him swordsmanship. He clarified that he wasn't trying to become a warrior, but simply wanted to learn some self-defense techniques or perhaps some posture training. His Majesty, raising an eyebrow, asked if Arnold knew how to draw his sword with style, but Arnold wasn't interested in doing that right now. Instead, he asked His Majesty to step behind him, intending to protect him. Just then, Helene, the High Mage of the Ivory Tower, appeared. Arnold, surprised, noted that he had heard Helene had been missing for years. What was she doing there? Helene took steps toward Arnold, and he immediately ordered her to stop and state her intentions for approaching His Majesty. Helene muttered something about Hayden Green River destroying everything in his path. A confrontation broke out between the two, with Helene activating her mana barrier. Arnold, seeing this, felt a rush of excitement. It was finally his chance to test his abilities. He knew Sir Ian had been the first person Ragnar wanted to demonstrate it to, but now Arnold saw an opportunity for some practice of his own. As the battle intensified, Arnold struggled to control the mana flowing out of his body. He realized that it was becoming difficult, much like when casting a spell. For a moment, he thought of himself as a halfling, a term he had heard used before. But despite the difficulty, he felt that with enough practice, he could manage the flow of mana for a certain period once he released it. With a surge of confidence, Arnold threatened Helene, warning her to prepare herself to witness what a halfling could do. He stepped forward, raising his weapon and aiming for her chest. But just as he was about to strike, he suddenly stopped. He wouldn't kill her, not yet. not until he figured out who was behind the plot to assassinate His Majesty. Ian wants the Tower Master to do what he can, provided he has the will to do so, as Ian is not afraid of his tricks. He has faith in the people he's worked with and met over the past 5 years. Herbert, on the other hand, still believes they stand no chance against a mage. Ian questions Herbert, asking if he truly thinks he's foolish enough to be unprepared for such a situation. Ian recalls when he saw Herbert sending people to his mansion at Demethera when the treaty was signed. That same trick won't work on him again. By then, one of the many mana traps Ian has set would have easily caught any intruders, and it's highly likely they would already be dead. Because of this, Ian refuses to negotiate with the Tower Master, as there's nothing for him to gain from that. Instead, the one who's going to be put on trial is Herbert himself. With crimes as serious as his, Ian is certain that an execution is in the cards, and he's going to be there to ensure it happens. Ian thanks Herbert for looking after the Ivory Tower for decades, promising to take good care of it from here on out. He understands that maintaining the Ivory Tower's great reputation is an important duty for the Tower Master, which is why he understands why Herbert would support the 5th prince instead of the Crown Prince. Ian once thought Rangar would make a good king, as accumulating people's wealth behind their backs is something a greedy person could do. But the thing that truly infuriated Ian was that Herbert had dragged his family into this, something he should never have done, as everyone has a sensitive spot, and that's one thing you don't mess with. Terry Greenriver then makes an announcement. The sinister crimes of Tower Master Herbert have finally come to light. Herbert abused his position by indulging in black magic, using human lives and souls as ingredients to exploit innocent people and follow mages of his empire. This is a grave sin, one so severe that even death cannot atone for it. Terry, sickened by the nature of Herbert's crimes, declares that Herbert Leon will be stripped of all his authority and titles and immediately sentenced to death by public execution. He is going to go down as the worst sinner in the history of his empire. Terry also announces that he will personally lead the investigations and perform all related duties to uncover any other sinister accomplices involved. He commands everyone present to understand that no mage practicing black magic will be immune from investigation, regardless of their position or status. He orders all aristocrats to cooperate, promising that those who were unwilling participants in the Tower Master's evil plot will be cleansed of black magic and restored to their original positions. However, Terry makes one exception, Helene, who attempted to assassinate the Crown Prince. Despite being under the Tower Master's influence, her crime of attempting to kill royal blood is a sin beyond explanation. For that, Terry sentences High Mage Helene to indefinite incarceration. Lastly, Terry acknowledges the 2 heroes who stopped Herbert's devilish schemes, stating that their rewards are well-deserved. He calls forward Ian Page, who exposed and stopped the Tower Master's plot, and Oliver Raywood, who successfully thwarted Helene's assassination attempt on the Crown Prince. Terry announces that Ian's reward will be determined after the investigation into black magic concludes. He then turns to Oliver, the captain of the 2nd Imperial Order of Knights, and declares that it's a blessing and a joyful occasion for the Empire. Not only is the Crown Prince safe, but a new superior knight has been born, someone who has transcended human limitations. Terry praises Oliver for setting a noble example for the Knights of the Empire. He bows in respect to Oliver and rewards him with the highest title a knight can achieve, Swordmaster. The crowd begins to murmur in surprise, as no one has received this title in centuries. The reason for this is that the honor of the sword was overshadowed by the power of magic. But Oliver, in Terry's eyes, has boldly pierced through that shadow and transcended its limits. Terry is certain that Oliver will continue to do so. He commands Oliver to kneel before the king. Terry then places his words on Oliver's head, swearing by the first stream of the Emerald River that the title of Swordmaster, along with all its honor, is being granted to Sir Oliver Raywood, Knight of the Imperial family. He asks Oliver if he is ready to take on the responsibilities of the Sword of the Empire, a position that has been vacant for centuries. Oliver swears by his title to dedicate his life to the protection of the Empire. Ragnar was deeply dissatisfied with the decision to execute the Master of the Ivory Tower. He couldn't understand why his father failed to see the significant loss of power their empire was about to suffer. To him, the Tower Master was a 6th-class high mage, and losing someone like him would be equivalent to losing 10,000 soldiers. But it wasn't just about the problem of the execution itself. It was the timing. As the Tower Master's death was going to be public, every kingdom on the continent would hear about it, including their old enemy at the border, the Coldwood Empire. Ragnar was frustrated and continued to make his point clear, reiterating how detrimental this decision would be. Terry Greenriver, his father, interrupted, dismissing Ragnar's concerns. He stated that Herbert Leon was no longer the most powerful mage in their empire. At that moment, the most powerful mage in the Ivory Tower was Ian Page, the first human to achieve 6th-class magic. Ian was soon going to replace the current Tower Master, and Terry assured Ragnar not to worry. In fact, he believed this generational shift would bring prosperity to the Ivory Tower. Ragnar reluctantly agreed that Ian Page would likely usher in a new era for the tower. However, his concern remained. Losing a great mage with decades of experience and immense power like the Tower Master would be a waste. If Ian Page could be partnered with the Tower Master to lead the Ivory Tower, Ragnar was certain their empire would dominate the continent in no time. If the young, talented mage and the wise, experienced Tower Master could divide the power of the Ivory Tower, it would create a system of checks and balances that would be beneficial for both the tower and their empire. This, Ragnar argued, would keep them both busy and distracted, which would work in their favor. Terry agreed with the idea of Ian leading the tower, but he reiterated his concern about the Tower Master's involvement with forbidden black magic. He believed no study of black magic would be a fair description of what the Tower Master had actually done. The Tower Master had used mages under his protection, along with innocent commoners, as ingredients for black magic, showing no remorse in sacrificing their lives. Terry believed this was a sign that the Tower Master had gone insane. The Tower Master's ultimate goal had been to gain more power through human sacrifice, and when he saw Ian Page as a threat to his own power, he attempted to brainwash him with black magic, just as he had done to other mages. Ragnar, however, continued to defend the Tower Master. He believed that, in extreme cases, the practice of black magic could be a powerful weapon that could benefit their empire. If his father was concerned about using the ingredients for black magic, Ragnar suggested they use criminals facing death sentences instead of innocent people. The sacrifices, in his mind, could be justified for the greater good. But this, Terry claimed, was where their fundamental disagreement lay, and the reason Ragnar would never be chosen as his successor. Black magic was the art of absolute evil, a force that corrupted human souls and disrupted the natural order. Terry reminded Ragnar of his ancestor, Mitchell Greenriver, who had fought to ban black magic from the land and make it disappear entirely. Terry, being Ragnar's father, was fully aware of his character, ambitions, and plans. Although Ragnar was incredibly intelligent, he lacked the most important quality an emperor should have, the ability to value his people above all else. Ragnar, who viewed people as mere tools to be used, was never going to embody this trait. Ragnar was not willing to let this stand. He confronted his father, questioning whether his father truly thought he didn't understand the real reason he could never be his successor. Ragnar brought up Hayden, the son of the woman Terry loved more than anything in the world. Meanwhile, Ragnar had been the product of a state marriage. Ragnar, growing frustrated, continued to speak his mind, revealing how hard he had tried to earn his father's recognition, only to be left constantly feeling like an outsider. He felt as though he was never treated as an equal to Hayden, and he even believed that if Hayden were the one asking to free the Tower Master, Terry would have done so without hesitation. Terry, enraged, was about to slap Ragnar but stopped himself just in time. He stormed out of the room, his anger simmering beneath the surface. Outside, he ordered Sir Dunfil to ensure that Ragnar's mansion was guarded, and that Ragnar wasn't allowed to leave. Even if it meant preventing Ragnar from contacting anyone, Sir Dunfil agreed to follow the orders without question. There was a knock on the door, coming to see Ragnar. However, Ragnar refused to meet him, not wanting to engage in conversation. Despite this, the door opened, and Ian walked inside, stating it was an order from the Emperor. Ragnar asked if it was a direct order from the Emperor himself. Ian admitted that His Majesty wanted those close to the criminal Herbert Leon to be tested to determine if they had been under the influence of black magic. Ragnar was taken aback when he realized that today was the Tower Master's execution day. He sharply questioned Ian, asking how he dared to suggest that he, Ragnar, had been the Tower Master's puppet, a mere slave to his black magic. He could not tolerate such an insult. Ian, however, explained that all the members of the royal family and those who served them were being tested in the same way, urging Ragnar not to be upset about it. Ragnar finally took a seat and told Ian to do whatever he had to do, though he warned it wouldn't take long. Ian reassured him that Ragnar might feel dizzy afterward, but there was no need to panic, as dizziness was proof that one hadn't been affected by black magic. Ian completed the process and asked Ragnar how he felt. Ragnar admitted he felt unpleasant, which meant no traces of black magic were present, and he would feel better after some rest, so there was no cause for concern. As Ian turned to leave, Ragnar stopped him, his curiosity piqued. He asked why Ian served his brother, suggesting that Ian, being a sharp man, should understand that Hayden was never meant for the throne. Ragnar questioned why Ian couldn't see that so many lords and noble families had turned their backs on Hayden. Ian clarified that he wasn't serving the crown prince at all. Ragnar was stunned by this revelation. Ian then left, advising Ragnar to enjoy his rest. Once Ian had gone, his hands trembled, and he muttered to himself that it was true. He wasn't serving Hayden. There was only one emperor in the world to whom he had sworn loyalty. The plans forming in his mind at that moment were centered on revenge and treason. Later, Damphil knocked on Ragnar's door. He informed Ragnar that the Tower Master had been taken to the guillotine at Green Riverdiem Square that evening and beheaded. That was all, and Damphil asked if he could leave. Ragnar, not saying a word, gestured for him to do so. Damphil placed a letter on the table, seeking permission to depart. Ragnar opened the letter and noticed a silver lining adorning its edges. The next scene takes us to the royal palace, where Ian is updating the king on current developments. As far as Ian has gathered, the survivors who were found inside Herbert Leon's portal are all being treated in a secure area. The Ivory Tower is also interrogating those who have regained consciousness in hopes of making further progress in this case. As for the treasures Herbert hid away, Ian assures the king that he will make every effort to recover what rightfully belongs to the Empire. Herbert's associates have also been tested for traces of dark magic, but none of them show any signs of corruption. The king is thoroughly pleased with the report, and verbally applauds Ian for his excellent work. It breaks the king's heart to learn about Herbert's dark deeds, so much so that he can't even stop trembling at the thought of the kind of vile things Herbert had been up to. He feels accountable for not realizing it sooner, but Ian also takes the blame for his own negligence. He feels pathetic for not seeing through the fake modesty and upright persona Herbert displayed in public. Never in his wildest dreams did Ian imagine Herbert had an entirely different side, one he masked under that good guy act. From this point forward, Ian promises to submit even the tiniest reports regularly, including updates on the Ivory Tower's internal investigations and the results of dark magic screenings. Speaking of which, the king suddenly remembers something he has wanted to bring up for a long time. Ian, of course, is more than willing to hear out his esteemed king. The king doesn't hesitate to ask how Ian intends to deal with the crown prince. This unexpected question definitely catches the magician off guard. He wasn't anticipating this at all. He even tries to dodge the subject, but the king won't let him off the hook without a proper answer. Silence follows as Ian thinks it through before finally answering this daunting question. If he's being honest, Ian admits he could never truly be loyal to the crown prince, much to the king's shock. Still, Ian is willing to cooperate with whoever he must to ensure the prince ascends the throne. He makes an oath to stand by the new king's side, so that his name may go down in history as a wise ruler. The king is puzzled and isn't sure what to make of it. Ian is willing to support the crown prince, even though he doesn't acknowledge him. Well, after thinking it through, the king has no objections. He gestures for his butler to bring out the gift he's prepared for the magician. A plus-sized box is brought forward, containing a staff the king managed to recover from Herbert's lair after his arrest. King assumes that Ian already knows that electing a new tower master isn't a simple process. Even when a rightful successor is in place, a number of regulatory procedures must be followed. The standard practice is to receive proper instruction from the former tower master and await both their approval and that of the imperial family. But given the current circumstances, the king fears the position will remain vacant for far too long if they follow all the formalities. So he believes it is wise to minimize the red tape. With that said, the king would like Ian to have this staff now, well in advance. Furthermore, the king swallows his pride before asking the magician for one more favor. Ian is more than willing to carry out whatever his king has in mind. Turns out it's about Ragnar. Even though his strongest supporters have fallen, the king fears Ragnar may rise again. The king knows better than anyone how ambitious and ruthless Ragnar is. He'll do absolutely anything to achieve his goals. If Ragnar ever manages to turn those goals into reality and ascends the throne, a great deal of bloodshed and carnage will be inevitable. The king doesn't shy away from acknowledging the mistakes he made, mistreating his son and inflicting incurable emotional wounds. He admits that's not something a father should have done. And for that, Ragnar has every right to resent him until the day he dies. So the king pleads with the mage to keep Ragnar in check once he's gone from this world. Ian accepts the staff he's been given and bows respectfully before his king, ready to shoulder whatever responsibility lies within his power. For the sincerity Ian shows, the king too places absolute faith in him. The scene transitions to the tower, where Ian hears a distant voice greeting him the moment he enters. It triggers a flashback. He remembers how he once dreamed of becoming a hero. He wanted to be a mage strong enough to protect the empire on his own, a symbol of hope for the people in desperate times. He dreamed of having the power to lead an army of young talents, the power to maintain peace and fend off any threats, the power to control everything, the power to protect, and it's often called absolute authority. It's something people would kill other people cold-bloodedly, just to keep it all to themselves. But now, becoming a hero doesn't really interest Ian that much anymore. There's only one thing that holds his absolute interest. He wants to erase the existence and wipe the name of one man from the face of the world. And that man is Ragnar Greenriver. Rather than simply killing him and turning his body into dead meat, Ian plans to inflict something far worse than death. The scene promptly cuts to the man in question, whose days have already been numbered, and we all know why. The next morning, Hayden comes to congratulate Ian on his new responsibility as the master of the tower, though Ian frowns with reluctance, looking at the prince who always seems so unserious in front of him. To keep it confidential for now, he immediately informs him, this hasn't been announced yet. This refrains Hayden from calling him that, but Hayden just laughs carelessly since he is too excited to see Ian grow. He is the child who literally begged to go to the site of the old ivory tower, but now he is the master of the same ivory tower. Ian wondered when he had ever begged the prince, but he then told Hayden to leave because he was busy with the black magic test. With a subdued expression, Hayden lets him know he only came there to see Ian personally, as he has been so busy. Worriedly, Hayden makes sure if he is himself alright. He has been feeling very nauseous lately. Not revealing anything, Ian assures Hayden that he is very healthy. Although he has noticed certain suspicions, he considered the possibility that he might be under the influence of black magic given his foolishness displayed until now. For Herbert, who wants to elevate Ragnar to the throne, the prince is obviously standing in his way. In that case, it is relatively easy to eliminate by exploiting his own foolishness, but Ian immediately halts his thoughts when he sees Hayden's innocent smile and realizes Hayden is just born foolish. In an instant, Hayden casually brings up his sister Haley, a smirk playing on his lips. Just before he departs, he adds that Haley has been asking about him frequently, her curiosity about Ian seeming more than just casual interest, like how he spends his time, what food he likes, etc. As he is leaving, he suggests to Ian to inform Haley personally if he sees her the next time, because even though Hayden is close to Ian, he wasn't able to answer these questions. As the door closes behind him, Ian watches the Crown Prince leave, noticing Hayden's growth improving slowly but steadily. Having proper guidance will help him be a wise emperor. Suddenly there is a knock on the door. It is Haley. Both of them greet each other warmly. As they ask about each other's well-being, both reassure the other that they are doing fine. Ian then gestures for her to sit, inviting her to take a seat. Haley sits down, waiting for the examination of dark magic, but there is definitely tension in the air between them. Abruptly, she falls silent. A veil of mana envelops the room. Ian is somewhat surprised. This is a second-level incantation that soundproofs the surroundings. Ian congratulates her for reaching such a level, but, out of curiosity, demands to know what she wants to say to him after casting the silence spell. Haley hesitates for a moment before finally asking what she should do next. She doesn't know where to start. Seeing her this nervous, Ian takes the initiative to lighten up the conversation, asking her a question. Why did she want to hide that she is a magician? She carefully ponders whether she should tell the truth or not, revealing her father asked her to. She elaborates, the magician, Kevin, conducted her mana test. When the test turned out positive, he informed Haley's father that instead of the ivory tower, becoming a mage meant giving up one's status and authority to become a part of the ivory tower. Her father wanted her to be a part of the imperial family, so they kept it confidential. Since that day, magician Kevin has been instructed to stay shut, and Haley has been fulfilling the duties of an honorable daughter. After recounting everything, Haley doesn't hesitate to confide her heart, confessing her desire for magic that can never ever be gone. Ian finds her lucky because Kevin was the one who supported the Crown Prince, or else she would be in danger, but at the same time he is puzzled about her telling him all of this. Haley clarifies that at the start she wanted to support her brother, but now things have changed. Hayden is going on the right path, but she is worried if she'd be getting in between her brother's future aims since she has learned magic too, and is thinking of pursuing it. As soon as Ian understands the princess's thoughts, he smiles, approaches her, and kneels before her. He advises her to live her life to the fullest. That is all she needs to do. Ian adds that she should not live for the Empire or the Crown Prince, but for herself alone. Haley nods her head down sadly because she doesn't know how to do it. Ian promptly assures her that no one is born with all the answers to life. He advised her that if she kept chasing the values others imposed on her, her life wouldn't be hers anymore, but someone else's. If she continues to adhere to that conventional way of living, she will lose herself, and she will wander in an indefinite void only filled with regrets. While advising her, Ian himself remembers the regrets of his past life. Therefore, he hopes she will be making the right decision, and will be able to find that she wants to lead. Haley listens attentively to Ian's advice, and then hesitantly asks him if he has found the life he desires. This unexpected question leaves Ian perplexed. It is the first time someone has questioned such a question, and it is also the first time he has questioned himself about the purpose of his life. Unsure of his own feelings, he responds that he does not know, assuming he made a presumptuous remark, but Haley is really grateful for Ian giving her the courage to think about a life other than that of a duty-bound princess. Ian is glad because learning magic would be beneficial for her no matter what path she chooses. The way her growth is improving so fast, she will be growing into a much better magician in the future. Being fully motivated, she requests a favor, asking him to teach her magic. Ian's eyes widen in shock as he thought Kevin was already teaching her, but Kevin has nothing to teach her anything new anymore, according to Haley. She clasps her hand, genuinely pleading with him to be her mentor. Sweat coats Ian's head. He couldn't help but feel flustered by the unexpected request. Ian ponders, wondering what he should do, although he is aware that Haley has a thing for magic. Learning third-class magic without anyone's help is not easy, and if she grows up to be a high-rank magician, she will be a great help, so he agrees, clarifying to her that she owes it to help him if he needs it in the future. Seeing her agree instantly, Ian finds it funny, but Haley reveals that she trusts him. In that moment, Ian feels his heart racing, suddenly blushing slightly, but to ignore these strange feelings, he decides to inspect for now, informing about discussing magic lessons later. Soon she is under the influence of dark magic. Thus, she feels dizzy and almost falls, but Ian catches her in time, and Haley immediately clings to his arm. A while later, embarrassed, she is unable to look directly at Ian. Thus, as soon as she is about to leave, Ian begins to pour out information about himself out of nowhere, which really confuses Haley. He continues telling her about his choices of food and about the recent books he is interested in, while Haley looks bewildered, not understanding what is happening. Noticing her confusion, Ian innocently tells her that he heard she asked those questions to Hayden. Haley turns crimson red with embarrassment. Tears fill her eyes. Feeling embarrassed and overwhelmed, Haley quickly leaves the room, slamming the door shut. Ian stands there, his expression filled with confusion. He couldn't help but wonder whether he had done something wrong to upset the princess. In a short period of time, there have been many events that have had serious implications for the future of the Green River Empire. News of Herbert Leon, the Ivory Tower Master and a fifth-class magician, spread rapidly throughout the city, causing great uproar among the public. In response to this, Emperor Terry Greenriver personally ordered an investigation into dark magic and strengthened security throughout the empire. Ian Page, now the newly appointed young high-level mage and owner of Ivory Tower, left no stone unturned when it came to anything potentially connected to black magic, thereby soothing the unrest among the people. As for Herbert Leon, he was later beheaded and forever recorded as the worst criminal the Empire had ever seen. As a result, a group of nobles who earlier supported Herbert now turned their backs on Crown Prince Ragnar and became much more interested in what the new Tower Master, Ian Page, had to offer. On a new day, Ian is having a cup of tea when he is interrupted by a ton of invitations. Surprised, he questions Rathio about the purpose of these invitations. So Rathio promptly explains that these are invitations to various meals and parties sent to Ian. Ian finds these people pretty carefree because the black magic incidents haven't even settled down yet, though he isn't interested in reading them and won't be going there either. Rathio smirks, suggesting he should read them out because there is a marriage proposal letter addressed to Ian. Being shocked, Ian sprays his tea everywhere. However, Rathio briefly summarizes the content of the letter. A man known as Count Girare wants Ian to get engaged to his oldest daughter, who just turned 12, and proceed with the marriage when she is an adult in 5 years' time. Seeing Ian's surprised reaction, Rathio makes him understand that it is not strange since Ian is an elder now. People would obviously talk about marriage matters, but Ian assumes that these nobles would be using him for fighting political power, and finds it insane that a father is using his 12-year-old daughter for political marriage. Anyway, Rathio helps him with rejecting all the invitations, but before he starts doing it, Ian expresses his gratitude toward Rathio for protecting his mother. Despite that, it is not a big deal for Rathio because he promised to protect Vanessa no matter what, and the mana trap Ian set up in the new mansion dealt with those suspicious folks. That being said, Ian demands to know which mage infused mana into Rathio's body, causing him to suffer from mana poisoning. On account of that, he would hunt them down and punish them accordingly. Rathio chuckles nervously, revealing he doesn't remember much. It happened during the night, and there are many mages who disliked him. When he was young, he made a living as an alchemist in the capital, so he doesn't know who it could have been. He confided that there was a time when he had a deep hatred for magicians, especially whenever he thought of dying and leaving Douglas all alone. But now he has met Ian and is getting better, so he has let go of all his hatred. He thanks Ian just like always. Listening to Rathio's heartfelt words, Ian confronts him about never seeing his actual father's face. But after meeting Rathio and living with him, he assumes, if he has a father, it'd be something like this. He understands why Douglas is so positive as well as his mother, who is so much healthier just because of the elixir Rathio made. He wishes that Rathio always protects his mother if he spends the time away from her. Suddenly Douglas opens the door wide, announcing that he completed the mana poisoning cure made from Landior's flower. Douglas eagerly wants to give it to his father, but the moment he spots Rathio in the room, he is shocked since he wanted to surprise him. Looking at Rathio all confused, Ian explains that he searched in the library, where tower owners are allowed, and researched methods to refine the flowers of Landior. It is advanced magic that allows time to stop for an object. It works on plants too. Rathio slowly approaches his son, tears streaming down his face, and he immediately bursts into tears of gratitude while hugging his son. Douglas promises Ian to become a famous alchemist. Therefore, he will be creating a cure for the most serious illness, so that nobody will suffer like his dad. Ian looks at them, smiling slightly as he takes in the overwhelming sight. Back to ancient times, in an unfamiliar, mysterious place. A voice echoes. It is Mitchell Greenriver, addressing the Dragonkin. The veil covering the world of humans and dragons is about to close. Dragonians are going to pay a big price because of the destruction they created in this world. Mitchell states to that Dragonkin that it will be bearing the sins committed by its race until his demise. He uses his own blood to create a seal like a magic array, declaring, it won't be allowed to set a foot beyond this. In the present, another conspiracy is unfolding in the house of the Crown Prince. Ragnar looks at the person in front of him, finding it hard to believe that it is so similar. Facing him is a second Ragnar, a duplicate that is so identical that it is impossible to figure out the actual one. He remembers what the note said about him waiting because someone will be sent, but never in his wildest thoughts did he think it would be a clone. Still, he is puzzled on how to get out of here, as Ian has covered the place with magic from the ivory tower to monitor them, so he guesses disguising won't help. The clone abruptly speaks, assuring Ragnar not to worry, explaining that the cult leader has more power than the current ivory tower master. Ragnar has no idea about this cult leader, but he will be informed when he meets this figure in person. Opening a book, it immediately emits a powerful energy stream, and a getaway instantly appears before them. The clone requests him to enter. It is a portal leading out of the capital. Ragnar hesitates, but his focus shifts when a hand protrudes from the gateway. It is Damphil. Ragnar hesitates for a moment, still skeptical, but ends up grabbing Damphil's hand and entering the portal. After stepping through the gate, he is brought to a space far from the palace. Tons of questions race Ragnar's mind. He is well aware that even Herbert wouldn't be able to perform this kind of magic. Meanwhile, Damphil stays calm. There is nothing surprising for him. In addition to that, Damphil explains, despite possessing immense power, Herbert wasted it, focusing on advancing his own position. He was someone destined to be outcasted sooner or later, though they are now better off because of his foolish self-destructive tendencies. Ragnar is still confused, but Damphil continues explaining that the cult leader thinks about him being the perfect fit for a ruler and not even the emperor. The perfect ruler who will eliminate ignorant elements and bring new and innovative ideas to the world. Ragnar is also the one who has inherited the blood to open the path to this new world. Therefore, the cult leader has been eagerly awaiting this day. The more Ragnar listened to Damphil's explanation, the more confused he became. He glances at Damphil while following him quietly, his mind wandering with thoughts. How could there be someone with magical powers greater than Herbert and Ian? How could such a person exist? Though he heard of the existence of a sect that didn't follow the nation's common beliefs, he never thought the captain of the Imperial Knights and the Ivory Tower Master would be involved. This is puzzling. Could they have propaganda to change the nation's religion? Did they intend to use someone from the royal family like himself as a tool to execute the plan? Judging by his situation, whether it is right or wrong, he needs to gather power from wherever he can get it. Suddenly they arrive at a location. It is a castle where Dragonians used to live. 300 years ago, it was sealed by the Ivory Tower's barrier magic, but time passed and the barrier collapsed. Thus, humans end up finding it. In an instant, a group of cultists approaches them, bowing in respect. Sweat trickles down Ragnar's face. He can see several familiar faces. All are nobles. Damphil clarifies that since this is a crucial time where a new world with truth starts, he only gathered the most ranked members within the capital. However, Ragnar's concern is about several things. The purpose of the gathering? Who are they working for? Damphil assures Ragnar about getting filled up with all this information once he meets the cult leader. He then leads Ragnar to a large gate where the cult leader is waiting for them. The door swings open, and as Ragnar steps inside, he couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. It is none other than the final dragon who was sealed by Mitchell Greeriver, and instead of being dead, he is sealed away now. The cult members quickly kneel down, clasping their hands in honor of that last descendant of the dragon race. Ragnar's mind is puzzled. He never expected him to be the cult leader, yet he bows down in greeting. The last vassal of the dragons acknowledges that Ragnar must have tons of questions in his mind about what he is and why he has invited Ragnar to this place. Before Ragnar could assume more stuff, he introduces himself as Avantis, the last Dragonian left on this land. Ragnar is horrified, not understanding any of it. Wasn't the dragon race wiped out 300 years ago? Avantis chuckles at Ragnar's evident confusion, so he elaborates that in the war 300 years ago, his kind was defeated and exterminated by humans. All Dragonians were slain except one, Avantis. Mitchell Greeriver cast a sealing magic upon him, making it impossible for him to step foot outside the place. Avantis approaches Ragnar, confessing that he has been waiting for this moment, that person's blood. He urges the blood of the magician that cast this seal on him to lift it. Ragnar feels uneasy. If Avantis needed blood to break the seal, wouldn't it be easier for him to just kill Ragnar and take it? Instead, Avantis is trying to make a deal with him. Although Avantis' plans are grand, he wants to gain more power by making Ragnar the emperor for the sake of a new world where Dragonians can coexist with humans. But Ragnar doubts Avantis' plans because he can kill Ragnar easily and use his clone for various uses. Despite that, Avantis clears his intentions of not harming him and would be erasing his memories if he refuses, though he thought Ragnar would not be denying this opportunity. Clenching his fists, Ragnar makes Avantis promise to make him the emperor and about not betraying. To earn his trust, Avantis promises him. Without any hesitation, Ragnar grabs the dagger from Damphil and just then cuts his own hand to draw blood for Avantis to break the seal. With each drop of Ragnar's blood falling into the circle that made the boundary begins to glow, and with slight flickers of light, it suddenly disappears in a few moments. Avantis smirks with happiness, thanking Ragnar for trusting him and making him free. At that moment, he uses his magic to change his attire, and at the same time, he walks over to Ragnar, reassures Ragnar to not be afraid of him since he won't ever harm him, and they will definitely be good friends ahead. Grabbing a cloak from Damphil, he heads straight out with his followers for a walk after hundreds of years. A few days later, in the princess's room, Haley is feeling extremely anxious, not understanding why Ian hasn't contacted him yet, but her maid reassures her quickly that he might be just a little occupied with the recent investigation into dark magic. Unsure of everything, Haley couldn't help but smile worriedly because of her maid's consolation. Suddenly, two maids rush into the room, their faces flustered. Having no idea about their urgency, Haley immediately demands to know the problem. The two maids eagerly inform her to wear a formal dress instead of a robe. Ian Page has finally arrived. Haley is stunned for a moment, but when the realization hits her, she freaks out, asking her maids to help her. A while later, Haley dresses up nicely and makes her way to the tea room. Before going inside, she asks for confirmation from her maids if she looks all right, though all the maids cheer her on to get going since she looks the prettiest today. Gathering her courage, she steps in. Ian immediately rises from his seat and approaches her to greet her. Looking at Ian, she blushes slightly, tries to maintain her composure, and playfully complains that she thought he had forgotten her. Nervously, Ian quickly knows to put his head down in apology, explaining that he has been busy lately. Afterwards, Ian glances around, suggesting Haley move to an appropriate place for training since there are too many people watching within the palace. If anyone sees him meeting the princess, it will stir up a lot of rumors. Haley agrees with him. In that case, Ian reaches out to Haley, granting permission to hold her hand. This unexpected request makes her heart skip a beat, but this would help them teleport into a different location. Hesitantly, she extends her hand towards Ian. As their hands touch, a light envelops them, and in the blink of an eye, they are teleported to a hill. Haley admires the place. Meanwhile, Ian explains that this is a series of hills on the outskirts of the capital city, and people don't visit often. The fact that as the 6th class, teleport magic does not have a wide range, so he decided to teleport here. It's spacious and open, perfect for training. On the flip side, Haley isn't paying attention to anything and is captivated by the beauty of the place. On hearing Ian call out her name, her focus shifts to him. Haley confesses that she has never been outside the palace before, but after holding his hand, the dream she saw of going out turned into reality. Haley smiles with joy, realizing that magic truly is an exceptional thing. Ian stands still, gazing at the princess's smile. But just then, a flashback of Haley in his past life comes into his mind, when back then, her eyes were filled only with hatred, resentment, and sorrow. Seeing the present Haley so cheerful and happy, Ian gives her a warm smile, agreeing that magic is indeed amazing. Later on, as they walk and chat, Haley is surprised to hear Ian recount the first time he saw her practicing magic. Haley remembers she was in the imperial family's sanctum. Ian chuckles while explaining that he happened to visit the palace and stumbled upon that place, hiding in the corner when she and Kevin arrived. That is when he witnessed it. Out of curiosity, she demands to know the tactic he used to enter because there were many guards there. Despite that, Ian was a curious child, and he had his ways. However, Haley can relate to him since Hayden and she both explored restricted areas as well, and got scolded when they got caught, so she will now act as if their conversation about him entering the imperial family's sanctum never happened, just as he is ignoring her learning magic. Instantly, she remembers about her brother hosting a birthday party, but gets upset when she gets to know that Ian won't be attending it. The prince's birthday party is attended only by those of noble lineage, so despite his promotion to the Ivory Tower, he is still just a commoner, and the powerful forces that the former Ivory Tower master built over decades won't easily crumble. They will be cautious about him. Until the Crown Prince solidifies his position within the political realm and high society, and safely succeeds the throne by his own strength, he believes that he should be focusing on his work as the Ivory Tower master. That being said, Haley also decides to perform the rightful duties of princess, so the nobles don't make any moves against her brother, and will also work hard in terms of magic. That evening, Ragnar is discussing with Avantis. Ragnar's plan is to get rid of the Crown Prince before taking care of Ian Page, as these days commoners and nobles are intrigued with what Ivory Tower Master Ian is implementing. There is no doubt Ian is a great magician, but still he is a commoner with not much experience or influence within the political realm, and there are many vassals and nobles unhappy with him getting such a position. So if they get rid of the Crown Prince who is supporting him, naturally he will be out of the picture too. They need a puppet to execute this plan. Hence, Damphil suggests entrusting him with that. He knows someone who would be the best puppet for them. With the plan being discussed, Avantis decides to take his leave, but before he could, Ragnar demands to question him about something. Avantis has such great power that he could rule over the Empire even if it is for the sake of spreading and growing the Order. There are many ways, so why did he choose Ragnar to work with him? Avantis reveals that he needs to find someone, the last ancestor that remained in this land, the one who controls time, the Gold Dragon, someone the Dragonians aspire to become like. Ragnar always thought it was all myth, But according to Avantis, this is what mostly all humans think. But the reality is different. Dragons existed, and they still exist, though they are somewhere out of reach. However, he is sure that the gold dragon would show up if a great chaos descends upon this land. By chaos, Avantis means war. The dots finally connected. The war that happened 300 years ago was also for the same reason, but the person didn't believe them to be descendants of dragons and helped humans. Even that person was behind wiping out the Dragonians and not Mitchell Green River alone, as Dragonians are far more superior than humans. That person never showed his involvement in any of it. It's as if he doesn't exist in this world. But as a dragon with the blood of dragons, Avantis can sense him. Basically, Avantis's grand plan is to make the Emperor and start war. But for Ragnar, he suggests it is not a bad thing since he would be uniting the continent, even though that is what Ragnar's ancestor desired. If a war breaks out, that person will appear to settle the chaos in the land. Ragnar remains skeptical and demands to know what Avantis would do after finding that person. However, Avantis evades the question but before leaving assures Ragnar that he would intend to play along with what Ragnar is planning. The next morning, at the headquarters of the Royal Knights, Paul's eyes widen in surprise when Oliver informs him about immediately going to the First Imperial Knight Order captain's office right away. Paul sighs wearily, wondering why Damphil would ask for him, though Paul promptly leaves the office. Receiving such an urgent request, Paul felt anxious but didn't delay for a second. He quickly arrives at the door of Damphil's office. Taking a deep breath, he just hopes that he won't be caught up in any trouble, and he enters the office. Upon seeing Damphil, Paul quickly bows in respect, but without beating around the bush, he confirms from Paul if the Crown Prince is all right, as he heard the security has been tightened since Helene attacked him because she was under the influence of dark magic. When Paul confirms that everything is better now, Damphil recalls that Paul was promoted to vice captain a while ago, but they never personally talked. He hopes Paul hasn't taken offense. Despite that, it is an honor for Paul that Damphil called for him. Just then, Damphil moves closer to Paul and continues to engage him in conversation, probing based on what he had heard. It was evident that Paul's swordsmanship was second only to Captain Oliver, who was renowned as the Swordmaster King. Continuously praising Paul, Damphil acknowledges that possessing skills recognized by His Highness and Captain Oliver is no small thing. When Paul lets him know that he still has shortcomings, Damphil assures him to not be humble, especially when his talent is recognized and has helped him become the vice captain. Suddenly, Damphil's expression darkens, and he confesses that he can't bear to see it anymore. That Oliver recommended an orphan and commoner, someone from a cheap background. Just then, Avantis appears behind him. Paul immediately becomes alert, realizing something fishy, draws his sword, and demands to know what is going on, but he is bound by dark magic, realizing with terror that he couldn't move. A stream of dark energy slowly envelops him, penetrating his mind while Damphil commands him to become a part of it for the establishment of a great empire. A few days later, Hayden started to grasp the proper technique of offense and defense. Oliver carefully instructs Paul to maintain his posture. After some time, Oliver calls it a day for now. The prince slumps onto the grass, disappointed with his skills, but Oliver is aware of Hayden's progress much faster and better than many others out there, even faster than Ivory Tower Master Ian. Hearing this, Hayden can't help but smile with rejoice because he never thought he was better at something than the perfect Ian. With this motivation, he decides to work harder than before until he surpasses Ian. As Hayden is getting ready to resume his training, he glances over at Paul, who is standing under the shade of a tree. Paul appears more quiet and more distant than usual. Although Oliver asked him too if something was up, Paul assured him he was fine. Therefore, Hayden advised Oliver to keep an eye on him, but instructed him to not be harsh on him, as the leader's duty is to listen to the concerns of his subordinates. Hayden then turns his worried gaze towards Paul. To him, Paul is a close friend just like Ian and Oliver. Days passed by, and in the royal palace there was a banquet today. A pure chaos is at the castle to ensure everything is prepared for the occasion. Oliver enters the room to inform Hayden about the banquet just being started. However, Hayden is ready but is nervous. Feeling anxious, he remembers Ian, who is not going to attend the event, but advised Hayden to assert his position through his own strength. Seeing him nervous, Oliver reassures Hayden that he is the main figure of the banquet today, so he must stay confident. The nobles should be nervous, not him. Gaining a little confidence, they both are ready to leave, but just then Haley arrives. She looks truly beautiful in her royal attire. Hayden teases Haley that it is a shame Ian's not here today as she looks so pretty. He should have seen her. Embarrassed, Haley suddenly remembers what Hayden told Ian about her curiosity regarding his interests, but chooses to ignore it, and instead wishes Hayden a very happy birthday, and promises to trample over those high-class nobles who dare to speak ill of him. Linking her with her brother, Haley and Hayden begin to enter the banquet. The herald promptly announces the arrival of Hayden and Haley. The nobles present their immediately bow in respect, and the gentle music starts playing by the guitarists. Nobles approach Hayden, wishing him their birthday wishes. However, Oliver stands aside, observing everything. As soon as the herald's gaze shifts to the Emperor, he freezes but quickly announces the arrival of Terry Greenriver when the Emperor commands him to do it. With a smile, he steps in, but the nobles are surprised as they look towards the Emperor. Hayden, too, is astonished, as he thought his father wouldn't be coming. Terry laughs as he wanted to surprise his son and would always fulfill his fatherly duties no matter what happened. Then, the Emperor proceeds to the table reserved for the royal family and is glad that so many nobles are assembled here to celebrate the prince's birthday. He addresses everyone, expressing his delight at seeing them all. He then glances at his son, expressing how proud and surprised he is to see his son's growth. He recalls the time when Hayden was young and they were taking a stroll and Hayden followed him because his father was leading the way. After that day, Hayden has been following Terry's footsteps until now, and he has done it in a great way, which makes his father very proud. The Emperor praises Hayden and, after his speech, raises his glass to toast the future empire and the prince. Before having his drink, he wishes his son a happy birthday. Suddenly, the Emperor collapses. Blood splatters out of his mouth due to poisoning. Small drops of blood coat the ground, spreading horror in the air. Hayden stands frozen. Haley couldn't help but feel horrified as she witnessed her father fall in an instant. On the other hand, Oliver, quick to react, looks around vigilantly and rushes forward. It took several seconds for everyone to react to this horrific scene, and immediately he was taken to the treatment room, but no one has any idea how everything happened. Alone, Hayden sits in the room, still in shock from the sudden incident. Outside the door, there suddenly comes a knock. Oliver requested an audience. Therefore, Hayden quickly allows him in and rushes towards the door. He worriedly inquires if his father is okay, so Oliver reports to Hayden that Terry survived after receiving timely treatment, but he remains in critical condition. All the royal doctors and alchemists are working with the urge to make him better. After learning that the Emperor is fine, Hayden quickly demands to know the person behind assassinating his father. Oliver, when questioned, seemed very disappointed. He tenses, but after hesitating for a moment, Oliver reveals that they immediately apprehended the culprit who poisoned the Emperor's drink. Hayden grows more impatient, insisting Oliver reveal it quickly. Oliver tenses. Tension grows thicker in the air. Hearing the culprit's name, Hayden is shocked and pained to the point that his hands tremble. He stands there frozen in shock, not able to digest what Oliver just revealed. At the same time, in the conference room, a heated debate is taking place regarding the assassin who poisoned the Emperor. A nobleman doesn't believe that the Second Imperial Knight Order vice-captain tried to assassinate His Majesty because he was one of the closest knights around the Crown Prince in recent years. They all can't believe that Terry and Oliver have been keeping a traitor like Paul under their nose all that time. Immediately, someone else interrupts, guessing the culprit didn't do this alone and, in that case, try to find the mastermind behind this. They all have heard about Paul biting off his own tongue during interrogation, so he won't confess anything. Just then, they recall about 6 years ago, there was a serial explosion incident that took place at the Imperial Palace, and a mage from the Ivory Tower, a maid, and a secretary within the Imperial Royal Court were identified as spies from the Coldwood Empire. So it could be the case that Paul is one of those spies. Some blame themselves for hiring people without considering status or where people are from. Some suggest stripping him of the title of the Second Imperial Knight Order's vice-captain, and some suggest executing him for trying to assassinate His Majesty. Throughout the entire meeting, Paul remains silent. He knows better than anyone whether Paul was a Coldwood spy, but he cannot defend Paul because the assassination attempt on the Emperor was not part of his previous life. Finally, the meeting ends. Ian leaves the palace but runs into Oliver, who is eager to know what happened. Ian informs Oliver that everyone thinks of Paul as a Coldwood spy, although Oliver is not ready to believe it. Even Ian agrees. He is aware of Paul's loyalty, that he would even sacrifice his own life for the prince's benefit, and no matter what his background is, he is an exceptional knight. But this incident has made Paul's execution confirmed. There is a possibility that someone has influenced him, yet until now, he has remained silent about the mastermind behind it all. After informing Oliver, he inquires about Hayden. Oliver sighs sadly because Hayden is neither eating nor drinking, instead blaming himself for causing his father to have been poisoned. The interrogation session will begin soon, and Oliver himself can't proceed to unravel the truth on his own, but he requests Ian to find the whole truth for him and everyone. Though Ian clarifies that Paul's confession showed no signs of lies and he will be thrown in the prison tonight. Thus, Ian has planned to go meet Paul personally, and after that he will also go and examine Oliver's house too. As Ian reaches the prison gate, he finds the prison guard sleeping. He takes this opportunity and heads inside unnoticed. There he finds the vice-captain, tied to a wall with chains, his body covered with scars. Ian doesn't think the vice-captain would assassinate the Emperor. There aren't any spies from the enemy countries, and the vice-captain was sworn to the crown prince and even risked his life for him. What Ian doesn't understand is why he would do such a thing. So to get to the truth, he enters the vice-captain's memories. By accessing the memories, Ian sees the vice-captain stand before two other men. The aura of black magic surrounds the vice-captain, which finally reveals the truth. He was being controlled by the black magic. However, the vice captain, who had already been waiting for Ian, stands before him. He thinks he was foolish because he already knew the Imperial Palace had the most enemies. Ian attempts to release the vice captain from black magic first, but the vice captain stops him by his hand and inquires about the crown prince. Ian informs him that the truth has been revealed, and they can clear the vice captain's name if they find out the person who used the black magic. But the vice captain still feels guilty. Conscious or not, he was the one who poisoned the Emperor's wine. Ian insists on clearing the vice captain's name. However, the only thing the vice captain cares about is that he hurt the one he was sworn to. The disgrace to his name means nothing to him. Whoever the enemy may be, the vice captain thinks if they're after the Emperor, they would be after the crown prince too. So, he begs Ian to let it end with him because he doesn't want to hurt the crown prince more than he already has. He tells Ian to tell the crown prince and Captain Oliver that he's thankful and sorry to them. He adds that this is the last thing he can do to protect the crown prince and pushes Ian. An image of two boys laughing and giggling flashes in Ian's mind before he wakes up with a gasp. He tries to use the cancellation magic, but it does not work. He desperately tries to break the black magic in an attempt to save the vice captain's life, but seeing his cold, inanimate body, Ian realizes that it's too late now. Meanwhile, Captain Oliver sits by the fireplace when he hears something outside. He picks up his sword in caution and opens the gate only to find Ian, who brings terrible news for the captain. He asks Ian if he met Paul today and if he found anything. Without being able to look the captain in the eyes, Ian tells him Paul Lance died inside the prison today. The tragic news shocks Oliver, who cannot believe the words that just reached his ears. Hearing about Paul's death greatly shocks Oliver. He first met him in an orphanage sponsored by the Raywood family. Paul was always happy and bright, and he always did the right thing. Oliver's father recognized Paul's talent for swordsmanship and decided to sponsor him. After that, Oliver and Paul would spar like real brothers. He was someone who worked hard and always believed in justice, and to think that he died in vain greatly saddens Oliver. However, Ian tells Oliver before Paul died he could read his memories. He found that a few days ago, Paul went to look for the first Imperial Knight Order captain, Sir Damphil, and the person with Sir Damphil used black magic to brainwash the vice captain. Oliver is surprised to hear about Sir Damphil and the black magic because, to his knowledge, black magic no longer existed. Ian defines the man as someone with a pale face and long silver hair, but he's never met him before, not even in his previous life. One thing he's sure of is that this is related to Sir Damphil Merid, and that the unknown high-ranking magician helped him. Oliver asks how strong this high-ranking magician is, and Ian tells him that when he tried to use the cancellation magic, it didn't work. So he's someone who's able to use magic that's higher than Ian's. Although Ian has some clue as to who the magician may be, he has no proof. Furthermore, he's unsure if the magician is working alone or if he has other black magicians involved as well, so he needs to investigate further. However, Oliver is concerned that if the magician can cast a stronger magic spell than Ian, then it could be really dangerous because if they manage to cast black magic on Ian, it could be the total annihilation of the Empire. Ian shows him the Queen's necklace that Oliver gave him 6 years ago. Even though Oliver said it keeps one's mind clear, it's more than that. The pendant is made of a very rare jewel made from dragon's tears. Because of that, the necklace contains an anti-magic spell with the power of at least 8th class or above, and it can absorb black magic. Oliver is relieved to know that Ian will be safe with the necklace. However, there's more to the picture. Ian tells him that the details of the anti-magic spell are only known by him and Oliver, and people only think it's just a normal treasure of the Imperial family. Ian tells Oliver to promise to keep it a secret what he's about to tell him. Hearing about the secret leaves Oliver standing speechless. Meanwhile, Sir Damphil brings the news of Paul's death and Ian's sneaky entrance inside the prison to Ragnar. However, Ragnar, the 5th prince, remains unbothered because he knows Ian couldn't have done anything. He still doesn't know of the existence of the Dragonian, and due to a lack of any clear information, he'll try to prevent getting caught by black magic. Even though Herbert's 5th class magic couldn't affect Ian with his 6th class magic, Evantus is an 8th class magician, far stronger than Ian. Evantus, with his powers sealed, is still stronger than Ian. However, even after knowing that a stronger mage exists, Ian wouldn't try to run, and Ragnar has no idea what Ian must be thinking, because even though Ian has been one of the Crown Prince's aides ever since he first joined the Imperial Palace, he still says he does not serve the Crown Prince. Even though Ragnar hid his actions well, he can't help but feel that Ian could always see right through him. So Ragnar thinks for now it's best to observe how Ian moves. Meanwhile, Ian hands over to his servant a letter to be sent to Lord Pierrick and inquires about the one he sent to the Moglian estate in the north. He hands him the authorization issued under the Merchant Guild's name so that they can disguise themselves as merchants and leave the capital. Upon his request, Lord Moglian has offered to help them out. so Ian orders the servant to gather all the other servants in the mansion after sunset so that they can leave for Moglian along with his mother. Meanwhile, his mother is confused why she has to leave the mansion, but above all she's worried about leaving her only son all by himself. However, Ian assures her that she doesn't need to worry about him. He's perfectly capable of taking care of himself, but right now, he needs to protect her. But Ian's mother remains concerned for her son's safety and insists on leaving together. Ian begs her to listen for once because he's afraid of hurting her. He tells Ratheo to take care of her and forbids him from revealing her location, even if Ian himself comes looking for her, and once the danger clears, he will send the letter to Lord Moglian. Meanwhile, as Ian's #1 subordinate, Douglas offers to stay, but Ian refuses him too. Given Douglas's alchemy talents, him falling into that mage's hands would be grave. As a safety measure, Ian decides to erase part of his memories once everyone leaves the mansion so that he wouldn't know where anyone is going. However, everyone needs to move according to the plan because Ian depends on them. After everyone leaves, all Ian has left is the necklace and an elixir. Meanwhile, a servant brings Ragnar the news regarding the Crown Prince and the Emperor. He informs him that the Crown Prince is very weak and doesn't leave home at all. Despite the Emperor having received treatment and getting out of the critical stage, he remains unconscious. However, even him waking up would not make things better. With his internal organs damaged, it is likely that there will be negative after effects. The only thing that worries Ragnar is that if his father's condition gets better, it would ruin everything for him. Sir Damphil's solution is to think ahead and bribe the Imperial chemist beforehand. Prince Hayden's inability to perform his duties during critical times has made the nobles question his abilities. Not only that, but the Second Imperial Knight Order is being investigated, and the Council is discussing taking away Captain Oliver's title. Avantis is delighted to hear that everything is working right as they planned, and soon, Ragnar will get the throne. However, what concerns Ragnar is that Ian has been idle, which is not like him. While he contemplates Ian's actions, the servant interrupts their meeting to announce Ian's arrival to the Imperial Palace. So, Ragnar ends the meeting and tells Aventus to erase his presence and stay in the room, and in walks Ian Page. Upon Ian's arrival, Ragnar displays a false state of agony caused by his father's assassination and pretends to be worried about his father's condition. He asks Ian why he has come looking for him during difficult times when he should be doing his duty. However, Ian confronts him about the black magic that controlled the vice captain, Paul Lance, and that he knows it was because he met Sir Damphil Morid. Ian further adds that he knows the Dragon's Order is involved, and all the people affected are also the ones who were by Ragnar's side. He is sure that all of this is Ragnar's part of the plan, but Ragnar pretends to play dumb and denies the accusations. He instead blames Ian for not knowing about the black magic's presence as the Ivory Tower Master. Ragnar refuses to have any knowledge of the Dragon's Order and even calls out Ian for accusing him of working with them. Moreover, as the one in charge of keeping an eye on princes, Ian should know that Ragnar had been confined to his house and his actions were monitored by the tower. However, all of Ragnar's lies become clear to Ian's lie-detecting magic, and he confronts Ragnar that he knows he has met the Dragon's Order, and he is involved with a black magic user. Maybe it's the Order's leader. With his lies caught, Ragnar stops pretending to be innocent, but he is not scared of being caught because if Ian is right, he has no evidence because Paul, who assassinated the Emperor, is dead, and his confession was verified to be true with the lie-detecting magic. Ragnar tells Ian he's foolish for coming all by himself. When Ragnar summons Sir Aventus, Ian recognizes him from Paul's memories. While the dark magic strangles Ian, he recognizes the robe Aventus is wearing. He never thought he'd see it again. He recognizes the Dragonian, a form of Dragon's descendant. On Ragnar's orders, Aventus uses the black magic to make Ian his right hand. Ian tries to resist until finally his eyes become red and he stops struggling, finally giving in to the black magic. Ragnar still feels nothing's changed, and to satisfy the fifth prince, Aventus tells Ian to kill himself. The extreme measure shocks Ragnar, but Ian summons ice with a sharp end and points it at his neck. As he brings it closer to his neck, Ragnar tells him to stop. He is convinced after finally seeing Ian obey the command and hold the sharp ice at his neck while drops of blood drip down. With his job done, Aventus leaves Ian and Ragnar alone. Ragnar asks Ian whom he serves. Ian obediently kneels before Ragnar and says he serves Ragnar, the fifth prince, the one who will rise to the highest position in the empire. Ragnar is now relieved to have the Ivory Tower Master to his side. While the Crown Prince sits in his room, a servant tells him to prepare for the assembly that Ian has called for with his authority as the Tower Master. The Crown Prince doesn't want to meet Ian in his current state, so he asks his servant to help him dress up. The nobles gather inside the royal palace, chattering about the assembly. They assume Ian has called for the assembly to discuss who ascends the throne. Since the Crown Prince's actions have been quite disappointing, some nobles speculate that Ian now supports Ragnar, the fifth prince, despite being loyal to the Crown Prince for years. The Crown Prince sees Ian and excitedly runs to greet him. He extends his hand forward and asks Ian if they can meet after the assembly. However, Ian pushes his hand away, leaving the Crown Prince shocked with this change of behavior. Ian then politely tells the Crown Prince he's busy after the assembly. Before the Crown Prince says anything more, someone calls Ian to the assembly hall. Seeing this change in Ian's behavior and watching him walk away like that saddens the Crown Prince. In the assembly hall, Ian addresses the council and the nobles. Given the Emperor's critical condition, he believes that even if the Emperor were to gain consciousness, he would be in no condition to fulfill his duties. This calls for the time to make the decision. The Emperor's condition has brought the Empire down in the eyes of the enemy. Their land is now filled with fear and terror. In this difficult time, they need to choose the rightful ruler. Someone who can end the crisis and bring peace to the political affairs between the three countries. Someone who can restore the Empire's glory is the one who should wear the crown. Ian declares his support for Ragnar, the fifth prince. Everyone's faces turn to each other in shock, looking for an explanation. The Crown Prince, like everyone else, remains shocked, but Ragnar, on the other hand, remains relaxed with a grin on his face. Hurt by this betrayal, the Crown Prince approaches Ian with anger. He grabs him by the collar and punches Ian in the face. People step in to break off the fight and escort the angry Crown Prince out of the assembly hall. Ian's betrayal hit the Crown Prince hard. He never expected this of him. While the Crown Prince lies in his room, he sees Oliver standing outside. Oliver tells him to dress warmly so they can leave. Oliver's arrival strikes him with confusion. Oliver explains to the Crown Prince that they can take the secret emergency path behind the palace to avoid the guards. Knowing that the whole squad of Second Palace Knights awaits outside, surprises the Crown Prince. Oliver kneels down in respect, extends his hand forward, and tells him they need to leave now. The Crown Prince stands surprised at first, unable to respond, but then places his hand in Oliver's. As Oliver and the Crown Prince come out, the Second Palace's knights greet the Crown Prince with excitement. Oliver tells him that the palace and the capital are not safe for the Crown Prince anymore, and the Second Palace knights have decided to accompany him to the Pierrex territory for safety. However, the Crown Prince is concerned about Pierrex territory because Ian, who just betrayed him, made an eternal contract with them. Oliver tells him he'll explain everything, but first they need to leave. But the Crown Prince is concerned about defying orders because it's treason and punishable by execution. Oliver refuses to acknowledge anyone's orders. The Second Palace's knights recognize Oliver as their king, and only he can command them. They all kneel before the Crown Prince and pledge to serve and protect him. Seeing the undying loyalty of the Second Palace knights, the Crown Prince gives in and agrees to go with them and asks Oliver to explain the situation. Meanwhile, Sir Damphel brings the news that the Crown Prince has disappeared, along with Second Palace knights who were seen leaving, armed. They were seen heading to the east, so they've sent a team, but Sir Damphel asks if they should send more people. Ragnar refuses because they must be going to Pierrex territory in the east. The frequent appearance of monsters will make it difficult to catch them. It should be okay with Oliver, the Sword Lord, and the elite knights with them. The less skilled force will only get hurt. So, Ragnar tells Sir Damphel to ignore them and focus on finding Vanessa Page. Ragnar sees through Ian's plan. He knows he must have hidden his mother because he knew he would be influenced by black magic. However, he won't reveal her location, and it is unlikely that Sir Avantus was brainwashed, which means Ian must have erased his memories. Sir Damphel is curious why finding a powerless woman is a priority. Ragnar explains that there's no way Ian came on his own, being fully aware that he would be under the influence of black magic. He thinks there's more to Ian's plan, and he needs Vanessa to prepare for that. If something is too good to be true, it probably is, which makes Ragnar anxious to think what Ian must be planning. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince is standing with Oliver in the Pierrex castle when Lord Pierrex checks up on him to make sure he's comfortable. The Crown Prince assures him that he's only delighted with the kindness and the hospitality that Lord Pierrex has shown him. Lord Pierrex tells him he's honored to have the Crown Prince. He feels sorry for the Emperor's assassination and prays that he recovers soon. Lord Pierrex assures the Crown Prince that the Pierrex family will support him as Ian requested, and they'll do their best to keep him safe. The Crown Prince feels very positive about Lord Pierrex and finds him very considerate. He points out Lord Pierrex and Oliver being related. Oliver tells him he's a distant relative and even taught Oliver swordsmanship when he was little. The Crown Prince is relieved to know that Ian has thought everything through. However, he's worried if Ian really is influenced by black magic or if he actually decided to side with Ragnar. The Crown Prince worries that Ragnar has always been better than him, and maybe like all the nobles, Ian also decided that Ragnar was more suitable to be a ruler and sided with him. Oliver assures him that it's not like that. He repeats what Sir Ian told him 6 years ago, that he will never support the fifth prince. He urges the Crown Prince to have faith in Ian's plan because he trusts that he has everything planned. Meanwhile, in a flashback, Ian explains the plan to Oliver that he will find Ragnar and willingly let him cast black magic. However, the Crown Prince must not know, otherwise he'll try to stop Ian. Oliver raises concerns about Ian's safety, but Ian assures him he is too important for Ragnar to kill him right away. With his 6th class high-ranking mage and the position of Ivory Tower Master, Ian has the power to influence political and diplomatic decisions. Ragnar will use Ian to gain the noble's trust and succeed to the throne. Oliver is struck with confusion when Ian says he hates the idea of being controlled by Ian again. However, Ian continues that it is necessary to find out about Ragnar's plan and everyone who's involved. He tells Oliver to bring the crown prince to Lord Pierrick when he announces his support for Ragnar. Oliver raises the question that being under the influence of black magic, Ian would require someone to break it off, and there's no one they can trust in the Imperial Palace or the capital. However, Ian assures him there's someone strong and trustworthy, and she has been in Ragnar's blind spot all along, which gives them an advantage. Haley sits by the Emperor, who lies unconscious on his bed. She cries to her father about the recent events of the family. Ian's support for Ragnar, Oliver's disappearance, and Ragnar preparing to take over the throne makes her feel helpless. There's no one she can trust. Even after all the lies, she wants to believe Ian. She cries to her father to wake up, but then Kevin interrupts her, saying he needs to talk to her. He hands her a box that the Ivory Tower Master asked him to give to her. This surprises Haley after everything that Ian did. Kevin tells her he was ordered to give it to her in secret and takes his leave. And after Kevin leaves, Haley stands speechless, holding the box in her hand. After Kevin hands the box to Haley and leaves, Haley sits down and opens the box. Inside the box, she finds a necklace, a bottle of elixir, and a letter. She picks up the letter to read first, in which Ian explains everything to her. He explains to her that he changed because of the black magic. The vice captain's assassination attempt on the Emperor was also caused by the influence of black magic. Her brother Ragnar, the fifth prince, is working with the organization known as Dragon's Order, along with a high-ranking magician against the Emperor to succeed to his throne. Ian willingly became influenced by black magic to find the person who tried to harm the Emperor. However, he needs Haley's help. He tells her about the Queen's necklace that can break the spell of the black magic, and he needs her to put that necklace on him. The potion is a contingency in case the necklace doesn't work. It's made from a special herb called Landyor's flower, and it can neutralize the mana in someone's body, but is also a fatal poison capable of killing a magician. If the necklace fails to break the black magic spell cast on him, he wants her to use the potion to kill him. Meanwhile, now that Ragnar is no longer grounded, he visits the palace to see his father because as the Emperor's son, he needs to perform his duties. Haley points out that she's seen Ragnar and Ian after a long time and asks Ragnar if she can talk to Ian for a moment. After Ragnar's permission, Haley takes Ian to a room so that no one sees them. She tells Ian that she has to return the item he gave her and asks Ian to bend down. The moment she puts the necklace on Ian, its jewel starts to glow and Ian's eyes turn red. The black magic starts to leave Ian's body. He coughs and vomits black liquids out on the floor. The princess gets worried about Ian, but he gets up as soon as the black magic is destroyed. She hugs Ian in relief, saying she could never kill him. However, Ian thought putting his life at risk was the only way to make her believe him. But he's relieved to know the necklace destroyed the black magic because he was worried it might not work. Haley gets furious at Ian for doing something so reckless when he wasn't even sure it would work. Ian tells her that sometimes reckless actions are necessary for miracles, and it's the only reason he exists. A flashback of him holding a knife against his chest runs through Ian's mind. He wipes Haley's tears off of her face and thanks her for believing in him. In a moment of heartfelt conversation, Ian thanks Haley for believing in him. Haley wipes the tears off her face and stands up to ask Ian if he found anything when he was Ragnar's puppet. Ian tells her everything. The sheer scale of the Dragon's Order, Herbert, the previous Ivory Tower Master's position as the Order's executive, and the high-ranking membership of tens of high royalties. Sir Damphil Merid, the first Imperial family's knight, who served the Emperor for decades, was also involved in the conspiracy. The long-thought-extinct Dragonian is the religious leader of the Order. He has the ability to take human form and even use 8th-class magic. It was Ragnar who released the Dragonian from Mitchell Greenriver's seal to collaborate with him. Ragnar's actions horrify Haley. However, Ian adds that he thinks Ragnar was planning this for a long time. Succeeding the royal line is not the end goal for the Order, but they want to start a war with the Empire's armed forces to conquer the lands. Ian tells Haley that Ragnar already controls the royal palace. It's not just poison that risks her safety. He urges her to not trust anyone and stand by the Emperor's side. Haley worries about Ian's safety, but Ian tells her he still needs to pretend to be on Ragnar's side to find out how Mitchell Greenriver got rid of the Dragonian. There was nothing about it in the library of the Ivory Tower, so Ian believes maybe he'll find something in the royal palace. Haley takes a moment to think and asks Ian to follow her because she has something to show him. She leads him to another place and hands him a book, a royal family's treasure that her father gifted her. The book is a relic left behind by Mitchell Greenriver, the first mage of the royal family. It's assumed to be a journal written by an ancestor in his lifetime. The reason it's assumed is because the seal on the relic has never been opened by anyone. The records say Mitchell Greenriver was a 5th-class mage, but the seal seems to be made with a higher-class magic. She wonders if Ian will be able to undo the seal. Ian thinks about blowing the mana into the book to try to read the techniques, but suddenly the book starts to glow, and he recognizes the dragon tongue. The seal gets broken, so they try to read the book. The first entries of the journal are about the time after they defeated the Dragonians. The entry contains information regarding the plans to leave the land to build a new ivory tower, along with a memorial for the mages and knights of the Empire that died in the battle. It also has records about research on magic techniques. Ian continues to read and recognizes Fran, his father's name. The entry is about when Fran went to see the ancestor, and the ancestor knew it was the last time he was seeing him. He swore to keep the promise he made to Fran until his last breath, and leaves in the journal his last words in dragon tongue. Suddenly a glitter appears around the room, and everything except Ian gradually turns gray. The confusion strikes Ian when he sees Haley stand still and realizes the time has stopped. Across the room, he sees a bright yellow light on the other side of the door. Ian opens the door, and on the other side he sees a plain covered with grass. In front of him sits a man covered by a robe. Ian approaches the man and asks him about the place and who the man is. The man tells him it's a dimensionless space known as a time repository. The name confuses Ian a little, but the man explains that it's the place containing all of the time of the dimension Ian lives in. Ian is confused about how the man knows his name. He tells Ian that humans know him as the first magician, or the Gold Dragon. The revelation strikes Ian with surprise. The Gold Dragon who controls time exists only in legends, and the first mage was the first human to ever discover magic. Ian is confused to know both are the same being. The man tells Ian that if he's here, it means he already knows about Mitchell. But what he doesn't understand is why Mitchell spared the Dragonian in that dimension. He doesn't understand if it was out of pity or revenge. Ian is confused about how the man and Mitchell are related. The man answers that they're friends because he's the one who gave Mitchell the power to end the Dragonians. Ian asks if he's telling the truth, why the man chose to give the power to Mitchell instead of doing it himself. The man answers that long ago, humans suffered from black magic. The Dragon Authority had the ability to put all creations into submission, and black magic was created to achieve that power. However, the black magic created by Dragonians was greedy and ambitious. It was corrupting and disrupting the balance of the world. Countless disasters erupted, and even though countless humans suffered, he could not get involved because when the world was created, a rule was made to never allow a dragon to be involved in the human world. But, since the Dragon Authority was the cause of human suffering, the man couldn't just sit idle. So, he went against the rule and interfered with human history. He taught humans magic to fight against the black magic. However, it was inadequate. Humanity needed a hero to raise them when it fell to disasters, so he shared the authority with humans, with Mitchell Greenriver. Even though Mitchell belonged to the Imperial family, he dedicated his life to destroying the existence of black magic, but his one mistake washed off all his efforts. To pay for the consequence of interfering with human existence, the Gold Dragon lost all his memories. He couldn't destroy black magic himself, and he sealed his remaining time in his human body and hoped he would eventually remember what to do. After losing all the memories, the Gold Dragon traveled the human world. Even though those times were short, he cherished each moment. That's when he met Vanessa. His life became beautiful, and he gained another precious gift. He calls Ian his son and tells him he missed him. However, Ian refuses to believe him because his father died long ago. The Gold Dragon agrees that Fran Page is dead, but what exists now is a mind without its physical body, and he's been waiting for Ian. Ian gets furious at him for leaving them. The Gold Dragon continued that after some time had passed, his memories started to come back, and he remembered what he needed to do. He had to completely get rid of black magic in this world. Even though he wanted to protect the world, he had no time. He had no choice but to leave his family. He acknowledged that Ian had had a bad life, but he hoped that he would find happiness. Ian is upset but tells him he didn't come here to talk about that. The Gold Dragon tells Ian that the power he seeks to defeat the Dragonian already exists within him. Before he left Vanessa, the Gold Dragon's authority was already passed to Ian when he was still in her womb. He tells Ian that he was not able to understand and use Dragon Tongue just because he's a high-ranking mage. Ian suddenly realizes he doesn't remember when he started using the Dragon Tongue. The Gold Dragon decides it's time to awaken the dormant power with Ian, but first he needs to take a look at it. Fran wants to awaken that particular power in Ian Page, but to do so, he would take a look inside Ian's soul in order to see what kind of life he wanted so badly that it remained a secret even from himself. Ian wakes up from his nap and tries to figure out where he is. He went towards Vanessa, and she is angry with him and complains that after all the trouble he went through to make some time for a family picnic, he is sleeping there all the time, as she knows that Ian has been busy those days, but she wants him not to push himself that much. She also decides to talk to her brother so Ian can get a little rest. Ian nods by calling her His Highness. Vanessa questions him about the formality he is doing or if he is still half asleep, as His Highness is something she hasn't heard in a while from him. Vanessa calls her daughter Johanna to come give her father a hug as he is finally awake. Johanna runs and comes to his father and hugs him, but his reaction seems a little dry, as Ian is confused about what is happening there. Vanessa reminds him that this is not the right way to treat a young lady, and as Johanna has hugged her, he should hug her back. Ian reaches for her and holds her really tight, and hearing her say "Papa," he feels relaxed. But all of a sudden, he realized that it was all a dream, and the primal mage questions him about what he sees. He confesses to him that he saw a little girl with the same color hair and eyes as his, and her name was Johanna. Her tiny body, warmth, sound, and scent filled him up entirely with a warmth and soothing sensation. Ian questions him, "What was all that?" He replies by saying that it was love, as it is the strongest spell that gives humans their greatness, but at the same time, it is a very common concept. Fran Page felt that sacrificing oneself for someone he loves, fighting to protect them, and having the courage to carry on with life was all Ian wanted as well, to be a part of the wheel, the humblest and the greatest of all. But Ian finds that way too peaceful and too beautiful for him to even dream of. He questions him if he did witness his future. According to Fran Page, that is something it could be, and at the same time, maybe not, as everything depends on Ian's choice, and he feels that it is the time for him to send Ian back so he awakens his dragon might that lives inside of Ian. He also wants Ian to put that to good use and finish what he was unable to do so. Ian can still feel Fran Page's memories flowing inside him. Fran Page confesses that he has never left his son, and he even loves him a lot forever and always. Ian's heart clenched. Haley Greenriver asks him if he is all right, but he denies that there is something in his eyes, maybe, and nothing else. Ian opens the diary and all the Dragnian writings have disappeared. He questions Haley if she remembers what was written there, but nothing is there, as it is blank from the very beginning. Haley asks Ian if he has found the way to defeat the dragons. And finally, Ian has found a way which made Haley glad. Ian is going to set things with Ragnar once and for all, and he wants Haley to take care of his majesty by staying at his side and keeping him safe, as that is the #1 priority. He also promises her that he is going to be fine and is going to put an end to all of Ragnar's madness. They both shake hands, and Ian is going to come back as soon as he promised. Ronan really wants Ian Page to reconsider, as the continent has already been unified, but they are still facing a lot of conflicts across the lands, and the Empire needs its 8th-class hero. He wants Ian to think of the achievements in the Ivory Tower as if he is going to give that all up. He even knows that His Majesty is never going to let Ian leave like that, but Ian has already decided to leave even if he doesn't give him the permission, as he has already finished the preparations for Ronan to become the next Tower Master. Ronan gets shocked. Ian confesses to him that he doesn't stand in front of him as an 8th-class hero, but as a disgusting monster, which made Ronan speechless. Ragnar Greenriver calls out Ian, and he has read the letter Ian sent him. He questions Ian. Why is he leaving all of a sudden? If he wants a break from everything, then Ragnar allows him to take a few months off, or even a few years if he wants, as he knows that how much Ian have sacrificed with him to build the Empire. So that is why he is going to grant him everything he needs, so he deserves the best, and they can take any other substitute till Ian is not there, and as Ian recommended him Ronan for that, so he does so, and he is also going to rearrange the system so that the workload can be divided and more new people can be hired, so he commands Ian to take a break and come back whenever he is ready. But Ian refuses, as he is not going to come back because his existence is not going to be of any help to the Empire's future now that it is unified, and all it is going to do is lead the Empire to division again. That it is reason he chose to resign from all the public positions and go back home. He is also never going to use magic again, and he'll live the rest of his life repenting for his sins. Ragnar gets angry, as repenting is something failures do, and Ian has done better than anyone in the Empire, and he should be proud of himself for that. And the contribution Ian has made for the nation is the last thing he wants to do as a citizen of the Empire, so he wants Ian to stop wasting his time on such nonsense. Ian questions him. How could he wash the blood of innocent people from his hands? Ragnar confesses to Ian that the sacrifices they made are for the greater cause, but Ian feels bad as those sacrifices were made from his hands. He wants Ragnar to do him a favor as an old friend and allow him to repent his sins. Ragnar questions him. Is he going to betray the emperor he helped place on the throne so he can mourn for some insignificant people he doesn't even know? And after all those years they both worked together, how could Ian ask something like that to him? Ragnar didn't imagine that they were both going to part ways like that. Ian felt really sorry for him. Ronan questions Ragnar. Is he really going to let Ian leave like that? As the remnants of the Coldwood Empire and the unions of rebellions are still causing a lot of problems at their borders, and if their people heard that Ian had left them in such an uneasy time, they would be discouraged. And if he joins hands with rebellion, then he can take the Empire by force if he wants to. Some people worship Ian Page as a war hero, and even he should be the one to succeed the throne, and if Ian Page chooses not to be their ally, it is going to be wiser to kill him. Ragnar calls out the Imperial Alchemist to bring Douglas Heyman. He asks Ragnar about the new potion, and if he is sleeping well, but it is getting worse for him. Ragnar questions him if they can increase the dosage, but that potion is made with an addictive herb, and if he is going to take more than he is taking, it is going to cause him harm. And also these potions are a temporary solution, and Ragnar needs to solve the fundamental problem, which is he can't sleep at night in order to get better, but Ragnar is unable to do so, as he is afraid that his old friend who left him is going to betray him and take his empire from himself someday, as when he was on his side, he used to trust him. But after he left, Ragnar feels that he indeed is the monster he claimed to be. Alchemist gives him advice that the only way to get over it is to kill him. Ragnar gets shocked if the alchemist is giving him the advice to murder his friend, but Alchemist feels that he really is his friend who is causing him that much pain, but Ragnar knows that he is an 8th class great mage, and there is no possible way to kill him, as he is more powerful than other mages of the Ivory Tower. Alchemist gives him an idea of killing Ian, that he can prepare a poison that could kill him. Ian is peacefully reading a book by the fireplace on a snowy night when suddenly he hears a knock at the door. Wondering who it is at this time, he gets up from the chair and opens the door. As he is about to ask the person who he is, Ian gets surprised to see that it is Ragnar. Ragnar greets Ian with respect, mentioning how it has been a long time since they saw each other. When he asks Ian if he can come in, Ian confusedly asks him the reason for his arrival. Ragnar, with a simple smile, asks Ian that even though he has stepped down from his position and left, would it not be okay for them to meet like this occasionally, further clarifying that not just as a ruler, but as his friend. Ian, after considering his request, allows him in, saying that he will welcome him anytime. After they are inside, Ragnar sits on the chair with a bottle of wine on the table beside him. Noticing the bottle, Ian confusedly asks him why he suddenly brought wine when he doesn't even enjoy drinking it. Pouring the wine into glasses, Ragnar answers that he just thought it is not bad to drink a glass from time to time like this, and he adds that he was also curious as to how his longtime friend Ian was doing. Ragnar extends his hand to give a filled glass of wine to Ian, which he takes by thanking Ragnar. After Ian has also sat down on a chair opposite to Ragnar, Ragnar asks him about how he has been, adding that he does look better than when he was in the capital. Ian tells that he has been traveling to areas that are under the unified empire and saw all sorts of people and how they lived their lives, which was a really meaningful time for him. Ragnar enjoys his wine while listening to Ian's stories. Ian then tells how he also learned various things after returning to his hometown. When he thought about it, magic was the only thing he knew in his life. When winter passes and the snow melts, he says that he is thinking of working on a small farm. Ragnar comments on Ian surely living a simple and normal life for a hero who led the unification war to victory. Looking down with a thought in his mind, Ragnar continues. He's glad that Ian is satisfied with what he has done, since a lot of things have happened since his departure. He tells that after they succeeded in suppressing Coldwood's rebel forces in the north, the unified empire finally stabilized. The daughter of Duke Banat, who was the ruler of the Principality of Ro, will announce her marriage with the Crown Prince shortly. As Ragnar continues telling recent events, Ian suddenly feels something wrong with his body. Despite noticing it, Ragnar continues that with the Crown Prince's marriage, they will be able to have a peaceful integration with the Principality of Ro's people in power. He further mentions that it is really fascinating to see the Crown Prince, who used to be a child, getting married now, adding that he thinks he finally understands a little about how his father felt in the past. He tells Ian that while the Ivory Tower is not as great as when Ian was there, they are stabilizing now as they balance out their values and influences with the imperial family. By this time, Ian is already on the floor, groaning in pain while clutching his chest. However, Ragnar continues that the restoration of the area as it was destroyed because of the world is also progressing quickly, and everything is being resolved peacefully, and the empire is heading towards its best days. He then slams his glass down on the table and angrily adds the words to his statement by addressing Ian. If only he disappeared now. Ian coughs out blood and covers his mouth. It is a poison that neutralizes the mana within one's blood vessels. Ragnar stands up in front of Ian, stating that it will only last a few minutes at most for him, which is why he mixed in a different poison. Ian barely managed to ask why, and Ragnar sarcastically asks him if he does not know that the power of Ian will do no good for the unified empire moving forward. It might be good during wartime, but it is actually the source of uneasiness right now, which is why Ragnar says that Ian returned to his hometown to repent for what he has done for the rest of his life, reminding Ian that it is what he said himself. Ian's eyes widened in shock. Ragnar then asks Ian if he knows how he was scared of him, and it was driving him crazy that he was scared of his longtime friend, the 8th-class magician who, if he wanted, could take over his empire at any time. Ragnar, calling Ian a monster, asks him how he could let him live. Thus, once again calling him a longtime friend, Ragnar asks Ian to not forgive him, please. Ragnar walks out of Ian's home and ignorantly tells his subordinate to set it on fire. After the house is lit on fire and is decreasing into ashes through the burning flames, Ragnar looks back at it. Duncan Mitosa assures Ragnar that they will take care of the rest here, asking him to head back to the horse carriage. When he looks up at Ragnar, He is surprised to see him crying while looking at the burning house. Ragnar, sorrowfully, remarks how this is the way he parts with Ian as well. He thinks about how he is seriously sick of such endings. However, he smiles strangely before finally turning back to get into the horse carriage, while his subordinates handle the mess and take care of the rest of the matters there. Ian enters Ragnar's office. Acknowledging his arrival, Ragnar, looking at the papers he is holding in front of him, asks Ian about what the princess said to him. When Ian tells Ragnar that the princess asked him why he betrayed Ragnar, Ragnar asks him what he said in his reply. Ian says that he straightforwardly told the princess that he does not need to reply to her, and this makes Ragnar laugh. Putting down the papers in his hands, Ragnar crosses his hands and leans back. He mentions how the princess likes Ian quite a bit while calling her a poor thing. Ragnar then tells Ian how his father did not like any of those who proposed to her and rejected all those marriage proposals. He calls it quite unusual, wondering what was so displeasing about those people, adding that marriage is basically a transaction for the sake of one's family and power for people like him. Ian silently keeps standing there, listening to Ragnar say that to think father would hide the princess away just because he did not want to do something like that is just plainly ridiculous because he is someone who would make use of such transactions. Standing up from his chair, Ragnar informs Ian that when the time is right, he is intending to get Ian to marry a suitable family's daughter. He starts walking towards Ian, saying it would not be long as he will ascend the throne and become a stronger emperor than his father, and will become the first to unite the three countries and lead the Green River Empire to its peak. After reaching near Ian, Ragnar stops in front of him and tells him that this is what he is going to do. Placing both hands on either shoulder of Ian, Ragnar requests him to be by his side as they welcome the prime time of their empire. Ian, however, still remains silent even when Ragnar claims that Ian belongs to him, and he will not regret swearing his loyalty to Ragnar. Ian finally speaks up. He places his hand over Ragnar's, which is holding his shoulder, and tells him that he has already seen it. Elaborating on his statement, Ian mentions the moment of honor of seeing the Green River as a unified empire by the side of the great emperor. Confused about Ian's claim, Ragnar asks him what he means by that. Ian respectfully removes Ragnar's hands from his shoulders, and lowering his gaze, he tells him that he gave up everything he had for the empire and the emperor because that was his whole life. However, he looks up and says that he found it in this life, the life that he truly wants. Ragnar, in shock, steps back and panikedly asks Ian if he has dispelled the black magic and asks him how he did that. Ian sorrowfully shuts his eyes close and accepts that he regrets to tell Ragnar this. But calling Ragnar the only person who exists in the past, present, and the future, his friend and lord who trusted him the most and showed him the greatest honor and also the greatest despair, Ragnar, Ian asks him to come and look for him as he puts one knee on the ground with respect and looks down. Ian then places his hand on the chest with respect, telling the shaken Ragnar that he will be waiting for him at the old ivory tower. With that said, Ian disappears through his transportation skill, leaving Ragnar fuming in anger and clenching his fist. Ragnar barges out of his office, and seeing him this furious, his subordinate asks him about what happened. Ragnar angrily roars at him to bring the first Imperial Knight Order captain here immediately, and orders him to gather the Knight Order and prepare the fastest horses they have, closing with the last order to find out where Suravantis is. Ian sits at the staircase of the old ivory tower. He looks up at the sky before sighing and looking down, thinking about how it was not a coincidence that he came to this place in his previous life. He talks to himself by saying it to someone that they have been watching this whole time. He claims that they have watched him, who has been wandering around without any aim, and his life that was filled with regret and remorse. Recalling the painful past events of his life, he accuses them of bringing him to this place to give him a second chance. Thinking about a book, he acknowledges it as the last keepsake that they left behind, the Dragon Tongue of Time Regression. He then says that he thinks he understands why he was able to understand the Dragon Tongue and how he should use the authority that they have passed down to him. After saying so, he makes a yellow light appear around his hands until he notices Ragnar's horses approaching, and he looks at them in a questionable way. Ragnar, after getting closer to the staircase of the old ivory tower while riding his horse, glares at Ian, who is sitting at the top of the staircase with spite. When Ian looks at him, he gets up from the stairs, and as he starts stepping down, he welcomes Ragnar. Ragnar gets down from his horse, and turning to Suravantis, he addresses him and tells him that he must kill Ian this time around. When he asks Suravantis if that would be possible, Suravantis sighs while looking down, stating that they should have just killed him earlier instead of getting themselves into this mess. He calls Ian a brat who is just a 6th-class mage, thus he claims he will end Ian in an instant. However, worriedly, Suravantis tells Ragnar that it seems there is another problem. On being asked, he answers that he can feel the gold dragon's authority, stating that the person is nearby. Ian and Ragnar look at each other. Ian steps down to where Ragnar is standing and welcomes him. However, Ragnar angrily snaps, asking Ian mockingly if they are close enough to be on a first-name basis. Before Ian could say anything, Ragnar calls Ian by his full name, telling him that he was wrong, and asks if he thought the Crown Prince could rule over the Empire. Furiously, Ragnar states that what the Empire needs is a rational emperor with strong power. Thus, he claims that Fool, the Crown Prince, does not have the right to possess power. Maniacally grinning, Ragnar stares into Ian's eyes and says that if the Crown Prince knew it was not his place, he should have given up. And he adds angrily by questioning how dare the Crown Prince count on his father's love for him and strut around confidently when he is unqualified. Ian stays silent even when Ragnar calls the Crown Prince an unqualified insect, stating that he was enjoying what Ragnar could not get, as if it was how things were meant to be. When Ragnar yells in anger, refusing to acknowledge the Crown Prince by claiming himself to be the one who is qualified and saying that he is the one who needs to become the Emperor, Ian finally speaks up in his gentle voice. He says that black magic corrupts the souls of humans and tells Ragnar that he is no exception. He further tells him that he has lost the cool judgment he had, and he is now showing his true colors while pursuing his desires. When Ian tells Ragnar that he can no longer go back to his normal self, Ragnar smirks and arrogantly tells Ian to spout all the nonsense that he wants, for today will be the last day that mouth will speak. After saying that, Ragnar calls out Suravantis, signaling him to do his work and finish off Ian. Suravantis then steps forward by spreading his wings and sends his air-based magic towards Ian, thinking about how he heard that Ian was an intelligent human, but maybe it was not entirely true. As he is thinking about how Ian is cutting his own life short, he notices that the air-based magic, which he sent towards Ian, has done him no harm, and he is still standing intact. This fuels Suravantis' anger, and he confusedly wonders how it could happen. Suravantis then confidently sends his fire-based magic towards Ian, but, to his surprise and extreme annoyance, this magic also fails as Ian keeps standing there nonchalantly, and the fire just burns around him without hurting him. Suravantis thinks Ian Page is definitely a lower-class magician compared to him. Thus, no matter how exceptional of a human he is, he should not be able to surpass the class of a Dragonian who has lived for more than 5 centuries. With that said, Suravantis now throws ice-based magic in the form of ice spikes towards Ian. Just like the other forms of magic, this one fails too when the ice spikes surrounding Ian from all sides stop just near him and freeze in the air. At this point, Suravantis is now panicking like a maniac, wondering how none of his attacks are working, and not only that is the issue. The energy he felt from the moment he arrived, the Gold Dragon's authority, Suravantis feels that energy is from Ian. Ian crushes down all the ice spikes while staring into Suravantis' eyes with a grim expression. Suravantis finally asks Ian who he is. In his reply, Ian calls him by the name of Pitiful Last Dragonian, remarking how Suravantis lusted after the power and authority of a dragon and even killed his own ancestor to get that power. But now, his race is no more, and he has been left all alone. Reminding Suravantis about his past, Ian says that Mitchell Green River gave him the most painful punishment possible, which was the void, hatred, anger, and sadness, the powerlessness of not being able to do anything. When Ian sarcastically appreciates Suravantis by declaring he sure did well to survive all that humiliation, he reaches the limit of self-control, and his anger fuels greatly. Suravantis yells at Ian to shut up, threatening he will snuff out Ian's life right now, and starts running towards Ian to attack with his long nails. Ian, on the other hand, still stands there calmly and gracefully, saying that lastly, he will send Suravantis to his brethren's side with that power he so desperately sought. When Avantis is running towards Ian, Ian uses his manipulation magic and orders Avantis, by calling him the last descendant of the Dragonians, to kill himself. Before Avantis could understand what is happening and how Ian has this power, Avantis falls on the ground on his knees, asking Ian what he just said. Avantis could not even get his answer when a sword pierced into his body from the front. Groaning in pain, Avantis barely makes out words and questions Ian about why he has this power to manipulate the enemies. Whereas, on the other hand, Ragnar, who is standing behind Avantis, gets struck by immense shock to see what just happened in front of his eyes. Ian still remembers the first time he met Ragnar. It might have been strictly a calculated move, but it meant a lot to Ian when Ragnar approached him in that fleeting moment. After it happened, Herbert Leon tells Ian, on their way to meet Ragnar, to be honored since it is the first time Ragnar has reached out to anyone first. Herbert further tells Ian that Ragnar has also promised to provide whatever resources are available to grow Ian's potential, because he highly values Ian's talent. Thus, Herbert tells Ian to be careful of what he says and does, as he must behave because the person he will be meeting is someone who will eventually ascend the throne. After they reach the door, Ragnar is notified by his subordinate that Ivory Tower Master Herbert is requesting an audience with him. On his permission to let him in, Ragnar walks in with Ian following him at an arm's length. Ragnar delightfully welcomes the Ivory Tower Master, Herbert, and the Ivory Tower's magician, Ian Page. He mentions how he has heard a lot about Ian from the Tower Master, that he possesses unprecedented talent within the academy and has surprised everyone. Ian, however, humbly bows his head in front of Ragnar, saying that he does not deserve such compliments. Looking at the modest behavior of Ian, Ragnar smiles softly before mentioning to Ian that he heard Ian's mother passed away a few days ago due to an illness. On being reminded about his pain, Ian's expression changed to a sad one, while Ragnar continued that since he too has lost his mother, he is able to understand a little about how Ian feels. Although Ian will still be saddened no matter what Ragnar says, he says that he would like to offer his sincere condolences. Since Ian's head is still bowed out of respect, Ragnar walks down to him, stopping in front of him. Ragnar asks Ian to raise his head. When Ian looks up at Ragnar after raising his head, Ragnar tells him that he is not the prince of their empire right now. Rather, he wants to meet Ian as a fellow human being, and exclaims that he wishes to become friends with Ian. Now, in the present day, when Ian has made Avantis kill himself, Ragnar is too stunned to speak. His eyes are widened with shock, and his mind is haunted by his fears. At last he shuts his eyes, telling himself to make a decision. With a thud, he drops on his knees in front of Ian, saying that he will not beg for his life and asks Ian to kill him since he would rather Ian kill him here and now, as opposed to cutting his head off at the plaza. Ian, on the contrary, is still quite calm and keeps standing in his place while looking at Ragnar. When he does not utter a single word, Ragnar gets confused and asks him if he doesn't loathe him. Ian still stays silent, and it makes Ragnar even uneasy, making him ask Ian why he is looking at him like that, or if Ian is pitying him. Ragnar finally reaches the limit of annoyance, and calling Ian a monster, he yells at Ian that he should have killed someone like Ian from the start. His words hurt Ian deeply, making him sadly look down and ask Ragnar if that was what he felt, and if he was that scared of him. Ian walks closer to Ragnar, saying that he'd like to show him this in his last moments. With that said, Ian is now standing in front of Ragnar, who is still kneeling down, and places his hand on Ragnar's head, saying he wants to show Ragnar who he really is. With that said, Ian's magic work starts to get Ragnar the flashbacks of the past life. From the beginning when Ian came to see him with Herbert till the end, when Ragnar poisoned Ian's wine and then burned him on fire, Ragnar gets reminded about how Ian has been so loyal to him all his life and stayed by him, but still Ragnar killed him at the end. Out of regret and shock, Ragnar's eyes widened, and he could not grasp the sudden flood of memories. Ragnar looks up at Ian, calling out his name, but before he could say any more, Ian summons a sharp weapon and kills Ragnar. Obviously, Ian is not happy to do so. However, he was left with this being the only option. After the Dragonian, Avantis, and the fifth prince, Ragnar, died, a large-scale purge was executed on the dragon's order, and those related to it were executed. The executioners started from the first Imperial Knight Order captain, Damphel, to all the nobles that helped in the fifth prince, Ragnar's rebellion. Thanks to Princess Haley's devoted care to the Emperor, Terry Greenriver, he was able to recover quickly and regained his consciousness. After his recovery, when the Princess Haley Greenriver tells Terry about all the events that took place, along with the fifth prince, Ragnar's death, he was deeply saddened to know it. Paul Lance, who tried to assassinate the Emperor because he was under black magic, was considered to have reverted back to normal and was found to be innocent. His grave was treated with respect, and he was laid to rest with the rest of the Imperial Knights. The rebellion of the fifth prince, Ragnar, involving the use of forbidden black magic, was recorded as an uncommon case of grave crime in history, and records of the Dragonian Avantis were sealed away under imperial orders. His existence is to remain a secret from the world. As the time passed, the death of the fifth prince, Ragnar, was slowly and quietly forgotten by the world as if he never existed. With that, Ian's revenge and the journey of that rebellion that felt like eternity have finally come to an end. When Ian sees Princess Haley sitting with a tense expression, he asks her if she's nervous. She acknowledges his arrival and admits that she is indeed very nervous. Ian then inquires if she regrets her decision, to which she firmly responds that she doesn't want to hide anymore and that she's determined to help people with her power. Ian smiles at her resolve and reassures her not to worry, telling her that everything will turn out well. Just then, a servant enters and asks them to please come inside the trial room. Inside the trial room, Princess Haley takes her place in the witness stand while Ian sits on the judicial bench. An announcement is made, notifying that the trial to decide what to do with Princess Haley Greenriver, due to her illegal practice and use of magic, is about to begin. Ian speaks up before the trial starts, saying that there's something he would like to address first. He then walks over to the witness stand where Princess Haley is standing. Ian asserts that he is directly connected to the charges against Princess Haley and, therefore, cannot preside over the trial. As a result, he will be passing the responsibility to Sir Ronan and Deckard. Deckard, confused, asks Ian to clarify what he's talking about. Ian confirms that he was one of the teachers who taught her magic. Sir Ronan asks Ian to elaborate. Ian admits that he had known for 6 years that Princess Haley was a magician. Although he saw her using magic with his own eyes, he chose to overlook it because he believed she had her reasons. Years later, Ian explains, he had to secretly investigate an organization known as the Dragon's Order. This group, deeply involved with black magic, had infiltrated the imperial family, with many nobles in the capital belonging to it. The Dragonian, a high-ranking sorcerer, posed an exceptional threat, as he had the power to turn the entire empire into a bloodbath if he so desired. Ian explains that, naturally, he had to proceed carefully for the safety of everyone, but there was a limit to how much he could do alone. He needed help from someone within the imperial palace, someone he could trust, with authority and influence in politics. This led him to make a suggestion to the princess. In exchange for teaching her magic and nurturing her ability, she would help him in return. Through her assistance, Ian was able to free himself from black magic and find a way to defeat the Dragonian. Ian concludes by stating that further details can be found in the report on the 5th Prince Ragnar's rebellion and the investigation into the Dragon's Order. He says that this is all he has to add. Sir Ronan then asks if he can question Princess Hayley, asking if the Tower Master's account is true. Princess Hayley confirms that it is. Sir Ronan then informs her that she now has the opportunity to speak and asks her to say anything she has on her mind. Princess Hayley takes a deep breath and admits that she is a criminal for breaking the laws of the Empire. She acknowledges that she is prepared to face whatever punishment is coming her way. She continues by saying that she isn't expecting any special treatment due to her status as a member of the Imperial family, and that she would like to be punished according to the laws of the Empire and the Ivory Tower. However, she argues that Sir Kevin and the maids who knew about her magic and hid it are innocent. They simply followed her orders, given that she is of the Imperial family. She then pleads with the judges to consider the special circumstances and place all the blame solely on her. She earnestly requests that the Ivory Tower show mercy in light of these factors. Just then, Terry enters the room, declaring that the princess is not wrong. Ian looks at him and asks if he's okay. Terry confirms that he is, adding that it seems it's not yet his time to die. Terry then addresses the Ivory Tower magicians, explaining that the princess isn't at fault. She simply followed his orders. He goes on to explain that when magician Kevin informed him of the princess's magical abilities, he instructed them to keep it a secret so she could continue living as royalty, not as a magician. While the princess did grow more cautious of the Ivory Tower later, Terry acknowledges that he played a role in influencing that decision. He admits that everything that happened was the result of his own wrong decision and the love he has for her. Terry then earnestly pleads with everyone to place the blame on him and give the princess a chance to pursue her magic. The jury exchanges confused glances at this. Finally, Sir Ronan announces that while the decision would normally be made after discussion with the Ivory Tower Master, since he is also implicated, he will personally announce their decision. He explains that this trial concerns the serious crime of illegally teaching magic and training a magician. However, they acknowledge the special circumstances involved. He points out that the person the princess had been cautious of, Herbert, the leader of the Ivory Tower, was actually a slave and right-hand man to the rebel Ragnar. Given this, Sir Ronan confirms that Hayley's decision to be cautious was justified. They also affirm that she has not gained any personal benefit from using magic, meaning that her actions were not motivated by personal ambition. Furthermore, Sir Ronan acknowledges that for her to have reached the 4th-class rank in a restricted environment demonstrates that her magical talent is extraordinary, perhaps the greatest seen across the entire continent. In light of these factors, the Ivory Tower will offer Princess Hayley one last chance instead of punishing her immediately. Her punishment will be deferred for 5 years, during which she will be given responsibility as a magician of the Ivory Tower. Sir Ronan adds that she will be the first to be dispatched on a mission within the Empire, and will receive private lessons from the Ivory Tower to learn what she was unable to during her time at the Academy. He stresses that the importance of this deferment lies in what happens during the next 5 years. The results of her actions during that time will determine what punishment she will face in 5 years. Thus, as of now, the jury declares that Princess Hayley Greenriver is no longer the Empire's princess, but a magician of the Ivory Tower. Ian stands in his office when Hayley calls him out. He turns around, recognizing her, and bows, addressing her as, "Your Highness." Hayley giggles and gently tells him not to call her that anymore, explaining that she's no longer a princess and asking him to just call her by her name. Ian smiles at this and asks if she's enjoying her visit to the Ivory Tower. Hayley replies that she's enjoying herself, though at first, the other mages were a bit awkward around her. However, they now treat her as one of their own. She looks at him and says that it was all thanks to his wonderful speech that she was able to become a member of the Ivory Tower, and she thanks Ian for his help. Ian politely lowers his gaze and says that he's happy to hear that. After a brief pause, Hayley brings up a rumor she heard about Ian giving up his position as Tower Master. She wonders if it's because of her request for him to teach her magic. Ian quickly shakes his head, insisting that it has nothing to do with her. He explains that there is something he must do that he cannot do as a member of the Ivory Tower. He then opens a box on the table and says that in fact this is why he came here today, to see Hayley and return something. Haley looks into the box, and Ian explains that inside is the robe of Mitchell Greenriver, a gift given to him by His Majesty. The robe was originally intended for the future mage of royal descent, and Ian had been holding onto it until its true owner appeared. He looks at Haley and tells her that it's time to return it to its rightful owner. Ian then lifts his staff and tells Haley that this is the staff of the Great Plains. He explains that it is made from a rare material that cannot be found anywhere in the Empire, which helps people manage their mana circulation more effectively. He hands the staff to Haley and assures her that it is very light, so she won't have any trouble carrying it. Haley waves the staff around and smiles brightly. Ian asks if she likes it, and she replies with enthusiasm that she loves it. Ian nods, then adds that there's one more thing he would like to ask of her. She asks what it is. He tells her that he will be leaving the capital for a while and may not return for several years. He asks her to look after his family, ensuring their safety within the capital. Haley, surprised, asks where he's going. Ian shakes his head, explaining that he cannot tell her right now because he doesn't have a set destination. He recalls his father's words that the world is still full of unknown dangers. Haley looks down, sadness in her eyes, before telling him that she finally knows what she wants to do with her life. Looking up again, she says that she wants to help those who are powerless and neglected in the Empire. She wants to establish a foundation to provide financial support for those in need. She tells Ian that her father was very happy to hear her plan and promised to support her. After a long pause, she stutters as she says that she would like him to stay and help her. She pleads with him not to leave. Ian looks down, his expression soft, then says that he's sorry. The Crown Prince suddenly bursts in, yelling that Ian is leaving the capital. He rushes toward Ian as Ian greets him. Hayden expresses his surprise at receiving the letter about Ian quitting and leaving, saying that just when he thought things were returning to normal, this happens. He pauses, then asks if Ian knows how upset Haley was when she heard the news. He glares at Ian and demands to know how he could abandon his sister. Ian looks at Hayden dumbfounded. Hayden admits, though it's embarrassing, that his sister is passionate and wonderful. She inherited the grace and looks of a queen from their mother, and she's so talented that she became a high mage without the Ivory Tower's help. He adds that Ian won't find another woman like her anywhere else in the world. Ian replies that he knows Haley is an amazing person, and it's exactly because of that he would like her to find someone better than himself. Frustrated, Hayden asks if Ian understands what he's trying to say. After a pause, he asks what Ian wants to tell him. Ian recounts a request from Sir Paul Lance before he died. Sir Paul wanted Ian to tell Captain Oliver that he was sorry for the things that happened, and that he was grateful. Ian explains that all he could do was listen as Sir Paul said this before giving up his life. Ian bows to Hayden and apologizes. Hayden informs him that he wouldn't be where he is today if it weren't for Ian's guidance through all the hardships. If it hadn't been for Ian, Hayden would still be a sour drunkard with no confidence. He tells Ian that from now on, he'll try even harder to become a king worthy of the trust Ian and others have placed in him. When Ian is finished with whatever he needs to do, he must come back. Ian smiles at Hayden and assures him that he will return. Suddenly, Hayden commands Oliver to give him his sword. He takes it, unsheathes it, and asks Ian how his swordsmanship is. Hayden tells Ian he's been waiting for this day for a long time. Ian asks what Hayden is trying to do. Hayden hands the sword to Ian and tells him that this is a gift. He calls Ian his teacher, his friend, and his savior. He swears that the Imperial family will always welcome High Mage Ian Page's visits and will provide every kind of aid, from this generation to the next, and for eternity. Ian looks at Hayden in shock. Hayden laughs, admitting that he always thought it was cool when he saw nobles do it, and that he'd always wanted to try it himself. He laughs again, then tells Ian good luck, saying he'll be waiting for him. Ian's eyes well up with tears as Hayden pulls him into a hug. Ian quietly thanks him. Ian was packing his things at home when he heard a knock. His mother asked if she could come inside, and he told her to come in, asking what brought her there. He noticed she must be tired from all the traveling, so he suggested she head back to her room and get some rest. But then, his mother suddenly took his hand. Surprised, Ian asked her if everything was okay and why her hands felt so cold. She reassured him that she was fine. But then, out of nowhere, she collapsed into his arms. Ian panicked, calling out to her in worry, telling her to hold on while he fetched Mr. Rathio and a doctor. His mother grabbed his shirt tightly, telling him she was really okay. She said she had come to say goodbye, but that seeing him was making it too difficult. She confessed that after hearing about everything he'd gone through when she returned to the capital, she couldn't breathe. Tears filled her eyes as she cried, wondering why something so terrible had to happen to her son, why he had to carry all that pain alone. She blamed herself, her heart breaking for him. Ian tried to comfort her, but she continued, saying that when she was staying in Mogrian, she had been terrified she might never see him again. Suddenly, she looked at him intensely and said that if something were to happen to him, she wouldn't be able to go on living. She thought of her late husband and said she couldn't bear losing another family member. Ian took her hand, reassuring her that it might be hard to believe, but he had met his father. He couldn't explain everything that had happened, but his father had told him that even though Ian couldn't see him, he had never truly left his side. Ian confessed that he had once hated his father, but now he realized that everything he had came from his father's love. That was why he had decided to follow in his father's footsteps. He told her he wanted to understand his father's thoughts and why he chose to protect them the way he did. Ian begged his mother to let him do this for himself, to fulfill his father's final wish. His mother stared at him, tears welling up in her eyes. She cried out, realizing how much he had grown. She had always thought of him as her little boy. Ian reassured her, telling her there was nothing to worry about. He reminded her that she wasn't alone because she had a new family now, people who loved her deeply. He spoke of Mr. Rathio, describing him as a wonderful man. Ian had never experienced fatherly love until he met him. Then there was Douglas, a bright young boy who lit up any room he walked into, a child who knew how to care for others. Ian held his mother's hands, telling her that he wanted her to be happy. He promised her he wouldn't be gone for long. Outside the room, Mr. Rathio and Douglas silently shed a few tears, touched by the heartfelt conversation between mother and son. The next day, Ian was preparing for his journey, checking his horse. Rathio approached, asking if it was already time for him to leave. Ian turned and told him it was. Rathio noticed Ian was only taking his horse and commented that it reminded him of the day they first met, when Ian had left Lloyd Village. Rathio chuckled, recalling how bad Ian had been at horseback riding back then. Embarrassed, Ian looked down and said, "I'm better at it now." He then asked Rathio to take care of his mother. Rathio promised to protect Mrs. Page with his life. Just then, Douglas called Ian over, but instead of captain, he called him brother. Ian turned, surprised, and asked why he was calling him that. Douglas smiled and handed him a pouch. He explained that he had brewed some mana elixirs and healing potions, promising that they were better than the finest ones on the market. Even though Ian probably wouldn't hurt himself, Douglas wanted to make sure he was well prepared. He added that if Ian ever needed more, he could just send a letter to the mansion. Ian smiled gratefully and thanked Douglas. At that moment, his mother came running toward him, panting as she handed him a box. She told him it was food for his journey, and urged him not to skip his meals and to take care of his health. She also reminded him to write to her often. Ian promised he would, and he told her to take care of herself as well. After their emotional goodbyes, Ian mounted his horse. He looked back, thinking that this was his home, a place he could always return to. His mother, Mr. Rathio, and Douglas were all waving at him. Ian smiled, knowing that they were his family, and with that, he set off on his journey. Douglas sat at his desk, carefully writing a letter to Ian. He began with "Dear Captain," and quickly went on to ask how Ian was doing. It had already been 8 years since Ian left, and so much had happened during that time. Douglas wrote that he had graduated from the Imperial Academy of Alchemy, summa cum laude, and had finally achieved his dream of inventing the cure for his father's terminal disease. This success had led to him being appointed as the Imperial Alchemist. His father, who had helped him with the research, had also been offered the same position, but he had declined. Douglas suspected that his father was overwhelmed by the duties that came with working for the Imperial family, but thought it was more about not wanting to be away from their mother. He asked Ian if he remembered how awkward they used to be, but now they were a loving couple. He went on to say that His Majesty, the Emperor, had never fully recovered from the assassination attempt 8 years ago, and had recently ordered the Crown Prince, Hayden, to take over the official duties. Hayden had grown sharper and more mature, and he was doing an outstanding job. His most recent achievement was successfully negotiating a peace treaty between Gren River, Coldwood, and the Duchy of Low. The treaty had led to a massive boost in trade, bringing about great advances in both the economy and technology. Douglas also shared that Lady Haley had completed her 5-year probation and officially became a High Mage of the Ivory Tower. She had started a charity foundation, which had made her extremely popular among the people of the Empire. At present, she was the leading candidate for the next Tower Master. He concluded by saying that everyone was living their lives to the fullest, though they all missed Ian very much. At the end of the letter, Douglas wrote that he hoped Ian would come back soon and that they'd be waiting for him. He also asked jokingly if it would be okay to call him brother the next time they met. Douglas stretched after finishing the letter, saying to himself how much he missed Ian. Just then, his father called out to him. He made his way downstairs and noticed his mother, telling her she looked beautiful. She smiled and thanked him, then asked her husband if it was all right for her to join him that evening. Rathio assured her it was fine, mentioning that the new emperor himself had sent them an invitation and a carriage for the occasion. Douglas chimed in, saying everything was taken care of, and that he had saved them seats in the honored guest section. With a sigh, his mother agreed to go with them, and the three of them left for the castle, excited for the evening. Meanwhile, Oliver was sitting at Paul's grave, paying his respects. He had brought flowers, and after a moment of silence, stood up as a soldier informed him that it was time to go. He glanced back at Paul's grave, muttering to himself how great it would have been if Paul were here to witness everything. He promised he would be back and that Paul should sleep well. Over at Haley's quarters, a mage knocked on her door and asked if she was ready. Haley stood in her dress and robe, looking radiant, and replied that it would take her a moment. She turned to grab her staff and told the mage that she was ready to go. She couldn't miss her brother's coronation. The castle was bustling with excitement as people gathered to witness Hayden's coronation. The emperor greeted the guests and began his speech. He spoke of the blessing of passing down the crown to his son, Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver. Although it was customary to hold on to the throne until death, the emperor had come to the difficult decision that it was time for Hayden to take over. He believed this would be for the good of the empire, and under his son's rule, the people's lives would improve. The emperor then called forward Hayden to present him as the new emperor. Hayden walked up to the throne, each step heavy with determination. He knelt before his father. Hayden looked up and promised he would continue to make his father proud and never let him down. His father nodded, beginning the tradition of passing down the throne. Once everything was official, the emperor declared that Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver was now the new emperor of the Green River Empire. The crowd erupted in applause, chanting and blessing their new ruler. In the main hall, a figure cloaked in mystery watched over the new emperor. Suddenly, pink flower petals began to fall from the sky. The crowd looked around in surprise as they were showered with petals. Douglas, holding one of the petals, quickly realized that there was mana within them. He glanced up at Haley, and they both looked toward the source. To their amazement, Ian was standing before them, congratulating Hayden on his ascension. Hayden, spotting Ian, broke into a wide smile and welcomed him back. He shakes Ian by the shoulders, his voice full of emotion as he says he missed him so much. Ian laughs and replies that Hayden really hasn't changed, offering his congratulations once again on Hayden's ascension. Just then, Ian's mother calls his name, and his parents and brother rush to embrace him. His mother starts to sob, asking why he hadn't told them sooner about his return, how he's been, if he's taking care of himself, eating enough, and if he knows how much she's missed him. Douglas adds that he missed his brother a lot too. Ian takes a deep breath, a warm smile spreading across his face as he responds that he missed them all dearly as well. His mother, still tearful, asks if he's finished everything he needed to do. Ian smiles and assures her that this time he's done it all and he's back for good. Hayden, clearing his throat, calls Ian's name, trying to catch his attention. When Ian looks at him, Hayden secretly gestures toward Haley, who has been quietly watching the reunion. Ian's eyes light up with joy as he calls out to her, turning toward her and saying, "It's been a while. I hope your time here has been peaceful." Haley shyly nods, telling him that it has been peaceful and asking if he's doing well. Ian tells her that he's been wandering around, and although he was far from the capital, he's heard about her remarkable deeds. He shares how everyone speaks of the noble lady who cares for orphans and the poor, praising her for the great work she's accomplished. Haley, a little embarrassed, replies that she's only just getting started. The conversation trails off awkwardly, both standing there in silence. Haley quickly bows, saying she should get going, hoping Ian will enjoy the ball before hurrying away. Ian watches her retreating figure without a word. Hayden, with a mischievous grin, teases Ian, saying he looks disappointed. He informs Ian that Haley hasn't married anyone yet. Although she's received many proposals, she declined them all, saying she's waiting for someone. Hayden hints at the mystery, wondering aloud who that someone might be, and who she's been waiting for all these years. Ian looks down, realization dawning on him. Hayden calls his name again, saying that Haley isn't the only one who's been waiting. He reminds Ian that they still have a lot of work to do and asks if Ian will help him. Ian looks at him and places his hand over his heart, solemnly declaring that he will follow His Majesty's every command. Meanwhile, after Haley hurried off in awkwardness, she finds herself crouched beside a bush, lost in her thoughts. Her mind drifts back to her last encounter with Ian, and she regrets not talking to him longer at the ball. Her face contorts with a pained expression as she remembers the day he rejected her offer to stay. She tries not to dwell on it, rationalizing that Ian probably doesn't have time to think about her since he's just returned to the capital. Lost in her musings, Haley is startled when Ian calls out her name from behind. She takes a moment to calm herself, but to her surprise, she calls out his name in a panic. Ian quickly apologizes, explaining that he didn't mean to startle her. Haley brushes off his apology, asking why he's here. With a composed expression, Ian explains that he just finished meeting with the mages of the Ivory Tower, and they told him she'd be in the garden at this time of day. Haley is a little surprised that he asked all the mages about her location. Ian looks around, commenting on how the garden has grown even more beautiful since he left. He recalls how it was once a simple space, but now it's a place filled with life. Haley shyly admits that she started planting seeds there after she became a mage, thinking it would be nice to have a place where mages could take a break. Ian smiles warmly, praising her for the wonderful idea. He then asks if she'd show him around the garden, if she has time, and Haley agrees. As they walk among the lush greenery, the two chat about various flowers. Ian mentions how he was surprised to learn that the landure flower, a rare medicinal herb in their empire, is considered a weed in Coldwood because it grows so abundantly there. He laughs, remarking that it almost makes the trouble his family went through to obtain it seem insignificant. Ian then tells Haley about a lake west of a duchy, which he heard shines like gold. He traveled there, expecting to see something extraordinary, but when he arrived, it looked like any other lake. However, as the sun began to set, the lake truly did shine, bright as gold. Ian reminisces about the moment, admitting that it was so beautiful he can never forget it. Haley smiles and says that it sounds like a wonderful trip. She adds that she'd love to visit the Golden Lake one day. After a brief silence, Ian asks if Haley would allow him to take her there, saying he would take her anywhere she wishes. He offers her his hand, telling her he'll do so only if she takes it. Ian then shares that over the years, he's wandered through golden lakes, dense forests, scorching deserts, and endless seas, but no matter where he went, the first thought that always came to his mind was her. He admits that he started to wonder how she would react if she were with him, and with that thought came a yearning in his heart. He says he realized what that yearning meant to him. He tells her that when everything at the end of the world was finished, the first thought that still lingered in his mind was her. Suddenly, Ian kneels on one knee, extends his hand once more, and asks if she would accompany him, just as she has accompanied him in his heart all these years. He asks Haley to let him spend the rest of his life by her side. For a moment, Haley just stares into the distance, her voice weak as she asks if Ian will promise never to leave her again. Ian, without hesitation, replies that he would never leave her and that he will stay with her until the end of time. At this, Haley begins to sob. Tears fall uncontrollably down her cheeks, and Ian, unsure of how to react, looks at her with confusion. Haley, through her tears, tells Ian that she missed him so much and that she truly, truly waited for him all these years. She says that she's finally ready to let him stay by her side, and with a joyful heart, she answers, yes. She places her hand in his. Years later, Ian calls out to their daughter, Johanna, asking her to come to them. Johanna smiles brightly, running to them and calling Ian, Papa.